The skies churned with black clouds, a curtain of darkness that swallowed the horizon. Thunder growled low, a beast stirring in its slumber, while lightning carved jagged scars across the heavens. The earth trembled as if sharing the sky's anguish, and then it came, the water. It surged with an unforgiving roar, a wall of destruction that swept away villages, forests, and the lives of those who had trusted the ground beneath their feet. Such is the tale told across the world, passed down through generations. The flood, a force that no one could stop, arrives to cleanse, punish, or renew. Every culture holds its own story of a great flood, a story so widespread it feels almost as if the earth remembers a shared catastrophe, etched into the hearts of its people. From ancient civilizations to remote tribes, the flood leaves behind whispers of grief, survival, and hope. In the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, the people spoke of Utnapishtim, chosen by the gods to build an ark when they grew tired of humanity's noise and chaos. They instructed him to gather every species, 2 by 2, as the rain began to fall. The rivers swelled beyond their banks, swallowing the plains in a relentless surge. Utnapishtim watched from the safety of his vessel as the world he knew dissolved beneath an endless ocean, the cries of the doomed fading into the relentless rain. When the waters finally receded, he offered sacrifices, and the gods, now remorseful, blessed him with eternal life. Far across the seas in the Andes, the Inca people remembered a man named Viracocha, who walked the earth before the flood. Displeased with the greed and wickedness of the giants who roamed the land, he summoned a mighty storm. Rain lashed the mountains, and rivers turned to torrents. Only 2 humble shepherds, who heeded the voice of a llama that warned of rising waters, survived by climbing to the highest peaks. From these survivors, the world began anew, blessed by the benevolence of Viracocha, who taught them to live righteously. In China, the Xia dynasty told of a flood that lasted years, not days. The land drowned in its own waters, fields turned into murky lakes, and cities were buried beneath the tide. The hero Yu, with his unmatched determination, carved channels and guided the waters to the sea, saving his people from despair. His strength and ingenuity were so revered that he became the emperor, a symbol of resilience and wisdom in the face of devastation. The Maori of New Zealand whispered of Ringi, the Sky Father, and Papa, the Earth Mother. When their children separated them to bring light into the world, their grief poured out in endless tears, flooding the land. Only the foresight of one brother, who built a giant canoe, saved the people from perishing. The floodwaters bore both sorrow and renewal, for through their pain, the earth was reborn into a brighter, more vibrant place. Even in the icy reaches of the Arctic, the Inuit told of a time when the sea rose to devour the earth. A woman, guided by a dream of coming disaster, gathered her family and the animals they depended on for survival. She built a large kayak, braving the stormy waters and icy winds. Her courage became legend, a reminder that even in the harshest environments, the human spirit could endure. In Africa, the Yoruba spoke of Olukan, the god of the deep waters, who grew angry at the disrespect of the people and unleashed a flood to reclaim the earth. Obatala, the god of creation, intervened, crafting rafts for those who remained faithful. As the waters receded, the survivors rebuilt their homes, carrying with them a reverence for the forces of nature and the gods who held their fate. From every corner of the earth, the stories echo with familiar notes: angered gods, unrelenting rain, a few who are warned, and a world submerged. Yet each tale carries its own heartbeat, shaped by the landscapes and lives of the people who tell it. For some, the flood is a punishment, a wrathful reminder of humanity's arrogance. For others, it is a chance for rebirth, a reset button for a world gone astray. But beyond the gods and heroes lies something even more haunting: the flood does not discriminate. Kings and peasants, the faithful and the wicked, all stand helpless before its might. The stories are filled with the wails of mothers clutching their children, the desperation of lovers separated by the rising tide, and the quiet despair of those who know there is no escape. And yet, in the chaos, there is always a spark of hope, an ark, a mountaintop, a single soul who refuses to surrender. Why do these stories resonate so deeply? Perhaps it is because water, the giver of life, can also take it away in an instant. Rivers that irrigate crops can overflow and destroy, rains that nourish the land can drown it. The flood reminds us of our fragility, of how easily the world we build can be swept away. But it also reminds us of our strength, of how, even in the face of overwhelming loss, we find ways to survive and rebuild. The flood is not just a story of destruction. It is a story of what comes after. The sun rising over still waters, the earth steaming as it dries, the seeds planted in fresh soil. It is the quiet promise that life, though fragile, always finds a way to begin again. The sky was an unbroken expanse of gray, its weight pressing down on the world below. The wind howled like a wounded beast, carrying with it the whispers of a storm that could not be tamed. The air felt heavy, charged with a strange electricity, as if the earth itself held its breath. And then, the rain began, not in gentle drops, but in torrents, relentless and unforgiving, like the tears of the gods themselves. Flood stories always begin this way, with a warning, a reckoning, and a surge of water that changes everything. Yet, beneath the rushing waters and the cries of the terrified, patterns emerge. Common threads weave these tales together, binding them across continents and centuries, as though the flood was not just an event, but a shared memory, etched into the soul of humanity. The first thread is always the reason. The people have sinned, or the gods are angry. The world has become too noisy, too corrupt, too far from the path it was meant to follow. In one culture, it's a god's disappointment in the greed and arrogance of mankind. In another, it's the earth crying out from the weight of its wounds. The flood is not random, it is judgment, a great reset meant to wash away the rot and begin anew. There is almost always a warning, whispered to someone chosen by fate. The chosen one is rarely a king or a warrior. Instead, it is often the humble, the faithful, the ones who listen to dreams, omens, or the quiet voice of the divine. The warning comes in different forms: a dream, a talking animal, the trembling of the earth beneath their feet. But it is always clear, urgent, and impossible to ignore. They must act quickly because the storm is coming, and with it, the end of the world as they know it. The ark, or its equivalent, stands at the center of these stories. Whether it is a great wooden vessel, a mountaintop refuge, or a raft hurriedly lashed together, it represents hope in the face of annihilation. The chosen one gathers their family, animals, or even seeds to preserve life, knowing that the waters will show no mercy. The ark becomes a fragile sanctuary, floating above the chaos below, a symbol of humanity's resilience and its fragile connection to life. Water itself is a character in these tales. It is not merely an element, it is alive, purposeful, and unrelenting. It roars as it tears through the land, swallowing cities, forests, and mountains. It rises higher and higher, as if reaching for the heavens. It drowns everything: wealth, power, and pride, leaving nothing untouched. And yet, when the floodwaters finally begin to recede, they leave behind something precious: a blank slate, a second chance, a promise of renewal. The animals play their part, too, walking 2 by 2 into the ark, climbing aboard rafts, or swimming through the waters to higher ground. Their presence is more than a practical matter, it is symbolic, a reminder of humanity's connection to the natural world. They are not just passengers, they are survivors, carrying with them the seeds of life that will repopulate the earth. The aftermath of the flood is always marked by a moment of stillness. The rain stops, the waters recede, and the world emerges, changed but alive. In some stories, a bird is sent out, a dove, a raven, or a swallow, to search for dry land. Its return with a leaf or twig signals that hope is near, that the earth is ready to welcome life once more. The bird becomes a messenger of peace, a bridge between despair and renewal. But the flood is never forgotten. It leaves scars, not just on the land, but on the hearts of those who survive. The survivors carry with them stories, warnings, and lessons meant to guide future generations. They remember the cost of defiance, the fragility of life, and the power of humility. The flood becomes a part of their identity, a tale told around fires and passed down through centuries as both a warning and a comfort. There is also an unspoken question in every flood story. Why were some saved while others perished? Was it faith? Righteousness? Luck? The answers vary, but the question lingers, a shadow that stretches across the survivors' lives. The flood is as much a test of the human spirit as it is a display of divine power, challenging people to reflect on their choices, their values, and their place in the world. Through it all, the flood stories hold a mirror to humanity. They reflect our fears, our failings, and our hopes. They remind us of the power of nature, the consequences of our actions, and the resilience of the human heart. They are tales of destruction, yes, but also of survival, renewal, and the eternal search for meaning in the chaos of life. And as the waters rise and fall, the stories remind us of one simple truth: even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there is always light. The wind howled through the hollowed-out valleys, carrying whispers of something vast and unstoppable. The earth trembled beneath hurried footsteps, a warning etched into every quiver of the ground. In the heart of this chaos, there stood a single figure, a man, a woman, sometimes even a pair, ordinary yet burdened with an extraordinary task. Their eyes carried the weight of knowing what others didn't. The end was coming, and only they could carve a path to survival. In every story, this figure is different, yet their essence feels the same. They are not chosen for their power or wealth. It is never the kings who stand in the eye of the storm. It's the shepherd, the farmer, the dreamer who hears the voice no one else does. They are called the hero, but there is no celebration in their calling. Their heroism begins in silence, with trembling hands building arks or preparing for floods no one believes will come. Noah, his hands splintered and worn from the endless hammering of wood, worked under skies that mocked him with their clear blue expanse. His neighbors laughed, their voices rising above the sound of his tools, but he didn't stop. There was something in his eyes, something unshakable, a quiet resolve that comes only when a soul knows it carries the weight of every living thing. In another story, there is Utnapishtim, from the ancient clay tablets of Mesopotamia. The gods whispered to him in the shadows of his dreams, commanding him to abandon his home and build a vessel of survival. He did not question why he was chosen, though his heart ached as he looked at the land he would leave behind. His hands moved with purpose, every stroke of his tools defying the inevitable destruction that loomed. Somewhere else, far across oceans and centuries, Manu clung to a giant fish that spoke with the voice of the divine. The waters will rise, it warned, its shimmering scales glowing like liquid fire. Manu's chest tightened as he listened, but he didn't hesitate. He built a boat, small and humble, but strong enough to hold the seeds of the future. When the floodwaters consumed the earth, it was the fish that guided him to safety, its luminous form a beacon of hope in an endless sea. What binds these heroes together is not their strength or their wisdom, but their unwavering faith in something greater than themselves. They act not out of ambition but out of duty. They are terrified, yet they move forward, driven by a belief that their actions can shape the survival of life itself. The hero of a flood story carries the weight of every breath, every heartbeat, every whispered prayer for mercy. They are not merely saving their own lives, they are saving the future. The animals they gather, the seeds they protect, the people they shelter, all depend on their courage and perseverance. These heroes walk a lonely path, misunderstood and ridiculed, yet they press on. Because they must. And when the rains finally come, it is their resilience that stands against the tide. Inside their arks or boats, there is no grandeur. The air is damp and heavy, filled with the sounds of restless animals and the murmured prayers of survivors. Each moment feels eternal, stretched thin by the roar of the storm outside. Fear becomes a companion, a shadow that lingers, but the hero remains steadfast. They are the anchor, the unyielding presence that holds hope together when everything else is breaking apart. When the waters begin to recede, it is the hero who steps out first, their feet sinking into the wet earth of a world reborn. They look around at the desolation, at the emptiness, and their heart aches with both loss and gratitude. They have carried life through the storm, and now it is time to begin again. There is no applause, no celebration. Only the quiet understanding that their task is not finished. They must plant, build, and guide those who remain. The flood hero is not defined by victory or glory. They are defined by sacrifice. They give up their comfort, their safety, and sometimes even their happiness to ensure the survival of others. They are the shepherds of humanity, the ones who bear the burden of renewal. Their strength is not in their hands or their weapons, but in their hearts. It is their compassion, their determination, and their belief in the sanctity of life that make them heroic. And long after the floodwaters have dried, their stories remain. They are told not just to remember the destruction, but to honor the spirit of the hero who stood against it. Their names might change, Noah, Utnapishtim, Manu, or countless others, but their essence is eternal. They remind us that in the face of overwhelming odds, one person's courage can hold the weight of the world. They are the quiet protectors of life, the guardians of hope, and the stewards of rebirth. And though their faces may fade with time, their spirit flows like a river through the stories we carry. The sound of rushing water has always been more than just a noise. It's a heartbeat, a rhythm that calls to something ancient within us. When it surges, we feel its power, both terrifying and mesmerizing. It washes away the old, leaving only what it chooses to spare. In the myths of the world, water is more than an element. It is the voice of creation and destruction, the bearer of life and the herald of endings. In the beginning, there was chaos. Not fire, not earth, but water, endless and formless. In many stories, the world as we know it emerged from this infinite ocean. It was a womb, cradling the seeds of existence before spilling them into being. The Babylonians spoke of Tiamat, the primordial sea, whose body was torn asunder to create the heavens and the earth. Her waters were not only the source of creation, but also a reminder of the chaos that could return at any moment. There's something haunting about the idea that water remembers. It's in the way rivers carve their paths, etching the memory of their journey into the land. It's in the tides that rise and fall, whispering secrets to the moon. In the great flood stories, water becomes a reckoning force, sweeping away the sins of humanity. Yet, even as it destroys, it offers a chance to start anew. It's never just one thing. It's a paradox, a giver and taker, a creator and destroyer. In Hindu mythology, the Ganges River is considered sacred, its waters believed to cleanse sins and grant liberation. Yet, even this river can become fierce, swelling beyond its banks, taking lives, and reminding us that nothing is truly tamed. The same waters that purify can drown, the same streams that nourish can erode. It's this duality that makes water so powerful in the stories we tell. When the rains fell in Noah's time, it wasn't just droplets hitting the ground. It was the sky weeping, releasing everything it had held back. Each drop was a judgment, falling relentlessly, erasing the old world. Yet, as the waters receded, what was left behind wasn't just destruction, but a clean slate, a chance to rebuild, to remember, to do better. Think of the myths where gods or spirits reside in lakes and rivers. They are guardians, protectors, and sometimes punishers. In Japanese lore, the god of water, Suijin, holds both the blessings of fertile lands and the threat of floods. The people build shrines to honor him, seeking his favor while fearing his wrath. It's a delicate balance, one that reflects our own fragile relationship with the waters that sustain and challenge us. Even in creation myths, water is not just passive, it's a force that must be reckoned with. In the stories of the Pacific Islands, the world rises from the sea. Maui, the demigod, fishes up islands with his magical hook, pulling land from the watery depths. The ocean is vast and unyielding, but it holds treasures for those brave enough to seek them. It's not just a setting, it's a character, alive and full of purpose. Floodwaters, too, carry a strange symbolism. They are both punishment and mercy. In the Mesopotamian epic of Atrahasis, the gods send a flood to silence humanity, whose noise has become unbearable. But they also instruct one man to build a boat, to save life and ensure the world does not vanish completely. The flood becomes a reset button, a way to clear the slate while preserving what is essential. In some stories, water is the path between worlds. The river Styx in Greek mythology is the boundary between the living and the dead. It is both a passage and a barrier, a reminder that water can connect and separate. Charon, the ferryman, guides souls across its dark waters, his oar cutting through the silence of the underworld. The river holds their memories, their hopes, their fears. It is a mirror, reflecting the truths they cannot escape. When ancient cultures spoke of water, they were speaking of life itself. It flows through every vein, every root, every drop of rain that falls from the heavens. It nourishes, but it also consumes. Think of the tears shed in moments of joy and sorrow. They, too, are water, flowing from the deepest parts of us, carrying emotions too heavy for words. In every tale where water plays a role, there is a sense of inevitability. It cannot be stopped or controlled, only respected. When it rises, it sweeps away everything in its path, yet when it settles, it brings growth and renewal. The myths capture this dual nature, painting water as both a destroyer and a nurturer, a force to fear and a source to cherish. In the quiet moments, after the storms have passed, there is a stillness that feels sacred. The land, soaked and cleansed, holds the promise of new life. The waters that once roared with fury now shimmer in the sunlight, their surface calm, but their depths unknowable. It's in this moment that the true power of water is revealed, not just in its ability to shape the world, but in its ability to remind us of our place within it. Every ripple, every wave, every drop carries a story. It's in the way rain falls on parched soil, the way rivers carve canyons over millennia, the way oceans cradle entire ecosystems in their embrace. Water doesn't just sustain life, it defines it. It is the thread that connects us to the past, the force that shapes our present, and the promise that carries us into the future. The sound of scratching pens filled the dimly lit room as scholars from distant lands gathered, each holding fragile scrolls and ancient texts. The air was thick with tension, the kind that comes when minds collide, each eager to unravel the meaning of humanity's shared stories. The question hung in the room like a heavy fog: could the flood stories whispered across the world truly be connected, or were they scattered echoes of separate dreams? One of them spoke, an elder with lines of experience etched deep into his face. What if these tales are mirrors, showing us who we are beneath the surface? His voice was both a challenge and an invitation. The room stilled. His words carried weight, for comparing myths was no simple task. It was a path fraught with wonder and frustration, where even a misstep could lose the fragile threads of meaning. To begin, they needed to understand the story behind the stories. The flood wasn't just an event, it was a pattern. They spoke of the sacred texts of Mesopotamia, where a man named Utnapishtim built a boat under the gods' orders. They compared it to the tale of Noah, whose ark carried life through a tempest of divine judgment. But their eyes turned eastward, to the faraway legends of Manu, who tied his boat to a horned fish to survive the waters. These tales felt like kin, but was it shared origin or shared fear that bound them? The room buzzed with debate. "We must look beyond the obvious," said a young woman clutching a fragile clay tablet. Her eyes were bright with determination. "The words may differ, but the heart of the story is the same. We need to compare the symbols, the rhythms, the ways people retell these myths. What makes a flood? Is it the waters, or is it the loss, the rebirth?" This was where the real challenge began. How could they compare myths without erasing the colors and textures of each culture? The rhythms of one language were not the same as another. A single word, sacred in one tongue, might mean nothing in another. Each story carried the weight of its people's history, their fears, their dreams, their landscapes. They spoke of the Andes, where the floodwaters came not from rain but from a great lake bursting forth, swallowing mountains and valleys alike. The story was different, yet the feeling was the same, a vast, uncontrollable force wiping the slate clean. On another scroll, a Polynesian chant spoke of waters rising from the anger of the gods, a punishment for mankind's arrogance. These waters, too, left behind hope, the chance to rebuild. The elder leaned forward, his voice barely more than a whisper. "We are searching for something that cannot be written down. These stories are alive, and when we compare them, we risk cutting them open, trying to see their insides. But we cannot ignore their similarities. They are singing the same song, though in different tongues." There was silence, heavy with respect. The challenge wasn't just to compare, it was to honor. They needed to ask the right questions. careful not to flatten the stories into something unrecognizable. They looked to the stars, to the calendars carved in stone and wood. Many floods were tied to celestial cycles, eclipses, comets, the movements of planets. The heavens seemed to echo the chaos below, binding the myths to time itself. Context matters, the elder said, pacing the room now. A flood in the desert is not the same as a flood in the jungle. To compare, we must see the world as they did. Stand in their rivers. Feel their rains. Only then can we see what they saw. This was where their hearts clenched. How could they compare what they could never truly feel? They weren't there when the rains came, when people huddled together, praying to unseen powers. They didn't live in the time when survival hung on a thread, when the rising waters carried not just fear but the weight of divine judgment. The stories began to bleed into one another, but not in a way that erased their beauty. Instead, patterns emerged, archetypes, they called them. A hero chosen by the gods. A warning ignored by the masses. A vessel to carry the worthy. The waters came, sweeping away corruption, sparing only what was needed for the new world. These weren't just stories of the past, they were blueprints for survival, maps of the human spirit. But even here, there were challenges. Some myths celebrated the flood hero as a savior, while others portrayed him as a reluctant servant of the divine. In some, the gods showed mercy, in others, they unleashed wrath without a hint of compassion. Were these differences contradictions, or were they the echoes of unique perspectives on the same universal truth? The young woman spoke again, her voice steady. Perhaps it isn't about finding one truth. Perhaps these stories aren't meant to be woven into a single thread. They're a tapestry, each piece adding to the whole. To compare them isn't to diminish them, it's to let them shine together. The elder smiled, his eyes soft. And yet, we must tread carefully. Each story carries its people's soul. When we compare, we must do so with reverence. The myths are not ours to change, only to understand. As the night deepened, the room filled with the hum of ideas, questions, and quiet awe. The task before them was monumental, but they knew it was worth it. They weren't just scholars tracing patterns, they were listeners, catching fragments of humanity's oldest song, a melody carried on the winds of time and the waters of memory. The Euphrates whispered secrets to those who lingered by its banks, its waters carrying stories of life and death, creation and ruin. The people of Mesopotamia lived in the shadow of its power, their lives intertwined with the rivers that gave them everything and could take it all away. They knew the precarious balance between blessing and disaster, a lesson etched into their hearts and their myths. In the stillness of a starless night, a storm began to stir. The sky, once a blanket of calm, twisted into a monstrous void, and the heavens roared with anger. Rain fell in unrelenting sheets, hammering the earth, drenching the fields, and silencing the songs of the night. To the people of the land, this was no ordinary storm. This was divine fury, a punishment unleashed by the gods. Long before this storm took form in their minds, the Mesopotamians had built a civilization unlike any other. They were the first to tame the wild waters, carving canals that wove through their fields, feeding their crops and their dreams. They watched the rivers rise and fall, shaping the rhythm of their days. Yet, they also knew these rivers held a terrible power. If angered, they could drown not just the fields, but the hopes of an entire city. It was here, amidst the Fertile Crescent, that a story was born, a tale of water so fierce it swallowed the world. The gods, they said, had grown weary of humanity. The clamor of their voices, their endless quarrels, their insatiable desires, it all became too much. Enlil, the god of storms, decided to silence them once and for all. The council of gods listened, and the decree was made, the world would be washed clean. But among the divine, not all agreed. There was one, Ye, the god of wisdom and water, who could not bear the thought of humanity's complete annihilation. In the dead of night, Ye whispered into the dreams of a man named Utnapishtim. "Build a boat," the voice urged. "Save yourself, your family, and the seeds of all living things." Utnapishtim awoke with a start, his heart pounding as if the gods themselves were knocking on his door. The vision was clear, a vessel, vast and sturdy, able to withstand the wrath of the heavens. He wasted no time. With trembling hands, he began to gather wood, rope, and tar, his every move guided by the urgency of Ea's warning. The people of his village watched in bewilderment as the boat took shape. It loomed over their homes, an ark of improbable size and purpose. When they asked him why he built such a thing, he could only offer vague answers, for the god's command was not his to share. They laughed, some with pity, others with scorn. A boat for what? The rivers are calm, they jeered. But Utnapishtim's hands did not falter, and his resolve did not waver. When the rains came, they came not as a drizzle but as a deluge. The skies tore open, and the earth groaned beneath the weight of the waters. Rivers overflowed their banks, swallowing cities and temples, carrying away cattle, grain, and lives. Utnapishtim's boat rocked violently as the flood raged, but it did not break. Inside, he held the future, a pair of every animal, the seeds of the earth, and the fragile hope of humanity. Days turned to nights, and nights back into days, yet the waters showed no mercy. Utnapishtim stared into the endless horizon, his heart heavy with the cries of the lost echoing in his mind. The gods, too, watched the destruction, and for the first time, they felt something unexpected, regret. What had seemed like justice now felt like devastation. When the rain finally ceased, and the waters began to recede, Utnapishtim released a dove. It soared into the gray skies, a fragile beacon of hope. When it did not return, he released a raven, and this time, the bird did not come back. The message was clear, land was near. As the boat came to rest on the peak of Mount Nazur, Utnapishtim stepped out into a world reborn. He offered sacrifices to the gods, who descended like fireflies to the aroma of his offerings. They blessed him, not just for his obedience, but for his endurance and his faith. As a reward, they granted him and his wife immortality, a reminder that even in destruction, there is room for grace. This story, carved onto clay tablets, survived the ages. Its words carried the weight of a civilization that understood the duality of water. It could nurture life, but it could also erase it. The Mesopotamians did not see the flood as a mere punishment. It was a lesson, a reminder of humanity's place in a vast, unpredictable world governed by divine will. Through the rise and fall of their cities, from the splendor of Uruk to the ruins of Akkad, the Mesopotamians carried this tale, sharing it in their temples and markets. It was more than a myth, it was a reflection of their lives, their fears, and their hopes. And as the rivers continued to flow, feeding their land and threatening it in equal measure, the story of Utnapishtim remained, as eternal as the waters themselves. The winds howled like restless spirits, their wails threading through the dense air as waves rose higher than the tallest ziggurats of Uruk. The world trembled under the weight of a storm sent by the gods, a storm meant to cleanse the earth of its unruly noise and restless hearts. This was no ordinary tempest. It was the flood, an act of divine wrath, whispered about in fear and awe across generations. Yet within this chaos, a single figure emerged, carrying the fragile threads of life against the unrelenting torrents of death. Gilgamesh, the restless king of Uruk, had been searching for something no king before him dared to chase. He sought immortality, not the kind written in stone or sung by bards, but the eternal breath of the gods. His journey brought him to the ends of the earth, to a man who had walked through death and survived its waters. Utnapishtim, the Ancient One, who had been chosen to outlast the god's wrath, sat before him, weathered and wise, holding a story that would chill Gilgamesh's heart. Utnapishtim began, his voice steady, but his eyes betrayed the weight of memories he could never escape. The gods, he said, had grown weary of humankind. Their chatter filled the heavens, their actions defied divine order. Enlil, Lord of Storms, decreed their annihilation. The gods nodded in grim agreement, save for Ea, who took pity on the fragile creatures below. Ea, with his cunning wisdom, came to Utnapishtim in whispers, bending the rules but not breaking them. Man of Shuruppak, he spoke through dreams. Tear down your house and build a vessel. Forsake all you own and save life itself. Utnapishtim obeyed, his hands moving faster than the clouds gathering in the sky. Wood was cut, tar spread thick, and animals, their breaths heavy with unease, were ushered aboard. Then came the deluge. The skies turned black as ink, and the earth groaned as the waters consumed it. Rivers swelled beyond their bounds, and the horizon disappeared into an endless sea. For 7 days and 7 nights, Utnapishtim's ark was tossed by waves so fierce they seemed to claw at the heavens themselves. The screams of the world faded into silence, replaced by the unrelenting roar of water and wind. Inside the ark, the silence was deafening. Utnapishtim could feel the weight of every soul he had failed to save pressing against the wooden walls. The animals huddled in corners, their eyes wide with fear. His wife whispered prayers that felt too small against the vastness of their despair. And yet, through it all, the ark held steady, a fragile cocoon cradling the seeds of a broken world. Finally, the storm relented, and the waters began to recede. The ark came to rest on Mount Nazur, and the air, though heavy with loss, was still. Utnapishtim released a dove, its wings cutting through the damp sky. When it returned, he released a swallow. But it was the raven that did not return, its absence a signal that land had emerged from beneath the watery abyss. Utnapishtim stepped onto the new earth, his heart heavy but his spirit unbroken. He built an altar and offered sacrifices to the gods, the smoke rising like a plea for forgiveness. The gods descended, drawn by the scent of burnt offerings, and Enlil, though furious at first, was swayed by the sight of humanity's resilience. They blessed Utnapishtim and his wife, granting them eternal life as a testament to their endurance. As Utnapishtim's tale unfolded, Gilgamesh felt his chest tighten. This was not the immortality he had sought. It was a gift born of unimaginable loss, a reminder that life and death were bound together, inseparable as the rivers that fed the lands of Uruk. The flood was not merely an act of destruction but a moment of reckoning, a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the divine. The flood story in the Epic of Gilgamesh is more than a tale of survival. It is a reflection of the fears and hopes of a civilization that lived at the mercy of its rivers. Water, both giver and taker of life, becomes a symbol of transformation, of endings that give way to beginnings. The gods, capricious and powerful, mirror the unpredictability of nature itself, while Utnapishtim stands as a beacon of human resilience, a reminder that even in the face of divine wrath, there is room for grace and rebirth. For Gilgamesh, the flood was a lesson he did not expect but could not ignore. He left Utnapishtim's side not with the immortality he had sought, but with a deeper understanding of his own mortality. The flood, with all its fury and devastation, became a mirror, reflecting the fragility and strength of the human spirit. And though the waters had long since receded, their story flowed on, shaping the hearts and minds of those who heard it, just as the rivers shaped the land of Mesopotamia. The gods were tired. Their realm buzzed endlessly with the complaints of mortals. The fields needed rain. The rivers swelled too high. The sun scorched too fiercely. Humanity's voices, like a cacophony of restless bees, filled the heavens, and the gods, who had crafted mortals to ease their burdens, found themselves drowning in the endless cries of their creation. The epic begins with toil. In the earliest days, it was the younger gods who labored. They dug the channels, tilled the earth, and raised the cities. Their grumbles grew with the weight of their tasks until they revolted, casting their tools into the dust. Enough, they cried, storming the abode of Enlil, their leader. To quell their unrest, Enki, the clever god, offered a solution: let us create beings to take our place in the fields. And so humanity was born, sculpted from clay mixed with the blood of a sacrificed god, imbued with life, labor, and endless need. For a time, the gods rested, basking in the silence of their reprieve. But soon, the mortals multiplied, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens. What had once been a gift became a curse. The gods, overwhelmed by the endless demands of mankind, began to plot a way to silence them forever. Enlil, impatient and stern, called for drastic measures. Plagues came first, silent and unseen, sweeping through the cities, leaving fields and homes empty. The people turned to their gods, crying out for relief, their prayers piercing the skies. But it was Enki, ever the trickster and protector of life, who whispered secrets to Atrahasis, a man of wisdom and unwavering faith. Appease your gods, Enki advised. Offer sacrifices, calm their wrath. Atrahasis listened, leading his people in prayers and offerings, and the plague subsided. But humanity, resilient and relentless, grew once more, and their noise swelled again. Famine came next, a cruel gnawing silence in the fields where crops once flourished. The people weakened, their prayers desperate and raw. Atrahasis sought Enki again, who guided him in how to endure and how to survive. The gods relented, but only for a time. Enlil's frustration deepened. Mortals, it seemed, could not be silenced. Their very existence was defiance. It was then that Enlil conceived his final solution, the flood. A deluge so vast it would wash the earth clean, silencing every voice forever. The gods swore oaths of secrecy, binding themselves to the plan. Yet Enki, bound by compassion, could not hold his silence. Through the reeds of Atrahasis' hut, he spoke in riddles, ensuring no godly vow was broken, but the message was clear. Tear down your house and build a boat. Make it strong, sealed tight with pitch. Bring aboard all creatures, 2 of each kind, and wait. Atrahasis obeyed. His hands worked tirelessly, cutting wood and shaping the vessel as his neighbors scoffed and whispered of his madness. The skies darkened, and the air thickened with the promise of what was to come. As the first drops fell, Atrahasis ushered his family and the animals aboard. The rain became a roar, the earth trembling beneath the weight of the heavens' wrath. The waters rose, devouring the land, swallowing the cries of those left behind. For 7 days and 7 nights, the world was nothing but water and sky, the horizon erased by the gods' fury. Inside the boat, the air was heavy with fear and hope. The animals lay silent, their usual cries subdued as if they too understood the gravity of the moment. Atrahasis sat in the dim light, his heart a storm of grief and gratitude. He had survived, but at what cost? When the waters finally receded, and the boat settled on solid ground, Atrahasis emerged into a world reborn yet eerily quiet. He built an altar, offering sacrifices to the gods who had both condemned and saved him. The smoke rose, and the gods, drawn by its scent, descended. Even Enlil, harsh and unyielding, softened at the sight. The gods, it seemed, had learned too. They swore never again to unleash such destruction, crafting a covenant with humankind through Atrahasis. The tale of Atrahasis is both stark and tender. Where Utnapishtim's flood speaks of divine favor and eternal reward, Atrahasis reflects a different truth, a world where gods and mortals are locked in a delicate balance of needs and demands. The flood becomes not just punishment but a dialogue, a desperate cry for understanding from both sides. As Atrahasis' story echoes through the annals of Mesopotamian myth, its threads intertwine with others, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical account of Noah. Each carries the weight of water, the duality of creation and destruction, the fragile thread of survival in a world shaped by forces beyond control. Through these stories, humanity finds a mirror, reflecting its resilience, its flaws, and its enduring hope. The wind shifted suddenly, a strange stillness blanketing the land. The people of Sumer looked to the horizon, where dark clouds swirled and rumbled, heavy with a fury they did not understand. Farmers abandoned their plows, children paused mid-play. Something ancient and terrible seemed to stir in the heavens. Sumerian tales often began with uneasy skies, for the gods above were known to be as unpredictable as the rivers below. Their moods dictated life and death, prosperity and despair. It was said that the gods had once made a choice, a devastating choice that shaped the earth forever. When humanity's voices rose too loud, when their cities swarmed with ceaseless activity, the gods had grown weary of their creation. They whispered among themselves, their voices carried on the wind like an approaching storm. The flood, they said. A cleansing. Among these stories was the account of Ziusadra, a king beloved by Enki, the god of wisdom and waters. Ziusadra had been a ruler of piety and devotion, his prayers rising daily to the heavens like sweet-smelling incense. While most of humanity ignored the growing omens, the trembling earth, the erratic weather, Ziusadra listened. One night, in the quiet stillness of his chamber, a voice came to him. It was low, resonant, and filled with urgency. The gods have made their decision. They will unleash the waters. You must build a vessel, one that can endure the wrath to come. Gather your family and the animals. Prepare, for the flood cannot be stopped. Ziusadra's heart pounded as he took in the instructions, every detail burned into his memory as though branded by divine fire. He began the work immediately, his hands shaping the wood while his people looked on with skepticism. "What madness possesses our king?" they muttered. But Ziusadra continued, the warnings echoing in his ears. He could feel the weight of the god's decision pressing down on him. The rains began as a whisper, soft at first, but soon transformed into a deafening roar. The rivers swelled and merged, their waters unstoppable, consuming the land. Crops were swept away, homes dissolved like sandcastles beneath a rising tide. The air was thick with the cries of the desperate and the crashing of waves that seemed to come from all directions at once. Inside his craft, Ziusadra clung to his family, the vessel groaning under the assault of the storm. The animals were silent, their usual clamor replaced by a watchful stillness. Outside, the world was chaos, a watery void where cities once stood. The boundaries between earth and sky dissolved, leaving nothing but a vast, churning sea. The rain continued for 7 days and nights, the god's fury unrelenting. Yet, within the storm, Ziusadra felt something shift. The wind softened, the torrent slowed, and a faint light broke through the clouds. When the waters receded, and the land emerged like a ghost returning from the grave, Ziusadra stepped out into a changed world. His feet sank into the wet earth as he looked at the desolation around him. Yet, amidst the destruction, there was life, a rebirth waiting to unfold. Ziusadra built an altar and made offerings, the smoke spiraling upward as a plea and a thanks. The gods, drawn by the fragrance, descended to observe their handiwork. Some were solemn, others regretful, as they surveyed the emptiness. Enlil, the stormbringer, was silenced by the sight of the lone survivor. But Enki, ever the guardian of life, stood firm. "Let this be a lesson to us all," he said, his voice carrying the weight of both sorrow and wisdom. "Humanity is not perfect, but neither are we. They are ours to guide, not destroy." From that day forward, the gods established a fragile balance with their creation. They promised the floods would never return in such fury. To remind humanity of the pact, they placed symbols in the heavens and the rivers, reminders of their shared history. The story of Ziusadra finds echoes in every corner of Mesopotamian belief, woven into the broader fabric of their understanding of the world. It is a tale of survival, of a man's faith against the overwhelming power of divine forces, and of the fragile relationship between humanity and the beings who shaped them. These myths served not just as warnings but as reminders of resilience, of hope, and of the enduring spirit that carried humanity through even the darkest of storms. The wind carried whispers across the ancient world, stories spreading from one land to another like seeds caught in a breeze. In bustling bazaars, beside crackling fires, and within grand temple halls, the tales of a great flood were told and retold, each word resonating with a truth that felt older than time itself. Merchants from distant lands passed through Mesopotamia, their camels laden with spices, textiles, and treasures. But beyond the goods they traded, they carried something even more precious: stories. These tales, rich with drama and lessons, found new homes as they crossed borders and cultures. The story of Ziusadra, with its waters that rose to swallow the earth and the lone survivor chosen by divine wisdom, was one such tale that refused to be contained by the rivers of the Tigris and Euphrates. In Canaan, priests sat in solemn council, their minds caught by the echoes of this tale. They spoke of Noah, a righteous man, warned of a deluge to come. His ark became a symbol of hope, much like the vessel that Ziusadra had crafted. Yet in this new retelling, the gods became one god, and the flood carried a different purpose, a cleansing of humanity's sins, an act of judgment wrapped in divine grace. The story grew, its essence intact, but its form reshaped, carrying the weight of Mesopotamian wisdom into the fabric of Hebrew scripture. Farther east, in the shadow of the Indus Valley, storytellers wove the flood into their own cosmology. They spoke of Manu, the first man, who was warned by a fish that grew to enormous proportions. This fish, said to be an avatar of Vishnu, guided Manu to safety, preserving seeds of life to replant the earth. The echoes of Ziusadra's journey could be felt in every wave of this story, though the gods and landscapes were uniquely Indian. Even the Greeks, with their pantheon of gods prone to tempestuous moods, could not resist the pull of the flood narrative. Deucalion and Pyrrha became their answer to Ziusadra, a couple who survived Zeus's wrathful waters by floating on a chest. As the waters receded, they repopulated the world by casting stones over their shoulders, stones that transformed into people, a poetic twist on the rebirth that followed the flood. The power of Mesopotamian flood myths lay not just in their drama, but in their ability to adapt, to find resonance in the hearts of those who heard them. They spoke of human fragility in the face of nature's fury, of divine intervention, and of the fragile hope that survived even the greatest catastrophe. These were themes that transcended borders, finding new life in cultures far removed from the banks of the Euphrates. As centuries passed, the flood story left the realm of oral tradition and found its way into written texts, etched onto clay tablets, inscribed on parchment, and later printed in sacred tomes. The Hebrew Bible carried it forward in Genesis, its words rippling outward to influence Christian and Islamic traditions. Noah's Ark became a universal symbol of salvation, its wood bearing the weight of humanity's faith. In literature, the flood took on countless forms. From ancient epics to modern novels, it became a metaphor for renewal, destruction, and the human struggle against overwhelming odds. Writers drew on its timeless themes, using the flood to explore not just divine will but the depths of human courage and resilience. Religions carried the legacy of Mesopotamian flood myths into their rituals and teachings. The story of a deluge became a lens through which humanity's relationship with the divine was understood. It reminded people of their smallness in the vastness of creation, of their dependence on forces beyond their control, and of the enduring possibility of grace. In the quiet corners of monasteries, scholars pored over ancient texts, tracing the journey of the flood story from Sumer to their own scriptures. They marveled at how a tale born from the fertile plains of Mesopotamia could ripple outward to touch so many cultures, each adding its own color to the narrative. It was a testament to the universality of its message, a story that belonged to everyone and no one, rooted in one place but reaching toward eternity. The flood myths of Mesopotamia were more than stories, they were bridges between worlds. They connected the past to the present, one culture to another, the mortal to the divine. Their waters carried not just destruction but the seeds of something enduring, something that would continue to flow through the veins of humanity for generations to come. The sky was an endless expanse of gray, thick clouds hanging in the air like a blanket too heavy for the earth to bear. There was no sound, just the uneasy silence that precedes a storm, the kind of silence that holds its breath before everything changes. People walked in the streets, not knowing what would soon come, unaware that their lives would soon be swept away by something far greater than themselves. But Noah knew. He had always known. He had heard the warnings, felt the stirrings of the divine in his soul. And now, the rain was coming. It wasn't just a simple rain. No, this was a flood, an all-consuming flood that would drown the earth, erasing every trace of sin and corruption. The world that once stood in defiance of God's will would be wiped clean. And in the middle of it, there would be one man, his family, and the creatures of the earth, gathered together in a single vessel. The Ark. Noah had heard the command, the voice that echoed through his mind, quiet and insistent, "Build an ark, for I will bring a flood upon the earth." And so, he did. He worked tirelessly, day after day, hammering wood together with a faith that seemed foolish to those around him. He was mocked, scorned, his devotion to an unseen God laughed at by the people who saw no need for such a thing. But Noah did not waver. His faith was a rock in a sea of doubt, firm and unyielding. As the last plank was set into place, Noah stood back and looked at the ark. It was a mighty vessel, one that could withstand the worst the world could throw at it. It was built for survival, for a purpose beyond what any man could comprehend. And as he looked at the ark, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come, he felt the weight of it all. He had no choice but to trust. Trust in the divine plan, trust that he had been chosen for this purpose. His family, gathered around him, placed their faith in him as well, their faces filled with the same quiet determination. The flood came, as it had been foretold. It began with a soft drizzle, the first sign of the deluge that would soon overwhelm the earth. People continued with their daily lives, unaware of the impending disaster. But Noah and his family were ready. They entered the ark, and as the last door was sealed shut, the rain began to fall in torrents. A deafening roar filled the air as the waters rose, higher and higher, until there was nothing left but a world swallowed by the flood. The cries of those left behind were drowned by the endless deluge. Inside the ark, the world was different. The noise of the storm outside was muffled, the only sound the soft creaking of the wood as it rocked in the waves. The animals, gathered in pairs, slept soundly, unaware of the destruction that raged beyond the safety of the ark's walls. But Noah, he could not sleep. His heart ached with the weight of the world's destruction, the lives lost, the civilizations wiped away. He prayed, his voice quiet but steady, asking for mercy even as the flood raged on. Days turned to weeks. Weeks turned to months. The waters refused to recede, and the world Noah had known was slowly forgotten, swallowed by the sea. Every day, he waited for a sign that the earth would be cleansed, that the destruction would end, that life would begin anew. He waited for the waters to recede, for the land to emerge from beneath the flood. And then, finally, the day came. The waters began to fall. The sky cleared, and the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a soft golden light over the ark. Noah sent out a raven, and then a dove, testing the waters, hoping for a sign that there was land ahead. The dove returned, its beak empty, a symbol of the desolation that still lingered. But on the second try, the dove returned with an olive branch in its beak, the first sign of life in a world that had been washed clean. The ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat, and as Noah stepped out into the world, he was not the same man who had entered. The earth had been transformed, reborn from the waters of destruction. The land was now open for a new beginning, a new hope. As Noah stepped onto the ground, he knelt and offered a sacrifice, his heart overflowing with gratitude. The smell of burning incense filled the air, rising up to the heavens as a symbol of thanks for the second chance they had been given. And then, the voice of God spoke again, not with wrath, but with mercy. Never again will I destroy the earth with a flood. The promise was made, a covenant between God and humanity, sealed with a sign. The rainbow, arching across the sky, became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was the possibility of new life, new beginnings. It was a promise that would echo through the ages, a reminder that no matter how great the storm, the sun would always shine again. For Noah, and for all who came after him, the flood was a turning point. It was a reminder of the fragility of life, the importance of obedience, and the unfathomable grace of a God who would wipe the earth clean to offer a second chance. It was a story of destruction and rebirth, of judgment and mercy, of a world that could be saved by faith. And as the rainbow stretched across the sky, Noah knew that the flood had not just cleansed the earth, it had cleansed the heart of humanity, too. The wind howled through the streets of the ancient city, carrying with it the scent of rain and the murmur of something greater, something unspoken yet felt in every corner of the earth. Beneath the darkened sky, a man stood alone at the edge of a great river, the same river that had once flowed peacefully, now rising, swelling with the weight of a storm the likes of which the world had never seen. The flood was coming. In his heart, there was no fear. There was only the weight of understanding, the heavy knowledge of what was about to happen. He had heard the stories, the warnings that had echoed in the halls of his people for generations. But this moment, this exact moment, was different. This was the moment when the world would be remade, when the earth itself would be washed clean of its sins. This was Noah's moment. Yet, what did the flood mean? To him, it was more than just water rising, more than just the cleansing of the earth. There were whispers among the scholars, the wise men, and the rabbis, of deeper meanings, of lessons to be learned from the deluge. For some, the flood was punishment, a divine judgment on a corrupt and sinful world. For others, it was an opportunity, a chance to start anew. But within the pages of the Torah, there were hints, subtle as the morning mist, that the story was far more than it appeared. As the storm raged, the rabbis sat in the study halls, their beards long and eyes wise, their voices a-hum as they spoke in hushed tones about the flood. They didn't just tell the story of Noah. They spoke of the lessons hidden within it, of the deep, spiritual truths that could be gleaned from every detail. In their eyes, Noah was not just a survivor. He was a man who had been tested, a man who had been chosen not simply for his righteousness, but for his ability to hear the call of the divine amidst the chaos of a world on the brink of destruction. One rabbi, his hands trembling slightly as he turned the scroll, spoke softly but with authority. The flood was not just about water. It was about the heart of the people. It was about the actions that led to that moment. His words seemed to echo in the silence of the room, the weight of history pressing on them all. It was about how the world had become so corrupt, so filled with violence, that God had no choice but to destroy it. But even in the destruction, there was mercy. The ark itself was a symbol of that mercy, a vessel of salvation. The rabbi spoke of the Midrash, those ancient stories that expanded upon the biblical text, drawing out meanings that lay hidden beneath the surface. In these stories, Noah's role was not as simple as it seemed. Yes, he was the man who built the ark, but he was also the one who carried the legacy of his ancestors, the one who, despite the overwhelming evil around him, remained faithful to God. The flood, according to some interpretations, was not just a moment of divine retribution, but a warning. It was a reminder that actions had consequences, and that every individual had the power to either redeem or destroy the world. But it wasn't just the actions of the people that the rabbis pondered. They spoke of the animals, the pairs that were brought into the ark. What did they represent? Why were they preserved, while the rest of the world perished? The Midrash offered a beautiful answer, one that resonated with a deep spiritual truth. The animals were innocent. They were a part of the creation that had not yet fallen into the corruption that plagued humanity. By saving them, Noah wasn't just preserving life. He was preserving the purity of God's creation. In the hearts of the Jewish people, the flood story had become something much more than just an ancient myth. It was a story of survival, of faith, of the delicate balance between judgment and mercy. It was a reflection of the ongoing struggle between good and evil, light and darkness. The ark, with its walls that held the remnants of the earth's goodness, became a symbol of hope, a symbol that no matter how dark the world became, there was always a possibility for redemption. In the years that followed, the flood story continued to be a guiding light for the Jewish people. It was not just a tale of water and destruction, but one of rebuilding, of renewal. Every generation found new meanings in it, new lessons to carry forward. The rabbis would teach their children that the flood was not only about the destruction of the wicked, but also about the opportunity for a fresh start, a chance to make things right. The flood was also a story about choice, the choice of Noah to heed the divine call, to stand apart from the corruption of the world. It was about the power of an individual to change the course of history, to choose to do what was right, even when the world around them was falling apart. It was about the courage to stand firm, to remain faithful when everything seemed to be against you. And it was about understanding that sometimes, to rebuild, to make things right, things had to be torn down first. The flood was not a moment of pure destruction. It was a moment of transformation. And in that transformation, there was hope. Hope for the future. Hope for the possibility of redemption. Hope that, no matter how great the storm, there was always the promise of a new beginning on the other side. For the Jewish people, the story of Noah and the flood became a touchstone, a reminder that even in the face of catastrophe, there was a path to salvation. It was a story woven into the very fabric of their identity, a story that shaped their understanding of God, of themselves, and of the world around them. Through the eyes of the rabbis, the flood became more than just an ancient event. It became a living, breathing part of their history, a story that would continue to echo through the ages, a story that would always be there, waiting to offer a lesson, a warning, and a promise of hope. The rain began softly at first, as if the earth were simply weeping. But soon, the heavens opened, and the water poured from the sky in torrents, drenching the land. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the floodwaters, and the ground seemed to give way as nature unleashed its fury. The great flood was upon them, drowning the wicked, washing away their sins, and leaving only silence in its wake. In the midst of this storm, a man stands alone, gripping the sides of a boat that holds the weight of the world. Inside, animals, pairs of every kind, looked out from the wooden walls, their eyes wide, as if they too could sense the gravity of the moment. The storm raged on, but Noah did not waver. He had been chosen. The flood had come, not just to cleanse the world of its corruption, but to make way for something greater. Something new. Christianity took that flood, that moment of destruction, and wove a new story into its heart. In the pages of the Bible, the flood was not simply the story of judgment. It was a story of salvation. Through Noah, God saved the righteous, preserving them through the flood to rebuild a world that had been so steeped in sin. The flood was not just about destruction, it was about grace. Grace that came not from human effort, but from divine mercy. And so, as the waters receded and the ark came to rest on the mountaintop, a rainbow appeared in the sky, stretching across the horizon, a sign of God's promise that the earth would never again be destroyed by such a flood. For Christians, that rainbow became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, God's love and mercy are greater than all the storms that life can throw at us. For the early Christians, the flood held deep theological significance. It was more than a historical event. It was a living parable, one that spoke to the very heart of their faith. The flood was not only a story of God's judgment upon a corrupt world, but also a symbol of the new covenant, a promise of grace and redemption. Just as the ark had saved Noah and his family, so too could Christ save humanity from sin and destruction. The flood, for Christians, also became a symbol of baptism. Just as the waters of the flood washed away the wickedness of the world, so too does baptism wash away sin. The act of baptism, according to Christian theology, represents not just a cleansing, but a rebirth. It is a fresh start, a chance to live a new life in Christ. The symbolism is striking. Just as Noah's ark carried him through the flood to a new beginning, so too does baptism carry the believer through the waters to a new life in Christ. But the theological implications of the flood story run deeper still. It's not just about salvation. It's about obedience. Noah's faith was not simply a passive belief in God's promises, it was an active, obedient faith. He built the ark as instructed, even when the world around him scoffed, even when the flood seemed like a distant myth. His faith was demonstrated through his actions, his willingness to trust in God's plan, even when he couldn't see the outcome. The flood also highlighted the difference between the righteous and the wicked. It was a moment when the world's corruption was laid bare. The flood was God's judgment on the sin that had spread like a cancer throughout creation. But Noah, in his righteousness, was spared. And in this act of mercy, Christians saw the example of Christ. Just as Noah's faith and righteousness saved him, so too would the faith of believers in Christ save them from the judgment of sin. But it wasn't just Noah who played a part in this story. His family, too, was saved. In the Christian understanding, the flood symbolized the importance of community, of the family of believers. God didn't just save Noah, he saved those who were close to him, those who shared in his faith. The ark became a picture of the church, a place of refuge where God's people could be preserved amidst the storm. There was a sense of profound humility in the story of Noah. The flood showed that humanity, on its own, could not stand against the power of God's will. The world had grown so corrupt, so violent, that it needed to be wiped clean. But even in that, God's mercy was evident. He didn't leave humanity without hope. He sent a Savior in the form of Noah, and through him, he preserved a remnant. That remnant was meant to rebuild, to start anew, and to live according to God's ways. In the Christian faith, the flood becomes a lesson in judgment, mercy, and grace. It is a reminder that the God of the Old Testament is the same God who offers salvation in the New Testament. The flood did not signify the end of God's love, it signified a new beginning. It was a prelude to the ultimate act of salvation, the coming of Christ, whose death on the cross would offer the world the chance for eternal life. As Christians reflect on the flood, they are reminded of the larger story of salvation that runs throughout the Bible. The flood, though a story of judgment, is also a story of hope. It is a reminder that God's judgment is not arbitrary or vengeful, it is just and righteous. But more than that, it is a reminder that God's love is deeper than any flood, wider than any storm. Just as He saved Noah and his family, He offers salvation to all who believe. The flood also teaches Christians about perseverance. Noah did not know when the storm would end. He did not know when the waters would recede, or if they would. He simply trusted in God's timing, and that faith, that obedience, carried him through the darkest of times. In this, Christians find a powerful lesson. No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how overwhelming the flood, God's promise of salvation remains true. His love never fails. And so, as the rainbow appeared in the sky, a symbol of God's unbreakable promise, Christians are reminded that even in the face of life's most devastating floods, there is always a sign of hope, a reminder that God's covenant of grace will never be broken. The flood, then, is not just a story of destruction, but a story of rebirth, a symbol of the promise that, no matter how deep the floodwaters rise, God's love will carry His people through to the other side. The thunder struck with a fury so intense it seemed as if the heavens themselves were breaking apart. The wind howled like a beast, carrying the scent of the storm in its wake. Waves of water surged from the earth, unstoppable, washing away the sins of a broken world. There, in the midst of it all, stood a man. His face was withered, his eyes full of sorrow, but there was a spark of hope, a flicker of faith. His name was Noah, and the storm was his trial, his test from God. For years, Noah had preached to his people, warning them of the wrath to come if they did not turn from their wicked ways. His voice, though steady, had been ignored, dismissed as the ramblings of a man out of touch with reality. The people laughed, they mocked him, and they continued in their ways. But Noah did not waver. He was bound by a promise, a message from his Creator that he had to deliver, no matter the cost. And so, when the command came to build the ark, Noah obeyed. The people jeered at him as he constructed the massive vessel, but his faith was firm. The waters would come, and when they did, the ark would be his salvation and the salvation of those who believed. But Noah's heart was heavy. He knew that even as the storm raged, there would be those left behind, drowning in their refusal to listen. The Quran tells the story of Noah and the flood with a sense of finality, as if the storm was the closing of a chapter in human history. But unlike the biblical account, where Noah's story is seen as a precursor to the covenant between God and humanity, the Quranic version brings a more profound message. The flood was not just about judgment, it was a lesson in obedience, in humility, and in the power of God's will. In the Quran, Noah's story is not merely a recounting of events, but a vivid portrayal of the human condition. His people, given every opportunity to change, chose not to. They were consumed by arrogance, blinded by their pride. And for their disobedience, they faced the wrath of the flood. The waters were not just a physical manifestation of God's power, but a reflection of the spiritual flood that had consumed their hearts. The flood, in the Quran, is a demonstration of God's justice. It is not random, nor is it arbitrary. It is the direct consequence of human behavior. Noah's people had been given every chance to repent, every opportunity to turn back to God. But they chose to ignore the message, to mock the prophet, to revel in their sinful ways. And so, the flood came, not as an act of vengeance, but as an act of divine justice. A reminder that no matter how high human pride may soar, it is nothing compared to the might of God. When the waters rose, it was too late for the disbelievers. But for Noah, his family, and the few believers who had trusted in God's plan, the ark became their refuge. It was not a luxury, but a lifeline, a place of salvation amidst destruction. The Quran speaks of the ark as a sign of God's mercy, a vessel of hope that carried those who had faith through the storm to a new beginning. One of the most poignant moments in the Quranic account is when Noah, in his desperation, calls out to his son, urging him to join them on the ark. The son, however, refuses, choosing to climb a mountain to escape the rising waters. Noah's heart breaks, and with it, the weight of his mission becomes clear. The flood was not just a physical separation from the wicked, but an emotional one. A father, helpless in his love, unable to save his own flesh and blood. And as the waters rose higher, Noah's cries echoed in the wind, a sound that would be carried by the storm forever. In the Christian account, Noah's obedience is often seen as an act of faith that led to salvation not only for him but for the world to come. The Quran, however, focuses more sharply on the relationship between the prophet and his people. The flood is not just a cleansing of the earth, but a purification of the soul. Noah's obedience was not just about building an ark, it was about submitting to God's will, no matter the cost. His faith was tested not just by the physical storm, but by the rejection of those he had tried so hard to save. It was a heart-wrenching test of patience and devotion. As the storm raged, Noah's heart was torn. He had preached for so long, and yet the people still rejected him. In his pain, he called out to God, asking why his people could not see the truth. The Quran speaks of Noah's prayer with tenderness, a moment where the prophet, though righteous, is deeply human. He feels the weight of his failure, the weight of the storm that cannot be stopped. But God's answer is clear: the flood is a test, and those who reject the truth will be lost. It is not Noah's fault, it is the fault of those who refuse to listen. As the ark sailed through the floodwaters, the sky grew darker. But with each passing moment, there was a flicker of light, a reminder that even in the darkest storm, God's mercy would prevail. Noah and his followers were safe, protected in the ark, while the world outside was washed away. But it was not just the physical destruction that marked the end of the flood, it was the spiritual renewal that came with it. The waters had cleansed the earth, yes, but they had also cleansed the hearts of those who survived. The flood, in this sense, was not just a punishment but a rebirth. When the ark finally came to rest on the mountain, and the waters receded, the land was bare, the air fresh, and the world waiting for new life. Noah and his followers had survived, and the earth was theirs to rebuild. But as they stepped onto the land, they were not just stepping into a new world. They were stepping into a new covenant with God. The flood was not just a historical event, it was a promise of renewal, of hope. It was a reminder that no matter how much darkness may consume the earth, God's mercy will always find a way to bring forth light. In the Quran, as in the Bible, the story of Noah and the flood is more than just a tale of destruction. It is a story of salvation, of mercy, of faith tested and proven true. But in the Islamic account, the flood also serves as a reminder that no matter how far humans stray from the path, God's justice will always prevail. And for those who have faith, there is always a chance to start again. The storm had come at last. The heavens roared, the sky split open, and the earth trembled beneath the weight of the flood. In the midst of this chaos stood three men, each a beacon of faith, each carrying the weight of the world in his heart. From their vantage points, separated by time and space, each one faced the same storm in his own way. Noah, and Ibrahim all knew the storm was a divine reckoning, yet each found himself in the heart of a different narrative, shaped by his own people's understanding of God's will. The flood, though they all shared it in some way, would be remembered and retold in ways that both bound them together and drew lines between them. Noah stood in the silence before the rain. His eyes gazed at the ark he had built, his heart heavy with the weight of the coming flood. The people had rejected him, mocked him, refused to see the truth. And now, as the first raindrops fell, he knew the time had come. The flood would cleanse the earth, and those who had faith would survive. The story of Noah's flood, told in the Bible, speaks of divine justice, mercy, and salvation. It tells of a world corrupted by sin, a world that needed to be washed clean. God, in His mercy, instructed Noah to build an ark, and through that ark, Noah, his family, and the animals would survive. The flood came as both a punishment and a renewal, a chance for humanity to start again. In the Islamic tradition, the flood is seen through the eyes of Noah. His story, though similar in many ways, carries its own weight. The Quran's account does not focus as much on the building of the ark, but on the defiance of those who rejected the message. Noah, like Noah, preached to his people for years, warning them of the flood, urging them to repent. When the waters came, it was not only a physical separation but a spiritual one. The flood was a cleansing, a consequence of the disobedience of the people. Noah's sorrow was not only for the destruction of the world, but for those he could not save, even his own son who chose not to believe. And then there was Ibrahim. His story, though not as directly tied to the flood as Noah or Noah's, carried its own lessons. Ibrahim, known as Abraham in the Bible, was the father of faith, the man who had been tested by fire and by sacrifice. His story was one of unwavering trust in God, of standing firm in the face of trial. Though his story did not involve the flood, it was a story of salvation in its own right. God had saved him from the fire, and God had promised that through his line, many nations would rise. Ibrahim's legacy was one of promise, of faith that transcended the floodwaters and the generations that followed. In all three traditions, the flood served as a profound symbol, a divine reckoning, a separation of the righteous from the wicked, and a chance for new beginnings. But the way each tradition framed the flood was different. In the Jewish and Christian traditions, Noah's flood was seen as a cleansing of a world that had fallen into sin. It was a response to the corruption of mankind, and God's choice to save Noah and his family marked the beginning of a new covenant with humanity. In the Islamic tradition, the flood was also a judgment, but it carried a sense of inevitability. The people had been warned, and their refusal to repent led to their destruction. Noah, the faithful prophet, was the one who had to bear witness to the devastating consequences of their disobedience. Each account of the flood carries within it the seeds of faith and renewal, but the underlying messages are nuanced by the perspectives of the different traditions. For the Jews and Christians, the flood is a symbol of God's promise, a foreshadowing of the new covenant that would come through Jesus Christ. The rainbow that followed the storm was a sign of that promise, a reminder that God would never again destroy the earth by water. For Muslims, the flood carries a different kind of symbolism, one of divine justice and mercy. Noah's story is not just about the destruction of the wicked, but about the perseverance of faith in the face of adversity. And then there were the lessons each tradition drew from the flood. In Christianity, the flood was seen as a precursor to salvation, a moment when the righteous were spared from the wrath of God, just as the faithful would later be spared through Christ's sacrifice. In Islam, the flood was a warning, a call to repentance, a reminder that no one is exempt from God's judgment, no matter their status or lineage. For the Jews, the flood was a story of covenant, a testament to God's promise that his people would always be protected, even when the world seemed to fall apart. The differences between these stories are not just theological, they are also cultural. They reflect the different experiences and challenges faced by each faith community. For the Jews, the flood was a story of survival, of the preservation of a people chosen by God. For Christians, it was a story of salvation, of redemption through Christ. For Muslims, it was a story of divine justice, a reminder of the consequences of ignoring God's commands. Yet, despite these differences, the flood stories also serve as a common thread between the three Abrahamic religions. They all point to a higher truth, the need for faith, the importance of obedience to God, and the hope of redemption. In interfaith dialogues, these stories become a bridge, a point of connection between traditions that may seem distant at times but share a common heritage. In every flood narrative, there is a moment of reckoning, a moment when humanity faces the consequences of its actions. But there is also a moment of mercy, a moment when those who are faithful are given a chance to rebuild, to start again. The storm may come, but there is always hope on the other side. And in that hope, across the traditions, there is a shared understanding of the human condition, the struggle to be faithful, the test of obedience, and the promise of new beginnings. These narratives are not just ancient stories, they are living, breathing lessons that continue to shape the beliefs and practices of millions around the world. And as we reflect on them, we are reminded of the power of faith, the importance of repentance, and the eternal hope that, no matter how great the flood, there is always a way forward. The rain fell in torrents, endless sheets of water, drowning everything in its path. The sky, once filled with the warmth of sunlight, now seemed to pulse with an angry, relentless force. The heavens had turned on earth, and no one could escape its fury. Among the few who survived, two figures stood in the wreckage, clinging to each other for dear life. Deucalion and Pyrrha, the last of their kind, had lost everything. The world they had known was gone, swept away by the floods that seemed to have no end. Their story, ancient yet timeless, carried with it a deep sorrow, a sense of loss that could only be understood by those who had witnessed destruction on a scale unimaginable. As the waters receded, leaving behind a lifeless, desolate land, Deucalion and Pyrrha looked around at the emptiness. The gods had washed away humanity. There was no one left, nothing but the two of them. The weight of it pressed on them both, an unbearable silence that echoed through the void. But even in the face of such despair, a glimmer of hope remained. From the depths of their grief, Deucalion and Pyrrha had something that no flood, no punishment, could take away: their love for each other. Together, they were the last, the chosen to repopulate the earth, to rebuild what had been lost. But how? The world lay before them, barren and broken, and yet, there was the spark of something new, a possibility. The gods had spared them, not out of mercy alone, but with a purpose. A flood had come as punishment, a cleansing of the earth, a response to the sins of mankind. Humanity had been too prideful, too full of itself. It had forgotten the will of the gods and allowed its hubris to carry it to destruction. Deucalion and Pyrrha, however, had been different. They had been pious, virtuous, the last remnants of a people who had not forgotten their place in the world. Yet now, with the world as their canvas, they faced a terrifying challenge. How would they repopulate the earth, rebuild civilization, and honor the gods? The task seemed impossible. But there was a whisper in the wind, a voice carried on the breath of the gods, that told them what they must do. "Throw the bones of your mother behind you," the voice said, its message simple, its meaning profound. Deucalion and Pyrrha stood still for a moment, unsure. What did this mean? The bones of their mother? They had no answers, only the echo of the gods' will. Hesitantly, Deucalion lifted a stone from the ground, and Pyrrha did the same. Together, they threw the stones behind them, trusting in the guidance of the gods. The moment they did, something miraculous happened. The earth responded. The stones they had cast behind them began to change, to stir. What had once been lifeless fragments became figures, human forms, strong and whole, rising from the very ground they stood upon. The bones of their mother had not been just stones, they had been a seed, a symbol of life, of rebirth. As the figures rose, they looked at Deucalion and Pyrrha, and with that, the world began anew. But this was not an easy birth. The earth itself groaned as it gave rise to new life, a life that was not quite the same as what had come before. The flood had washed away the old ways, the old sins. The new world, the world Deucalion and Pyrrha would build, was a world of humility, of respect for the gods and the forces beyond human control. The lessons of the flood would live on in the hearts of the survivors, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of the divine and the dangers of arrogance. In the stories of the Greek gods, the flood was a moment of judgment, but also of rebirth. It was a time when the old order was swept away, and from the chaos of destruction, something new emerged. For Deucalion and Pyrrha, the flood was both a curse and a blessing. The waters had taken everything, but in the silence that followed, they were given a new chance. They were tasked with starting over, with rebuilding not just their own lives, but the very fabric of humanity. Their story, like the flood itself, is one of transformation, of destruction, yes, but also of renewal. The ancient Greeks understood that even in the most tragic of events, there could be hope. Even in the face of overwhelming loss, there could be a rebirth. The flood was not just a punishment, it was an opportunity, a chance for mankind to learn, to grow, and to become something better. The cultural context of this myth is also deeply revealing. The ancient Greeks were a people who understood the delicate balance between humanity and the gods. They knew that the gods could be both merciful and vengeful, and that their favor was something to be earned, not taken for granted. The story of Deucalion and Pyrrha speaks to this understanding, showing that while the gods could bring destruction, they also offered a path to redemption. As Deucalion and Pyrrha stood in the aftermath of the flood, they were not just witnesses to the end of an era, but the founders of a new one. Their survival was not merely a matter of chance, it was a divine choice. The gods had selected them for their virtue, and through their actions, they would become the parents of a new generation, one that would carry the lessons of the flood with them. The themes of the flood myth are powerful and universal. The idea of destruction and rebirth, of the cleansing of the old to make way for the new, speaks to something deep within the human spirit. It reminds us that even in the darkest of times, there is the possibility of renewal. It teaches us that the mistakes of the past can be forgiven, but that we must learn from them if we are to move forward. And perhaps most importantly, it shows us that no matter how great the destruction, there is always the chance for a new beginning, a fresh start. In the end, the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha is not just the story of two people surviving a flood. It is the story of all of us, struggling to rebuild after our own floods, our own moments of devastation. It is a reminder that, no matter how much we lose, there is always the possibility of something new, something beautiful, rising from the ashes. The sky was torn open, lightning cutting through the blackness like jagged blades, a thunderous roar shaking the very bones of the earth. It wasn't a storm, it was something far worse, something ancient and terrifying, the end of worlds. Bergelmir could feel it in his veins, the cold creeping into his skin, the air growing heavier with each passing moment. As the waters rose higher and higher, swallowing everything in its path, the gods themselves trembled. The giants, once feared and powerful, now faced their greatest enemy, not the gods of Asgard, but something much older, much darker, a flood sent by the chaos itself. Bergelmir, the giant of Jotunheim, stood at the edge of the abyss. Around him, his people screamed in terror, running from the surging waters that swallowed their homes, their forests, their very lives. They had survived wars, betrayals, and the anger of the gods, but this was something different. This was a reckoning. The water kept rising, relentless, indifferent to the cries of the innocent. The world itself seemed to collapse in on itself. Everything the giants had known, every legacy they had built, was being wiped away in a single stroke. Bergelmir's heart hammered in his chest, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw his ancestors' faces in the storm, silent, waiting, watching. He didn't know how long it had been, hours? Days? The waters had already swallowed the land, consuming every familiar shape, every form of life. But Bergelmir had one thing the others did not, the will to survive. As his kin perished around him, he grabbed his wife, his child, and his trusted companion, and together, they climbed onto a massive, sturdy log, one of the few remnants of the old world that hadn't been swept away. They held tight, their faces grim, their hearts filled with dread. There was no time for prayer, no time for hope. Only survival. And as the floodwaters continued to rise, it seemed as though everything was lost. Yet, against all odds, they survived. For Bergelmir and those who clung to him, the flood was the beginning of something new. From the waters that had consumed the land, they emerged. The flood had wiped away the old, but it had not claimed them. They would be the last, the bearers of a new world, the seed of a new race, destined to repopulate the earth and carry on the ancient bloodlines of Jotunheim. This was no ordinary flood. In the world of Norse mythology, the deluge was a cosmic event, a cataclysmic moment that marked the end of one world and the birth of another. It was not just a punishment, as it had been in other cultures, but a necessary upheaval, a cleansing of the old to make room for something new. In the flood, the gods had not acted out of malice or wrath, but from a recognition that the time for change had come. The world needed to be purged, stripped down to its bare essence, so that life could start anew. Bergelmir's survival was a testament to this cosmic balance. As the last of the giants, his lineage would carry the weight of the old world into the new one. He would be the father of a new generation of giants, who would rise from the wreckage of the deluge and reclaim their place in the world. His survival was a message from the gods, a signal that even in the face of destruction, there could be rebirth. The giants were not to be forgotten, they were not finished. But this wasn't just about the giants. The flood in Norse mythology had far-reaching implications for all of existence. In the aftermath of the deluge, the gods would rebuild their world. As the waters receded and the land was reborn, the gods would once again walk among mortals, guiding them, shaping them, and ensuring that the mistakes of the past were not repeated. This was the essence of the flood. It was a moment of transformation, a time when the world itself was reshaped, and everything was made new. It was not a simple act of destruction, but a necessary event in the great cycle of existence. For the giants, the flood was both a loss and a gain. The destruction of their old world meant that they were no longer the dominant force in the cosmos. But it also meant that they were given a new chance to rise again, to assert their place in the order of things. The flood was the beginning of a new chapter in their history, one that would see the giants not as enemies of the gods, but as their equals, struggling for dominance in a world that had been reborn. The mythological significance of the flood in Norse cosmology is profound. It is not simply a story of survival, but a representation of the eternal struggle between chaos and order, between destruction and creation. The flood is the boundary between the old and the new, the final act in a world that must be torn apart before it can be reborn. In the wake of the deluge, the world is purified, made ready for the gods and the giants to once again walk the earth. But even as the giants reclaim their place, the gods continue to shape the world in their own image, ensuring that order and balance are maintained. For Bergelmir, the flood was a moment of personal transformation. He had seen his world drown, his people perish, and yet he had survived. He had become the father of a new race, the one who would carry the blood of the giants into the new world. His survival was a sign that even in the darkest moments, there was the possibility of hope, of rebirth. The flood had taken everything from him, but it had not taken his spirit. And in that, Bergelmir found the strength to rebuild, to rise from the waters and forge a new path for his people. As he gazed at the land before him, the destruction still fresh in his mind, Bergelmir knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The gods had not spared them for their kindness, but for a reason. They had been chosen to rebuild, to create something better from the ruins of the past. The flood had come to cleanse, to prepare the world for something new. And now, it was up to him and his people to ensure that the new world they would create would be one of balance, of understanding, and of respect for the forces that had shaped their existence. In the end, the flood in Norse mythology is not just a story of destruction. It is a story of survival, of transformation, and of rebirth. It is a reminder that even in the face of catastrophe, there is always the possibility of renewal. And for Bergelmir, the last of the giants, it was the beginning of a new world, a world that would rise from the waters, stronger and wiser than before. The rain came, not in drops, but in sheets, endless and relentless. It fell from the heavens like the weight of 1,000 gods' tears, washing away everything in its path. Rivers that once snaked gently through the land now roared, swallowing villages, forests, and mountains. The earth groaned, cracked, and began to drown beneath the ferocious tide. Manu, the wise king of the land, stood by the riverbank, watching in disbelief as his world was consumed by water. His people screamed, their voices drowned in the thunder of the storm. He had heard the prophecy, the warning of the coming flood, but nothing could prepare him for this. The world that he had known was crumbling, and with it, the lives of his people, the very soul of his kingdom. He felt the weight of the burden pressing on his chest, the crushing responsibility to save them. But how? He was powerless against the forces of nature, powerless against the wrath of the gods. Just as hope began to fade, a small fish appeared at the edge of the river. It flickered in the current, looking up at Manu with eyes filled with wisdom. The fish spoke to him, its voice a strange melody in the storm. "King Manu," it said, "take me with you. I will guide you to safety, but you must trust me." Manu, bewildered, scooped the fish into his hands, never imagining that this small creature would be the key to his survival. As he cradled it, he felt a strange warmth, a comfort that settled in his heart. He carried it back to his palace, not knowing that the fate of the world rested in the very hands that held the tiny creature. The rain did not stop. It was as if the heavens themselves had been unleashed, and nothing could stand in their way. The floodwaters rose higher and higher, engulfing everything. Yet, the fish did not leave Manu's side. It grew larger with each passing moment, until it became a mighty creature, a massive fish whose form towered over him. The creature was no longer just a fish, it was a divine presence, a god incarnate. It was Vishnu, in his Matsya avatar, the great fish. Manu knew now that his fate, and the fate of the world, lay in the hands of this divine being. The Matsya avatar had come to save him, and through him, to preserve the knowledge of the past and protect the seeds of life for the future. Manu, the king who had once been helpless against the deluge, was now entrusted with the task of saving the world itself. With the fish's guidance, Manu built a great boat, large enough to carry the sacred wisdom of the earth, seeds, animals, and the knowledge of humankind. The waters continued to rise, but with the help of Matsya, the boat sailed through the storm. As the floodwaters raged, Manu and the fish drifted on, witnessing the destruction of the old world and the birth of a new one. The storm raged for days, then weeks, then months. The boat floated on a sea of desolation, a silent witness to the end of the old world. But even as the earth was being cleansed, Manu felt a strange peace, for he knew that life would return. The fish was with him, guiding him through the chaos, and in its eyes, he saw the promise of renewal. The deluge would pass. It always did. And when it did, the world would be reborn. And so it was. After the waters had receded and the skies cleared, Manu and his boat came to rest on the peaks of the Himalayas. The earth, once drowned, was now dry. The storm had passed, and the world, though scarred, was ready for a new beginning. In the silence that followed, Manu stood at the bow of his boat, gazing at the land that stretched out before him. The world had been washed clean, and from the wreckage of the past, new life would spring forth. Manu stepped down from the boat, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had witnessed. He knew that he had been chosen for this task, that his survival had not been by chance, but by divine will. He had been given a second chance, not just for himself, but for all of humanity. The fish, now resting at his feet, had been his guide, his protector, and his savior. With the Matsya avatar's blessing, Manu set about the task of repopulating the earth. He released the seeds he had carried in the boat, planting them in the fertile soil of the new world. Animals that had been spared from the flood began to multiply, and the human race, too, would find its place again in the world. The flood had been a test, a trial by water, and Manu had passed. He had emerged from the storm with the knowledge and the responsibility to rebuild. But the story of Manu and the Matsya avatar is not just a tale of survival. It is a story of creation and preservation, a reminder of the delicate balance between destruction and renewal. The flood is not merely a punishment, but a necessary cleansing, a means of clearing away the old so that the new can take root. Just as the floodwaters washed away the sins and failings of the past, so too did they create a blank slate for the future. The Matsya avatar, in the form of the divine fish, is a symbol of protection and guidance. It is the force that preserves the seeds of life and carries them through the storm. In this story, the fish represents the divine will, a force that not only saves but ensures that life continues. Through Manu, the message is clear: even in the darkest of times, even when the world seems to be falling apart, there is always hope for renewal. There is always a chance for life to begin again. As the world began to heal, Manu knew that the flood had not been a curse but a blessing in disguise. The earth had been wiped clean of the impurities that had plagued it, and now, with the guidance of the divine, it could begin anew. Life would return, as it always did, and the cycle of creation and preservation would continue. The Matsya avatar had ensured that the world would not be lost, but reborn, and with it, the promise of a future full of hope and possibility. In the end, the story of Manu and the Matsya avatar is a reminder of the eternal dance between destruction and creation, of the divine forces that shape the world, and of the resilience of life itself. It is a story of survival, yes, but also of transformation, of the power of the divine to renew and preserve the world, even in its darkest hour. The sky had darkened long before the first drop of rain fell. The winds howled like the wails of lost souls, a warning no one could ignore. In the heart of the ancient Celtic lands, the forest stood still, as if the trees themselves held their breath, waiting for the storm. The rivers, once gentle and flowing, began to stir, whispering secrets of something terrible, something unstoppable. No one had foreseen the flood, but the land, it seemed, had been preparing for it all along. A young woman, Ashlyn, stood at the edge of the river, her eyes fixed on the distant hills. She had heard the tales of old, the stories passed down through generations. Of the great floods, of the gods' wrath and the cleansing of the earth. But she had never believed them, not truly. Until now. The waters rose slowly at first, creeping over the banks as if testing their limits. But soon, the river seemed to grow impatient, lapping against the earth with increasing force. The trees shook, their roots straining against the rising tide, and in the distance, Ashlyn could hear the sound of water crashing against the rocks. It wasn't just the river that had come alive, it was the earth itself. The flood was coming. In the midst of the storm, Ashlyn's mind raced back to the legends. She remembered the old stories her grandmother had whispered by the fire, the ones that spoke of great floods sent by the gods to reshape the world. These floods, she had said, were not just acts of destruction, but of transformation. They washed away the old and made way for the new. It was a cycle, a constant ebb and flow of life and death, of creation and destruction. The gods of the Celtic lands, those wild and untamed forces, knew that only through chaos could something beautiful be born again. As the waters began to swell, Ashlyn rushed back to her village. She had heard the warning bells, the ancient call for the people to gather, to seek shelter in the high hills where the floodwaters could not reach. But even as she moved, the sky darkened further, and the winds grew fiercer. She could feel the pulse of the land beneath her feet, the very earth shuddering in anticipation. It wasn't just the flood she feared, it was what it represented. The stories told of how the land itself could be swallowed whole by the waters. Of how entire villages, once thriving with life, were lost beneath the waves, their inhabitants left to wander as shadows, their names forgotten by time. The flood was not a simple storm, it was the wrath of the gods, the judgment of nature itself. But there were other tales too, ones that whispered of survival, of the gods offering sanctuary to the chosen few. There was a sense of hope woven into the flood myths of the Celts. Some spoke of a great vessel, a sacred boat that would carry the people through the storm, their survival ensured by the favor of the gods. Others spoke of the Ancient Ones, spirits who would guide those in need and protect them from the deluge. For in the world of the Celts, no disaster was ever without meaning. Every flood carried with it the promise of rebirth, of life returning after the waters had receded. As Ashlyn climbed the hill, her heart pounded with fear, but also with something else, something stronger, something that burned within her chest like the fire of an ancient flame. The flood had come, but she would not be swallowed by it. She would survive. The village would survive. The gods would protect them. She held on to that belief with all her might, even as the rain poured down in torrents, flooding the land below. The villagers gathered on the hilltop, huddled together in silence. Ashlyn could hear the sound of the floodwaters rising below them, their roar echoing through the night. She looked around at the faces of the people she had known her whole life, each one etched with fear, but also with resolve. They would face this storm together, as they had faced so many other trials before. This was just another challenge, another test of their strength. And in that moment, Ashlyn felt it, the presence of something ancient, something that watched over them. It was the land itself, the spirits of the earth, the gods who had once walked among them. They had not abandoned them. They had not turned their backs on their people. The flood was not a punishment, it was a lesson, a chance to rebuild, to begin anew. The floodwaters reached the hill, but they did not come any further. The land held steady, and the storm passed. The wind began to die down, and the rain eased, leaving behind a heavy silence. The flood had come and gone, but the village had survived. The earth had been tested, and it had proven its strength. The following days were spent rebuilding, as the survivors set to work, clearing the debris and tending to the crops that had been washed away. The gods had sent the flood to cleanse the land, but they had also sent a message of resilience, of hope, and of rebirth. In the face of destruction, the Celts knew that the land would always heal, and that life would always return. Ashlyn stood at the edge of the river once again, watching the waters that had once risen to such terrifying heights now recede back into their banks. She could see the lush green fields beyond, the land already beginning to heal, the crops sprouting once more. It was as though the earth had been reborn. The flood had passed, but its legacy would remain, a reminder of the power of the gods, the strength of the land, and the unbreakable spirit of the people. In the flood myths of the Celts, there was always a sense that the land itself was alive, that the forces of nature were not to be feared, but respected. The flood was not just a story of destruction, it was a story of the earth's eternal cycle, of life and death, of chaos and renewal. And as Ashlyn looked out over the land, she knew that the gods would continue to watch over them, guiding them through whatever storms lay ahead. For in the heart of every Celt, there was the belief that no matter how fierce the storm, no matter how high the floodwaters rose, the land would always survive. And so, too, would they. The night had fallen heavy, the air thick with the scent of rain that had already begun to fall in soft, rhythmic patterns. In a village nestled among the mountains, ancient eyes stared at the distant horizon, eyes that had witnessed countless storms, but tonight, they watched with anticipation. For tonight, the elders had gathered around the fire, a fire that crackled with more than just heat. It whispered, too, whispered of stories from lands far and wide, stories of floods that had swept through ancient lands, of waters that had risen high above the earth, erasing all but the brave and the chosen. One voice broke the silence. It was a voice of an old storyteller, with a weathered face and a long, silver beard. His voice, though trembling with age, carried the weight of something deeper, something older. Long ago, before the rivers had names, before the mountains had faces, the world was cleansed by water. Not just here, but everywhere. He paused, letting the words settle like dust in the air. The flames from the fire flickered, casting long shadows on the faces of those around him. The flood was not a tale of destruction, he explained, but of renewal. It was the cycle of the world, the waters that came to wash away the old, to cleanse the earth, to make way for something new. And this cycle, he said, was not confined to this land. It was told in the lands of the east, across the seas, and beyond the mountains. It was a story shared by many, a story woven into the very fabric of the world's people, each one of them knowing the power of the water, the strength of the earth, and the gods who ruled them. He spoke of Manu, the wise man from the east, who had been warned of a flood that would engulf the world. Manu, the protector of life, had built a boat and saved the seeds of all living things. He had heard the voice of the god, Vishnu, who had taken the form of a great fish to guide him through the floodwaters. The boat had sailed over the waves, over the lands that were swallowed by the great deluge, until it came to rest on the peak of the mountain. And as the waters receded, Manu's boat carried with it the hope of rebirth, the promise of life after the storm. The storyteller's voice softened as he moved to the west, to a land of vast oceans and great storms, where another flood had once swept across the world. The story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, two souls chosen by the gods to survive the flood that had wiped away all of mankind, echoed across the firelight. They, too, had been guided by the gods, who had instructed them to throw stones behind them to repopulate the earth. And from those stones, new life had emerged, the earth had been restored, and the gods had given their blessing to the world once more. And then there was the tale of the biblical flood, a story carried through generations in the West, where Noah had built an ark to save the creatures of the earth. The waters had risen to cover all that was known, but Noah's faith had been unwavering. He had survived the storm, and with him, the promise of a new world had been sealed. The elders gathered around the fire listened in silence, their minds weaving the threads of these stories, drawing the connections between them. There was a truth to them all, they realized, a truth that stretched across cultures, across time, and across the very foundations of the earth. The stories of floods, of cleansing waters, were not just stories, they were the echoes of something ancient, something primal that lived within every person, every people. They were stories of survival, of hope, and of renewal. But what struck them most was not just the similarities, the flood, the boat, the promise of rebirth, but the uniqueness of each tale. Each one had its own flavor, its own identity, shaped by the land and the people who told it. The gods of the east, the gods of the west, and the gods of the north, they all had their own way of guiding their people through the storm. In each story, there was something sacred, something that spoke to the heart of what it meant to be human, to be a part of this world and yet separate from it, to face the greatest of challenges and emerge from it with the hope of something better. The flood was not merely an event in time, it was a concept, a symbol of the continuous cycle of life, death, and rebirth that could be seen in every river, in every rainstorm, in the changing of the seasons. It was the flood that cleansed, but it was also the flood that nourished. From the soil washed away by the waters, new seeds could be planted, new lives could begin. And then there were the differences, the subtle yet significant distinctions between the stories. In some, the flood was sent by gods angry at the wickedness of humanity, a punishment for their sins. In others, the flood was sent to purify the earth, to rid it of the old ways and make space for something new. Some floods carried with them a message of warning, while others were a testament to the unbreakable bond between the gods and their people. In each story, there was a balance, a harmony between destruction and creation, between the storm and the calm that followed. As the fire crackled and the night wore on, the villagers began to see the connections, not just between the stories, but between the people. The gods, in their many forms, were the same in essence, though their names and faces had changed. The flood, too, was the same. It was a force of nature, a reminder of the power that lay beyond human understanding, a reminder that life could not be controlled, that it could be swept away in an instant, but also that it could be reborn. And in that moment, under the darkened sky, as the winds began to calm and the rain slowed, the villagers understood something deeper. These flood myths, these stories that had traveled across the lands and across generations, were more than just tales of ancient gods, they were the shared heartbeat of all people. The flood had washed over the world, but in doing so, it had brought them all together, united by a common experience, a common truth. The flames of the fire flickered as the last words were spoken, and the villagers sat in silence, each one lost in thought. The flood had come and gone, but its legacy lived on, not just in the stories they told, but in the shared understanding that the waters were not just something to fear, they were something to honor, something to learn from, something that connected them all. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the coming storm. The skies darkened, heavy with the promise of something vast, something unstoppable. The waters rose from the rivers and lakes, surging with the fury of 1,000 years of forgotten rage. People fled from their homes, desperate to escape the creeping flood that threatened to drown everything they knew. But in the distance, a figure stood tall, his gaze unwavering. He had heard the whispers of the water, felt its power pulling at his heart, but he did not fear it. Instead, he prepared to face it head-on. You the Great. His name would be spoken for generations, sung in stories, and etched in the hearts of the people. A leader, a ruler, a hero, the one who took the burden of a flooding world upon his shoulders and did not turn away. The flood, a disaster that had plagued his land for years, had no mercy. It was an overwhelming force that swept away villages, destroyed crops, and left nothing but devastation in its wake. It was a battle that could not be fought with swords or shields. No, this was a war that demanded something deeper, something beyond the physical realm. It demanded a mind sharp as the blade, a heart strong enough to bear the weight of an entire people. You had inherited the burden of flood control from his father, Gun. Gun had failed, had tried to block the floods with dams and barriers, but the water had torn down every one of his efforts. He had fought the flood with his mind, but the flood was relentless. It could not be defeated by force, it needed to be understood, controlled, and guided. You, having seen his father's failure, knew that he could not make the same mistake. Instead of fighting against the water, he would work with it. He would tame it, teach it to follow the path of the land, to no longer rage and destroy but to flow with purpose. He was determined, not just for his people's survival, but for the very soul of the land. The people had already suffered so much, and their hope had begun to wane. It was up to him to bring them salvation. For 13 long years, you worked tirelessly. He did not sleep in his own bed, did not see his family. Instead, he traveled from village to village, from mountain to mountain, using every resource available to him. The water had to be channeled, the land had to be reshaped. He did not shy away from the hard labor. He dug canals, built embankments, and carved paths for the waters to flow. He worked with the earth, not against it, understanding that the land itself held the key to their survival. There were times when the people doubted him. They saw the endless work, the toll it took on Yu's body, his mind, and his spirit. They saw the rain, the floods, the ever-present threat of disaster, and they wondered if they had placed their faith in the right person. But Yu did not stop. Even when the flood seemed insurmountable, when the weight of the task threatened to break him, he kept moving forward. And then, at last, after 13 years of unyielding effort, Yu stood on a mountain, watching as the water finally began to obey the channels he had carved. The river, which had once been wild and uncontrollable, now flowed calmly along its new path, a path that Yu had given it. It no longer surged over the land, no longer destroyed everything in its wake. The water was no longer a force of devastation, but a tool for life, flowing gently across the land, nourishing the crops and the villages below. The people cheered, their voices rising in a single, unified cry of joy. They had seen their homes flooded, their lives destroyed, but now they saw something new. A future, a promise of peace, had been brought to them by the man who had refused to give in to the flood. The flood that had once been their greatest enemy was now their ally. Yu the Great had saved them, not by force, not by defeating the water, but by understanding it. He had shown the people that sometimes, the greatest power lies not in fighting against the world, but in working with it, and finding the balance between nature's strength and humanity's will. And from that day on, Yu's name was forever linked to the flood. He was no longer just a man, he was a symbol of resilience, of the ability to change the course of fate with determination and wisdom. He became the embodiment of hope for a people who had once been overwhelmed by the forces of nature, now standing tall with the belief that no challenge was too great, no flood too deep. Yu's success was not just in his control over the waters, but in how he became a part of the land. His work, his perseverance, had become an integral part of the very culture he had saved. The lessons of the flood, the lessons of patience, of balance, of working with nature instead of against it, had shaped the governance of China itself. From that moment, every ruler, every leader, would understand that true power did not come from brute strength, but from wisdom, from understanding the forces at work in the world and learning to guide them. The floods, which had once been a symbol of destruction, became a symbol of resilience. The flood legends that arose from this time were not just stories of a single hero, but stories of the collective spirit of a people who, like the waters themselves, could rise, flow, and carve new paths. You had shown them that even the greatest storms could be weathered, that even the most devastating forces could be transformed into something that sustained and nurtured life. And so, the people continued to tell the story of Yu the Great for generations to come, not just as a tale of flood control, but as a reminder that there is always hope, even in the face of overwhelming forces. The flood would come again, as floods always do, but as long as the memory of Yu remained, so too would the strength to face it. The sky above the village darkened as the winds howled, carrying with them the scent of an approaching storm. The people, though used to the rains, knew that this time, it was different. The clouds hung heavy and ominous, threatening to drown the earth in a deluge that could not be escaped. In the heart of the village, an elder stood quietly, watching the heavens with a mixture of reverence and fear. For she knew that the storm was not just a force of nature, it was a message from the kami. The kami, the gods and spirits that filled every corner of the Japanese world, were powerful, capricious beings. They controlled the wind, the water, the trees, and the rivers. And in the traditions of Shinto, the kami were more than distant deities, they were active, present forces in the lives of the people. When the kami were angered, nature itself would turn against them. And the flood was one of the most potent expressions of that anger. The elder had heard the stories since she was a child, stories of floods sent by the gods to purify the earth, to wash away the wrongdoings of the people. In one such tale, it was said that the great kami, Tegmanakata, had once flooded the land as punishment for human pride. The people had become arrogant, forgetting the humility that nature demanded. They had taken too much from the land, and in return, Tegmanakata unleashed a flood that ravaged the fields, drowning crops and drowning the pride of the people. The storm was violent, but it was not without reason. The Kami had acted not out of malice, but out of a deep desire to restore balance. The elder remembered the warning her grandmother had given her, the same warning passed down through generations: when the Kami speak, listen. The floods may come, but they will leave behind renewal. She could hear her grandmother's voice in the back of her mind now as the wind began to pick up, as the first drops of rain began to fall. She felt it, a shiver along her spine, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. It wasn't just the gods who sent the floods. Sometimes, it was the spirits of nature themselves, the Kami of the mountains, the rivers, the forests. In one story, a river Kami, Kawano Kami, had fallen in love with a human woman. She was kind and pure, a lover of the river's waters, but the people around her grew envious of the river's blessing. They began to take more than they needed from the river, diverting its waters for their own gain. The river Kami, heartbroken by the betrayal, turned the river into a force of vengeance, flooding the villages and sweeping away everything in its path. The woman, desperate to save her people, pleaded with the river Kami to stop, offering her life in exchange for mercy. But the Kami was not easily appeased. He had seen too much greed, too much disrespect for the natural world. It was only when the woman promised to teach the people the ways of respect and balance that the Kami relented. The floodwaters slowly receded, but the damage was done. It was a hard lesson, one that left deep scars on the land. Yet, the people learned, slowly, painfully, that the Kami were not to be taken lightly. Floods, in these stories, were not just natural disasters. They were reflections of the world's imbalance, sent to restore order. The Kami did not act out of malice, but out of necessity. They washed away the filth, the greed, the pride, and the arrogance that had taken root in the hearts of men. The floods were a cleansing, a return to the purity that the world had lost. As the rain fell heavier, the elder felt her heart pound in her chest. She could hear the sound of rushing water in the distance, a river that had swollen far beyond its banks, its course now threatening to spill over into the village. She stood at the edge of the river, gazing out at the water, waiting. The Kami were near. She could feel their presence, their power, just beneath the surface of the world. She whispered a prayer, asking for guidance, for protection. The floodwaters rose with terrifying speed, their power greater than anything the village had ever seen. The earth seemed to shake beneath the weight of the water, and the wind howled louder than before. The elder knew this was no ordinary storm. The Kami had come, and their message was clear: the balance had been disrupted, and now it had to be restored. With each passing moment, the village seemed to grow smaller, more fragile against the mighty flood. The people scrambled to evaluate, but the water was too fast, too strong. Some cried out for help, but others were silent, knowing that the Kami were not enemies. They were a part of the world, and the world could not exist without them. As the floodwaters surged forward, the elder held her ground, knowing that her role was not to fight the flood but to endure it, to survive and help others to do the same. She thought of the stories, of the Kami and their anger, but also of their mercy. She thought of the woman who had pleaded with Kawano Kami to stop the flood, and how the river had receded only when the promise of balance was made. Maybe this was the village's chance to learn once again, to remember that the Kami were always watching, always listening, and always ready to teach. The storm raged through the night, but by morning, the water began to recede. It was not the end of the flood, but a pause, a moment to reflect on the lessons that had been learned, or should have been learned. When the floodwaters finally cleared, the elder stood once again at the edge of the river, watching as the land began to emerge from beneath the water's grip. The Kami had left their mark, not as an enemy, but as a teacher, as a reminder that nature would always demand respect. And as the sun broke through the clouds, she felt a quiet peace settle over her heart. The flood had come, but with it, a new beginning was born. The Kami had shown their power, their mercy, and their wisdom. The world would never be the same, but it would always be connected by the ever-present, ever-watchful Kami, whose hands shaped the land and the water, and whose voices echoed in the hearts of those who truly listened. The thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning that echoed through the mountains and across the valleys. It was the kind of sound that made the blood run cold and the heart beat a little faster, as if nature itself was holding its breath. In the village, the people paused, their eyes drawn to the sky, where dark clouds churned and gathered with unnatural speed. A strange stillness had fallen over the land, a heaviness in the air that made everyone uneasy. A legend told of a time when such storms brought more than just rain. Long ago, the world had been flooded in a torrent of water, a flood that had swallowed cities and villages, homes and families. The storm had been a test, one set by the gods, to cleanse the earth and its people. And now, as the villagers looked to the sky, they couldn't help but wonder, was it happening again? The story of the Great Flood was etched into their culture, passed down from generation to generation. It was not just a tale of devastation, but a story of survival, of hope, and of the power of the gods who watched over them. In the legends, there was always a hero, a chosen one who would fight against the tide, who would stand against the flood and protect the people. The gods, in their mysterious and unpredictable ways, had their reasons, but the people always believed there was a lesson to be learned. One such story was that of the flood brought by the dragon, Mythology, a creature said to live in the deep waters, watching over the earth with greedy eyes. The dragon had seen the greed and arrogance of mankind, and decided that they needed to be reminded of their place in the world. So, Mythology caused the rivers to swell and the seas to rise, sending waves crashing over the land. The floodwaters were merciless, flooding everything in their path, leaving nothing untouched. The people prayed to the gods, begging for mercy, but it seemed as though the flood would never end. Among the villagers, there was a boy named Hasuk. He had heard the stories, as all children did, of the great floods that had once ravaged the land. But he had never truly believed them, until now. As the rain began to fall, heavy and fast, Hasuk knew that the stories were no longer just stories. The flood was real, and it was coming for them. His father, a fisherman, had always spoken of the old ways, the ways of the river and the sea. He had taught Hasuk to read the signs in the sky, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. The water knows more than we do, his father had told him. It moves and flows with the rhythm of the earth. But if you listen closely, you can hear its heart. If you understand it, you can survive it. That night, as the storm grew fiercer and the wind howled like a wolf, Hasuk went to the river, the place his father had taken him so many times. The river was rising, its water surging, as if it were alive, as if it were angry. Hasuk could feel the power of it, the pulse that his father had spoken of, beating faster and faster, like a warning. He stood there, his feet sinking into the muddy ground, and closed his eyes. The rain poured down, soaking him to the bone, but he didn't move. He focused, listening to the rhythm of the water. And then, just as his father had told him, he understood. The river was not just a force of nature, it was a reflection of the people themselves. The flood had come because of their greed, their disregard for the land. The water was a reminder, a lesson that the earth would always demand respect. As Hasuk stood by the river, a flash of light caught his eye. A figure appeared from the mist, a woman cloaked in white, her face obscured by the rain. She moved with a grace that seemed to defy the storm, her footsteps silent against the earth. Hasuk felt a strange calm wash over him as she approached. She spoke, her voice as soft as the wind. "Do you understand now?" she asked, her words almost drowned out by the roar of the floodwaters. Hasuk nodded, his throat tight with emotion. He had always known, deep down, that the water was more than just a force to be feared. It was a teacher. It was the will of the gods, speaking through the earth, through the water, through the storms. The woman smiled, her eyes like stars in the darkness. "You have learned well. But there is still much to be done. The flood will not end until the lesson is understood by all." With those words, she vanished into the mist, leaving Hasuk standing alone in the pouring rain. The water had risen higher now, almost up to his waist, and the wind whipped around him, but he didn't move. He had seen the truth. The flood was not just a punishment, it was a chance for renewal. The land needed to be cleansed, the people needed to remember the old ways, the balance that must be maintained between man and nature. As the waters began to recede, Hasuk returned to the village, his heart heavy but full of understanding. The storm had passed, but the flood had left its mark. The land was changed, scarred by the waters, but it was not the end. It was a beginning. The people had been given a chance to start again, to rebuild their relationship with the earth. The village was silent as the morning light broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the wet earth. The flood had gone, but its lessons remained. The people gathered together, looking to the river, the source of both life and destruction. They had learned that the waters were not to be taken lightly. They were the spirits of the earth, and they could be as merciful as they were fierce. The gods had spoken, and the people had listened. From that day forward, the river was treated with reverence. The villagers offered prayers to the water spirits, thanking them for the lessons they had learned, and asking for their continued guidance. The flood had come, but it had also gone. And in its wake, there was a new understanding, one that would shape the village and its people for generations to come. The sky grew darker than anyone had ever seen before. In the distance, the thunder rolled with a ferocity that shook the bones of the earth itself. It wasn't a normal storm, there was something different about it. The wind howled, rattling the branches of the trees and sending chills down the spines of the people in the village. Everyone knew this wasn't just a typical rainy season. The floodwaters were coming. In the heart of Southeast Asia, where the rivers wind through the jungle like ancient veins, flood myths have been passed down through generations. These are not just stories, they are memories woven into the very fabric of the land. In Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines, the rain holds a deep significance, not just as a blessing for the crops, but as a reminder of something much older, something the gods themselves had once brought to the people. In the village of Ban Mae, nestled along the banks of a great river in Thailand, the people had always lived in harmony with the water. They knew its power, felt it in their bones, and respected it with all their hearts. But one night, something changed. The river, usually so calm and gentle, began to rise. At first, it was just a trickle, unnoticed by the busy villagers. But as the evening went on, the water swelled with an unnatural speed. The villagers looked up at the sky, and they saw the stars blink out one by one. The gods were angry. An elder named Samchai stood on the riverbank, his weathered face grim as he watched the waters rise. He knew the stories. Stories of a time long ago, when the world was drowned in water. The river had once flooded the land because of the greed and pride of the people. The gods had punished them, washing away entire cities, until only a few were left to start anew. As the floodwaters rose higher and higher, Samkai's mind wandered back to the legends his father had told him, tales of the great Naga, the serpent-like god of water. The Naga, it was said, had once caused a great flood to cleanse the earth. But he was also a protector, guiding the survivors to safety, teaching them the ways of the water. It was a double-edged sword, the Naga could destroy, but he could also renew. Samchai knew that now, the Naga was watching once again, and the flood was both a warning and a promise. The land would be reborn, but only if the people remembered their place in the world. The flood was not a solitary event, it was a test, a moment of reckoning. In Indonesia, in the heart of the lush islands, similar stories were told. The people of Bali, surrounded by the rich green of their rice paddies, knew that the water had a deep connection to the gods. They believed that the rain was sent by the gods to nurture the earth, but it could also be a destructive force. Long ago, a great flood had swept through the land, and it was said to have been caused by the wrath of Batara Kala, the god of time and destruction. He had been angered by the arrogance of the people, their disregard for the balance between nature and mankind. As the floodwaters rose in Bali, the villagers gathered in the sacred temples, offering prayers and sacrifices to the gods. They believed that the flood was not merely a natural disaster, it was a manifestation of the gods' power, their warning to the people to remember humility. The flood had come before, and it would come again. But each time, it was an opportunity for renewal. Those who survived were meant to carry the lesson forward, to live in harmony with the earth and its cycles, never forgetting the delicate balance that existed between the gods and mankind. Meanwhile, across the sea in the Philippines, the islands were bathed in the same heavy rains, their rivers swollen with the tears of the gods. In the province of Luzon, a legend was told of a time when the world was flooded to its very core. A mighty god named Bathala had grown angry with the people. They had forgotten the old ways, ignored the rituals and prayers, and had become too proud. In his fury, Bathala sent a great flood to sweep away the sinners, drowning everything in its path. The waters rose so high that only a few were left, clinging to the mountaintops. In the heart of the flood, it is said, one man named Lakan found a great boat. With him, he carried the last seeds of the earth, the final hope for the world. Lakan sailed across the floodwaters, determined to keep the memory of the old gods alive, to rebuild the world once the waters had receded. As the floodwaters began to subside, Lakan planted the seeds and began anew, offering prayers of gratitude to Bathala for the chance to start over. The people of the Philippines knew that the floods were not simply disasters, they were sacred events that marked the beginning of something new. The floodwaters, though terrifying, carried with them the promise of renewal. They were a reminder that the earth could be destroyed, but it could also be reborn. Bathala, though vengeful, was also a god of mercy. Those who survived had been chosen to carry the burden of remembering, of ensuring that the mistakes of the past would never be repeated. The rain continued to fall on all three lands, and the people, though frightened, knew that they were part of something larger than themselves. The floods were not just natural occurrences, they were messages from the gods, reminders of the fragile balance that kept the world turning. The people could rebuild, could heal, but only if they remembered the lessons of the flood. The old gods were watching, as they always had, and the people would carry their stories forward, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the flood could return at any time. And so, as the floodwaters receded and the rain slowed, the villagers of Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines gathered together, bound by their shared history, their shared belief in the power of the water, and their shared understandings of the delicate relationship between mankind and the gods. They had survived, but they knew that survival came with a price they would pay in reverence and respect for the land and the forces that shaped their world. The flood was over, but its lessons would never be forgotten. The river churned as it rose higher, spilling over its banks with a thunderous roar that could be heard for miles. In every corner of the land, the people stood at the water's edge, eyes wide with fear and awe. It was as if the earth itself had opened its mouth, and the floodwaters were spilling out of the heavens. The storm that had raged for days now seemed like a living thing, a beast too large to be controlled. And yet, in the midst of the chaos, a familiar voice echoed through the air, calling out in the ancient tongue. From Thailand to Indonesia, from the Philippines to the distant shores of China, the flood myth is no stranger. It is a story known by every child, passed down through generations in the form of whispered legends, sacred chants, and quiet prayers. It speaks of an ancient flood, of the gods who sent it, and of the humans who survived, always with the knowledge that such a catastrophe could strike again. The flood, in all its terrifying glory, is the same across East and Southeast Asia, yet it carries different shades of meaning, different characters, different ways of telling it. In the East, the myth begins with Yu the Great. Yu was no ordinary man, he was a hero, chosen by the gods to fight the flood that had overtaken his world. His struggle wasn't just a battle against the water, but against his very destiny. For in China, the flood wasn't just a natural disaster. It was a test of the people's will to survive. Yu fought tirelessly, day and night, until his body became worn and scarred. And in his sacrifice, he gained the respect of the people, becoming the first emperor, the one who ruled not by divine right alone, but by the strength of his spirit. But the story of Yu is not an isolated one. Across the sea in Southeast Asia, a different flood myth took shape, but it, too, speaks of gods who send the rain and of people who must struggle against it. In Indonesia, the god's wrath came down upon the earth in the form of Batara Kala, a god who could destroy the world with his mere gaze. The flood that followed Batara Kala's anger ravaged the land, swallowing everything in its path. Yet, like the myth of Yu, there was hope. Just as Yu brought civilization back to China, the survivors of the flood were left with the responsibility of rebuilding the world. a task that could only be achieved if the people remembered their place in the grand cycle of nature. And then, in the Philippines, there is the legend of Bathala, the god who sent the Great Flood to punish mankind's pride and arrogance. But this time, the flood didn't just wipe the earth clean. It left behind a glimmer of hope as one man, Lakan, sailed across the waters with the last seeds of life. In this myth, the flood is not just destruction, it is a promise of rebirth, of renewal. Lakan's journey across the floodwaters becomes a metaphor for the human spirit's ability to endure and start anew, even when the world seems to fall apart. But what is it about these myths, so similar in their essence, that makes them uniquely tied to their cultures? The stories of East and Southeast Asia may share the same pattern. Gods send a flood, humanity suffers, and a hero emerges, but the details that separate them are just as telling. Yu's tireless struggle against the waters symbolizes China's deep reverence for order and discipline. In Indonesia, the wrath of Batara Kala is a reminder of the dangers of excess and the need for balance. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, the survival of Lakan embodies hope, sacrifice, and the resilience of the human spirit. Each culture, through its flood myth, reflects its unique values and fears, its understanding of nature's power, and its hope for survival. It's not just the heroes who shape these myths, it's the gods themselves. In China, the flood is a divine punishment, but it is also an opportunity for transformation. Yu's success in controlling the waters wasn't just about overcoming nature, it was about proving his worthiness as a ruler. His perseverance became the foundation for China's first dynasty, a symbol of the connection between divine will and human governance. The flood, in this case, is not only a disaster but a catalyst for the establishment of order. In contrast, the gods of Southeast Asia often embody a more complex relationship with humanity. Batara Kala's anger in Indonesia is not just directed at the people, but at their imbalances with nature. The flood sent by Bathala in the Philippines is not simply a punishment, but a test of survival, of hope, of faith. The survivors, unlike you, don't emerge victorious by defeating the flood itself. Instead, they emerge by enduring the flood and learning to live with the forces beyond their control. They are survivors, not conquerors. These stories, though rooted in different soils, each paint a picture of a world shaped by both the divine and the human. The flood, a natural disaster that cannot be avoided, is also a reminder of the fragility of life. In each culture, the flood myth carries the same warning: the gods have power over life and death, and humanity must respect the balance between the two. And in this delicate balance, there is a common thread that weaves through the myths of East and Southeast Asia, a thread that speaks of humility. The gods are angry, yes, but they are also forgiving. They show mercy, as they did with you, Batara Kala, and Bathala. The flood does not destroy indiscriminately, it only takes what it must to restore balance. The heroes, in their struggle, do not seek glory or power. Instead, they seek survival, they seek rebirth, they seek redemption. They become symbols of endurance, the embodiment of the human spirit's capacity to survive against all odds. The people of these lands understand this truth intimately. In their villages, under the weight of monsoon rains, they carry the stories of their ancestors, the lessons of the flood. The flood may come again, but they will not face it unprepared. They will face it with the wisdom passed down through the ages, with the hope that no matter how fierce the storm, there is always the possibility of renewal on the other side. The flood myths of East and Southeast Asia may differ in their gods, their heroes, and their lessons, but they are united by a common understanding: the water will rise, the storm will come, but there is always a way to survive, to rebuild, and to carry on. And perhaps, in that shared wisdom, lies the deepest truth of all. The sun beat down relentlessly on the golden sands of Egypt. Beneath the scorching heat, the earth lay still, a vast and ancient land of mystery. But beneath that stillness, a secret rhythm pulsed, a rhythm born of water and life. It was the Nile, the lifeblood of Egypt, the great river that had given the land its power, its prosperity, and its secrets. Without it, the civilization would have been nothing more than a scattered dream on the winds of time. The Nile was not just a river. It was the river. It was the source of all life in Egypt, and for the people, its annual flooding was both a promise and a mystery. As the water surged from its banks, it brought with it not only the fertile soil that would nourish their crops, but also a divine presence that carried whispers from the gods. And when the river flooded, the people believed that the gods themselves were drawing near, reshaping the land, and weaving their ancient magic. The flood came every year without fail, a quiet reminder of nature's power, of the rhythm of the universe that could neither be denied nor controlled. It was a force greater than the kings and pharaohs, greater than the mightiest pyramids or the grandest temples. It was the voice of the divine, telling the people that they were part of something far larger than themselves, something that stretched back to the beginning of time. But the flood was not just a force of nature. To the ancient Egyptians, it was a sacred event. It was the tear of the sky, the breath of the gods. The flood represented rebirth and renewal. The waters of the Nile were said to carry the tears of the goddess Isis, who wept for her lost husband Osiris, bringing life and growth to the land each year. The river's flooding mirrored the cycle of life itself, death, rebirth, and the unending flow of time. As the floodwaters spread across the land, they created a new world. The earth, once dry and cracked, became rich and green. Crops would grow strong, and the people's bellies would be full. It was a sacred time, a time when the veil between the mortal and divine worlds grew thin, and the gods walked among them. The Nile was not merely a physical river, it was a living entity, a force that connected the people to the divine. In the heart of this story was the god Hapi, the god of the Nile flood. To the Egyptians, Hapi was not just a deity, he was the embodiment of the river's life-giving power. He was often depicted as a large, jovial man with a headdress of reeds, his body swollen with the abundance of the floodwaters. He was the one who brought the Nile's blessing, who made the earth fertile and the people prosperous. To the Egyptians, Hapi was as real as the river itself, a god who lived in the water, who shaped the land and filled the hearts of the people with gratitude. But there was another side to the flood. Beneath the blessing of the waters lay a darker truth: the flood was not always kind. The very power that brought life also carried death. The river could become a raging force, sweeping away villages, drowning crops, and leaving destruction in its wake. Even the most sacred of lands were not immune to its fury. The gods, it seemed, could be both merciful and vengeful. It was this duality that made the flood so sacred to the people. The flood was a reminder of the gods' power, a power that could both nurture and destroy. And so, the Egyptians would turn to their gods in reverence, offering prayers and sacrifices to ensure the favor of the gods and a bountiful flood. They would look to the heavens, knowing that their fate was tied to the waters that flowed beneath them. The flood was a divine mystery, one that could never be fully understood, but would always shape the course of their lives. The symbolism of the flood in Egyptian mythology went beyond the river's physical presence. The flood represented the chaos of the cosmos, a force that existed before creation itself. In the beginning, before the world took shape, there was only water, primordial, endless, formless. The flood, with its annual rise, was a reminder of this ancient chaos, of the time before the gods brought order to the world. In the waters of the Nile, the people saw the reflection of the chaos from which the gods had emerged, and they knew that the same forces were still at work in their lives. But the flood also represented life, growth, and hope. The waters brought the promise of prosperity and abundance, and in this way, the Egyptians saw the flood as a form of divine favor. The people believed that their pharaoh, the living god on earth, had the power to control the waters, to ensure the flood would come and bring the blessings of the gods. The pharaoh's role was not just political, it was sacred. He was the bridge between the mortal world and the divine, the one who stood between the people and the river's unpredictable power. In the grand halls of the temples, priests would chant prayers and make offerings to the gods, asking for a flood that would bring the fertile waters necessary for life. They would call upon the power of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, whose death and resurrection mirrored the cycle of the Nile. For the Egyptians, the flood was not just a symbol of physical rebirth, it was a spiritual one as well. The river's rise marked the renewal of life, both on earth and in the afterlife. The flood also held deep religious significance in the context of death. Just as the waters rose and receded, so too did the cycle of life and death. The Egyptians saw the flood as a reminder that death was not the end, but rather a part of the ongoing cycle of existence. Osiris, the god of the dead, was intimately tied to the Nile, and his resurrection each year mirrored the flood's return. The flood was thus a symbol of the eternal nature of life, the promise that no matter how great the darkness, light would always return. As the waters of the Nile began to subside and the land dried once more, the people would take a moment to reflect on the divine forces that had shaped their lives. They would remember the gods, the blessings, and the hardships of the flood, knowing that the cycle would begin again. The flood, both a gift and a challenge, was the heartbeat of Egypt, the pulse that connected the people to their gods, to their ancestors, and to the eternal flow of time. In the stillness of the morning, when the waters had receded and the sun rose over the land, the people would look upon the fertile fields and know the truth. The flood was not just a force of nature. It was a divine presence, a force that shaped the world, that gave life, that connected them to the heavens. And in that sacred moment, they understood that the flood, with all its power and mystery, was as much a part of them as the very earth they stood upon. The sky was heavy with clouds, dark and foreboding, as though the heavens were holding their breath. The village was eerily silent. The animals had retreated to their shelters, and the people, sensing something unnatural, gathered in hushed circles around their fires. The elders spoke of omens, their voices low but laced with urgency. This was no ordinary storm. In the heart of the Yoruba land, tales of a great flood had been whispered for generations. It was said that long ago, when the gods walked the earth alongside humans, there had been harmony. But something shifted. Humanity grew arrogant, forgetting their place in the grand design. They stopped honoring the gods, neglecting their shrines, and allowing the sacred rituals to fade into memory. The gods, it was believed, had grown displeased. The wind began to howl that night, tearing through the village with an unrelenting force. The first drops of rain fell like tears from the sky, soft at first, then heavier, faster, until they formed a curtain of water. Rivers swelled, their banks trembling under the weight of the rushing current. The earth itself seemed to shudder, unable to contain the wrath of the deluge. Among the Yoruba, the story of Olakan, the god of the sea, carried particular weight. Olakan, a deity of unmatched power, ruled the waters with a temper as vast as the ocean itself. When humans offended Olakan, it was said, the punishment came swiftly. In one ancient tale, Olakan sent a flood to cleanse the world of its hubris. The waters rose higher and higher, swallowing villages, forests, and fields. Only a handful of the faithful survived, those who had not forgotten to offer prayers and respect. They climbed to the tallest palm trees and held fast, calling out to the gods for mercy. And mercy came, but not before the waters had erased the sins of the world. The Igbo people told a different story, one that spoke of the wrath of Chukwu, the supreme god. Chukwu, they believed, created the flood to test the resilience of humankind. The rains came not as a punishment but as a challenge, a way to cleanse the earth and allow the strong and faithful to rebuild. Families huddled together, crafting makeshift rafts from fallen trees and binding them with vines. They sang psalms to Chukwu, their voices rising above the roar of the waters, praying that the flood would recede. And when it did, the survivors planted their first crops in the fertile soil left behind, a gift from the divine. Across the regions of West Africa, variations of these flood legends echoed, each carrying its unique rhythm but sharing a common thread: the water always came with a lesson. Some spoke of a bird, sent by the gods, that warned the people of the coming disaster. Those who heeded the warning gathered their belongings and moved to higher ground. Others dismissed the bird's cries as mere superstition. When the flood came, the doubters were swept away, their stories ending in the silence of the deep. The people of a small Igbo village still recounted the tale of a young girl named Adiz. Her laughter had once filled the air, her spirit as vibrant as the sunlit fields. But on the day the flood came, she stood alone on the roof of her family's hut, clutching a clay pot. Her family had been among those who dismissed the warnings of the elders. They had said the river would never rise high enough to reach them. They were wrong. As the waters rose, Adiz's voice joined the thunder, crying out to Allah, the earth goddess, for help. She promised to honor the gods, to rebuild the shrines, to never again let her people forget. The rain fell harder, and for a moment, it seemed as though the gods were deaf to her pleas. But then, a strange calm settled over the water. A single raft, woven from reeds and branches, floated toward her, guided by an unseen hand. Adiz climbed aboard, her clay pot still in her arms, and drifted to safety. She later claimed the pot contained the prayers of her people, carried to the gods on her behalf. In the cultural fabric of West Africa, these stories were more than entertainment. They were warnings, reminders, and lessons woven into the rhythm of everyday life. The flood was never just a flood. It was a mirror held up to humanity, reflecting its flaws and its potential for redemption. It was a reminder that the earth belonged not to man but to the gods, and that balance must be maintained. Even in modern times, the elders would sit by the fires, retelling these tales to wide-eyed children. They spoke of how the waters came to cleanse, to teach, and to transform. They spoke of the survivors, the ones who remembered their humility and rebuilt their lives with reverence. And as the stories unfolded, the children would listen, their hearts pounding with the weight of the gods' power and the fragility of their world. When the rain finally ceased and the clouds parted, the landscape was unrecognizable. The fertile soil left by the flood became the foundation of new life, a gift from the divine. The people, humbled and grateful, would rebuild, their hands guided by the wisdom of their ancestors. They would offer sacrifices to the gods, their voices lifted in songs of praise and repentance. And as the rivers returned to their banks and the sun warmed the land once more, they would remember. The flood stories of the Yoruba, Igbo, and other West African cultures were not merely tales of destruction. They were stories of resilience, of faith, of the unbreakable bond between the people and their gods. They were reminders that even in the face of overwhelming force, there was always hope. And so, the people continued to honor the gods, to cherish the land, and to tell their stories, ensuring that the lessons of the flood would never be forgotten. The horizon shimmered under a pale golden sun, its warmth brushing the land with a deceptive calm. Far away, the sound of cattle bells echoed faintly, carried on the breeze like whispers of a forgotten warning. For the Maasai people, this serene landscape was more than home, it was a sacred gift from Nkai, their god. But gifts could be taken away, and the earth had a way of reminding mortals of their place beneath the heavens. Long ago, when the cattle grazed freely and the earth was lush, the Maasai say there was a time when the sky split open and Nkai wept. It wasn't a gentle, nourishing rain that kissed the land. These were tears of sorrow and rage, a torrential downpour that turned the ground into a churning ocean. The rivers, once humble and life-giving, swelled beyond their bounds, sweeping away everything in their path. Fields disappeared beneath the roiling waters, homes crumbled, and the cries of the people were drowned by the roaring flood. A young Maasai warrior named Nirai stood at the edge of a hill, his spear clutched tightly in his hand. He watched in horror as the water rose, swallowing the land he had sworn to protect. The elders had spoken of this in their stories, a time when humanity's greed and arrogance would anger Nkai. People had forgotten to respect the earth, taking more than they gave, and now the balance was shattered. But Nirai couldn't accept that this was the end. With the rising flood reflecting the darkening sky, he lifted his face and called out to Nkai. His voice broke with desperation as he begged for a sign, a chance to save his people. In the silence that followed, a rainbow appeared, its colors vivid against the storm. It arched across the heavens, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was hope. Gathering those who still lived, Nirai led them to the highest peak he could find. There, they waited, singing songs of repentance and pleading for mercy. When the waters finally receded, the land left behind was richer than before, a symbol of Nkai's forgiveness. In the coastal villages of the Swahili, the flood came with a story that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The sea, they said, had a soul, a restless, watchful presence that could rise in fury if disrespected. Once, in a village by the shore, the people grew careless. They discarded their waste into the waves, mocked the sea's power, and built their homes too close to its edge. Fishermen ignored the warnings of their elders, venturing out in storms and returning with songs of defiance. One night, under a crescent moon, the sea began to retreat. The villagers rejoiced, thinking they had tamed its might. But as the tide pulled further and further away, exposing the seabed, an elder named Nziadissa fell to his knees. His voice trembled as he cried out, "The sea is gathering its strength. Run!" Few listened. Most mocked his trembling form, calling him a relic of old fears. But then it came, a wall of water, taller than the tallest palm trees, thundering back with a vengeance. The village was swallowed in moments. Those who heeded Odysseus' warning and fled to higher ground survived, watching in silence as the sea claimed what was once theirs. They say that to this day, the sea holds their songs and laughter beneath its waves, a haunting reminder of its power. The Hadza, an ancient people of East Africa, have their own tale of a flood that reshaped their world. It began with a rift between the sky and the earth. The sky god, Ishoko, and the earth goddess, Maii, were in harmony until humans, in their arrogance, sought to control both realms. Ishoko warned them, sending signs in the wind and whispers in their dreams, but they refused to listen. So, Ishoko let the rains fall without end. The Hadza people tell of a mother named Lili, who carried her infant son on her back as the waters rose. She fought against the currents, her arms burning with the effort, her voice hoarse from crying out for help. Exhausted and despairing, she finally climbed into a hollow baobab tree that floated by, its massive trunk buoyant like a raft. Inside, she found others, an elder, a hunter, and a child clutching a broken toy. Together, they weathered the flood, surviving on the baobab's bitter fruit and drops of rainwater that leaked through its branches. When the floodwaters receded, the baobab settled on dry land. Lili and the others emerged to find a transformed world, fertile and green but eerily silent. They pledged to honor Maii and Ishoko, to live humbly and take only what they needed. The baobab, now a symbol of survival and unity, became sacred, its roots anchoring their gratitude to the earth. These flood stories were etched into the hearts of the people, carried forward in song and story, shaping the way they lived and worshipped. For the Maasai, the floods reaffirmed their bond with Nkai and the need to respect the earth's cycles. Among the Swahili, the sea became not just a resource but a being to be honored, its moods and movements guiding their lives. The Hadza, too, found meaning in the survival of the baobab, their resilience intertwined with the land's enduring strength. The flood was not merely a disaster, it was a reminder, a force that reshaped not just the land but the spirit of the people. It washed away arrogance, fear, and disconnection, leaving behind humility, reverence, and the unbreakable ties between humanity and the forces of nature. And though the waters receded long ago, the stories remained, alive in the voices of those who still listened to the wisdom of their ancestors. The fire crackled under the wide, star-drenched sky, its glow casting flickering shadows on the circle of faces gathered around. An elder, her voice low and steady like the hum of the earth itself, leaned forward. Her eyes, gleaming with a wisdom older than the hills, scanned the expectant crowd. Then she began, speaking words that gripped the air and refused to let go. Once, she said, the world was not as we see it now. There was no division between the earth and the water, the two were one. The land we stand on was born out of chaos, shaped by the hands of the great Creator. But there was a time when the earth grew proud, and the balance was broken. In the heart of Central Africa, the Kuba people tell of the mighty Mbakamu, the mother of all humanity, who walked the earth when it was lush and pure. She had been entrusted with the sacred duty of teaching people the ways of balance and harmony. But over time, greed seeped into the hearts of men. They began to take more from the earth than they gave, hunting its creatures to extinction and draining the rivers without care. One fateful day, the skies darkened, and a roaring wind swept through the valleys. Mbakamu knew the Creator was angry. She gathered her people and told them to prepare, but her words were ignored by many who dismissed her as an old woman with fading wisdom. Then the rains came, not the gentle rains that fed the crops, but a relentless, punishing deluge that turned rivers into monsters and fields into seas. Mbakamu climbed to a sacred hill with those who believed her. As the floodwaters rose, they saw their world swallowed whole. But Mbakamu did not despair. She sang songs of hope, teaching the survivors to remember the Creator's ways. When the waters receded, they found the land transformed. It was both a gift and a warning, a second chance to live in harmony. Far to the south, among the Zulu, the tale of the flood carried a different rhythm, one that echoed with the song of Unkulunkulu, the first being and creator of life. Unkulunkulu had molded the first humans from reeds by the riverbank, breathing into them the spark of existence. For a time, the people lived simply, knowing only gratitude. But as the generations passed, arrogance crept into their hearts. They built their homes too close to the river, ignoring the warnings whispered by the winds and the cries of the animals. Then came the night when the river roared louder than thunder. A young boy named Zandi, too curious for his own good, wandered to the river's edge. There, he saw the water rising like a living beast, swallowing the land in its path. He screamed, but his voice was lost in the chaos. The river, once a friend, had become an avenger. Zandi's grandmother, who had always listened to the land, gathered her family and fled to a mountain she called the place of refuge. From its peak, they watched as the flood consumed their village. Her voice cracked as she spoke to Zandi. "This is not the river's rage," she said. "It is its sorrow. We forgot to listen to its song." When the waters calmed, the survivors descended to find a land stripped bare but fertile, as if the flood had cleansed not only the earth but also their hearts. They rebuilt, this time with reverence, teaching their children the stories of the river's sorrow so they would never forget. In the forests of Central Africa, among the Bantu-speaking groups, there is a story that sends chills down spines even now. It tells of Kalunga, the great boundary between the living and the dead, who was said to have sent the flood as a warning. The elders say Kalunga grew angry because the people had forgotten the importance of community, of shared respect for the earth and for one another. One village, led by a man named Kamau, was spared because of their unity. They lived close to the river but treated it with respect, offering thanks before they took its fish or drank its water. When the flood came, their community stood together, holding ropes tied to the tallest trees as the waters threatened to sweep them away. They sang songs to Kalunga, their voices rising above the rushing torrent. In the end, their village was spared, left standing like an island of hope in a sea of destruction. Kamau's story is still told to remind people that survival is not just about strength or cunning but about respect, for the land, for the spirits, and for one another. The flood, though terrible, became a symbol of renewal, washing away division and arrogance and leaving behind a promise of new beginnings. In every tale, whether from the hills of the Kuba, the rivers of the Zulu, or the forests of the Bantu, the flood carried a message. It was not just water but a living force, sent to cleanse, to teach, to remind. It was sorrow and rage, yes, but also love, a reminder that the earth, though patient, demands respect. The elder's voice trailed off, and the crackling fire seemed louder in the silence. The children, wide-eyed and clutching their blankets, stared into the flames, imagining the roaring waters and the trembling earth. The adults sat quietly, their hearts heavy with the weight of the stories. Even now, under the vast African sky, they could feel it, that connection to the land, to the rivers, to the past. And though the flood was long gone, its lessons lingered in the soil, in the rivers, and in the stories passed from one generation to the next. For it was never just a story, it was a lifeline, binding them to their ancestors, to their land, and to the fragile balance of the world they called home. The sun dipped low over the African plains, casting an amber glow across the landscape. It was the kind of light that made the world feel timeless, as though past and present brushed against each other like the wind through tall grass. Beneath a great baobab tree, an elder sat with a group of children and visitors, her voice weaving a tale that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the land itself. Once, she began, the rivers spoke, the skies listened, and the earth answered. But when people stopped listening, the floods came. She paused, letting her words settle like dust after a storm. Her listeners leaned in closer. Each village, each tribe, has its own story of how the waters rose. Some say it was punishment, others say it was renewal. But if you listen carefully, you will hear threads that bind them all together. The first tale she shared came from the forests of the Congo, where the earth was lush and alive, and the rains fell like blessings from the heavens. In this story, Bumba, the great creator, grew weary of the chaos that had taken over the land. The people had grown selfish, their hearts hardened by greed and carelessness. One night, the skies burst open, and the waters poured out as if the heavens themselves were weeping. A young girl named Kenna, too small to fight but wise enough to watch, noticed something strange as the floodwaters rose. The animals, usually wary of humans, began to move together. Lions walked beside gazelles, and snakes coiled around the wings of birds. Kenna followed them to a high hill, where she found others who had also heeded the silent call of the earth. The flood raged for days, but on that hill, surrounded by the hum of life, Kenna felt something shift, a promise that the waters would not destroy everything, only cleanse what had been broken. The elder's voice softened as she moved to another tale, this time from the dry lands of the Sahel. Here, the flood was not just a story of survival but of transformation. A shepherd named Tamba had lived his whole life fearing the river that bordered his grazing fields. Its depths were said to hold the spirits of those who had drowned, and its waters were unpredictable, sometimes drying to a trickle, other times swelling with a ferocity that swept away everything in its path. One season, the rains failed, and the river shrank until it was nothing more than a thread in the sand. People mocked Tamba when he refused to let his cattle drink from its murky pools, but he felt an unease he could not explain. One night, as he lay awake, a storm rolled in without warning. The thunder sounded like the growl of an angry beast, and the river roared to life, breaking its banks in a fury. Tamba grabbed what he could and ran for higher ground. By morning, the flood had receded, leaving the earth rich and black, ready for planting. Tamba's caution had saved him, but the river's rebirth had saved his people. The elder's words grew heavier as she spoke of the Nile, its waters a lifeline and a threat. The ancient Egyptians believed the flooding of the Nile was a gift from the gods, a renewal that brought life to the parched land. But there was a time, long before the pharaohs, when the waters rose too high, drowning fields and homes. A boy named Ammonius, whose father had been swept away by the currents, stood on the banks and screamed at the river. His grief was a raw, open wound, and the gods seemed to answer. The river calmed, its fury spent, and Ammonius vowed to honor it with offerings each year so that it might remember mercy as well as power. The elders' audience sat in silence, their minds filled with images of roaring waters and desperate prayers. But she wasn't finished. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Do you know why these stories matter? Because they are not just about water or gods. They are about us. She spoke of the Zambezi River, where the Lozi people told of a chief who foresaw the flood in his dreams. He gathered his people and led them to a hidden island, where they waited as the waters claimed their village. When the flood receded, they returned to find the land richer than it had been before. The chief was hailed as a prophet, but he refused the praise. It was not me, he said. It was the river. It gives and it takes. We must remember both. The elder's voice grew stronger, carrying the weight of her words. In every tale, the flood comes not out of malice, but necessity. It washes away arrogance, greed, and carelessness. It leaves behind a chance to start again, if we are wise enough to take it. A child raised her hand, her voice trembling. But why do the floods hurt so many? The elder's eyes softened. Because we forget, she said simply. We forget to listen to the rivers, the skies, and the earth. They speak to us, but we are too busy, too proud, to hear. Her gaze swept over the group, lingering on each face. The floods remind us of what we have forgotten. They teach us humility and gratitude. And if we remember, they bless us with renewal. The fire crackled, its warmth a small comfort against the vastness of the elder's words. The stories hung in the air, each one a thread in the tapestry of human experience. And as the night deepened, the listeners knew they would carry these tales with them, not just as stories, but as echoes of the river's voices, calling them to remember, to respect, and to live in harmony with the world that shaped them. The firelight flickered against the canyon walls, casting long shadows that seemed alive, whispering of ancient times. An elder, her silver hair glinting like moonlight, sat cross-legged on a woven blanket. Around her, a circle of young and old, their faces lit with quiet anticipation, waited for the story to begin. Long ago, she began, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. The world was not as it is now. The people, the animals, the spirits, they lived closer to one another, their lives intertwined like the roots of a great tree. But when harmony was broken, the waters rose. Her words seemed to stir the air itself, as though the canyon were breathing with her. She turned her gaze toward a boy who sat closest, his eyes wide with wonder. "Do you know why the floods came?" The boy shook his head, and the elder's lips curved into a somber smile. "Because we forgot to listen." She spoke first of the Navajo, the Dine, whose ancestors lived in a world of 4 sacred mountains. They tell of the time when the people, the animals, and the holy people shared the earth. But greed and quarrels poisoned their unity. A great flood began to rise, swallowing everything in its path. In desperation, the people called to the holy people for guidance. Spider-Woman answered their cries, weaving a silken thread that stretched into the heavens. She told them to climb, and climb they did, carrying their children and stories on their backs. As they ascended, the waters chased them, relentless and unforgiving. At last, they reached a place of safety, a new world where they could start anew. But Spider-Woman warned them, "Remember this, when you forget respect, the waters will remember." The elder's voice grew quieter, and the circle leaned in. The flood was not just water. It was sorrow. It was the earth's tears, mourning what had been lost. She paused, letting the words settle before moving to the next story. This time, her voice carried the cadence of the Cherokee, whose lands once stretched across the great forests and rivers of the east. They speak of the water spider, small but clever, who warned the people of a great deluge. The spider told them to build a great raft, a vessel that would carry not just the people but the animals and the seeds of the earth. As the rains fell and the rivers swelled, the raft became their sanctuary, floating above the chaos below. The animals, though afraid, huddled together in silence, their breaths warm against the skin of the humans who cared for them. Days turned into weeks, and the world seemed endless water. But the water spider never left their side, her delicate legs weaving hope into the hearts of the weary. When the waters finally receded, the land was changed, but life endured. The Cherokee would never forget the small, unassuming creature who saved them all. The elder's voice trembled slightly, and a hush fell over the group. "Do you understand?" she asked, her eyes searching each face. "Even the smallest among us can carry the greatest burdens." She continued, her voice now weaving the tale of the Menominee, a people of the north, whose lives were shaped by the lakes and forests. Their story tells of a bear, powerful and wise, who wandered too close to the sacred waters. His steps disturbed the spirits, and in their anger, they unleashed a torrent of water that consumed the land. The Menominee turned to the shamans, who called upon the Thunderbird, a creature of lightning and thunder, to calm the waters. The Thunderbird, fierce and magnificent, battled the spirits of the flood, its wings sending bolts of light through the darkness. When the waters subsided, the people gathered to honor both the bear and the Thunderbird, for the flood had not been merely a punishment but a reminder of balance and respect. The elder's voice became almost a whisper. "Do you see the pattern?" she asked. "Every story, every flood, is a mirror. It reflects not just what we've done but what we can become." The circle was silent, the fire crackling softly as the elder took a deep breath. She began her final tale, a story of the Chumash people from the Pacific coast. They speak of Hudash, the earth goddess, who created a bridge of rainbow light to guide her people to safety. The Chumash had grown numerous, their villages bustling with life, but their joy had turned to noise that disturbed the heavens. Hudash, loving but firm, warned them to be mindful, to cherish their gifts and tread lightly on the land. But the warnings were forgotten, and the earth trembled with sorrow. The flood came swiftly, a wall of water that swept away homes and memories. Those who remembered Hutash's words followed the rainbow bridge, their hearts heavy but their faith unbroken. The bridge was slippery, and some fell into the sea, transforming into dolphins as they touched the waves. To this day, the Chumash believe the dolphins are their ancestors, watching over them, a reminder of the flood and the bridge that saved them. The elder's voice lingered on that last word, saved, as though it carried a weight too great to bear. Her audience sat motionless, their hearts pounding with the images she had conjured. The fire, once bright and bold, now glowed softly, a quiet companion to the stories it had witnessed. The elder finally leaned back, her gaze turned toward the stars. These stories, she said, her voice soft but steady, are not just for telling. They are for remembering. The waters rise not out of anger, but out of love, a fierce, unyielding love that demands we listen, that we live not just for ourselves, but for each other, and for the earth that holds us all. The circle remained silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a blanket. Above, the stars twinkled, their light ancient and unwavering, as if they too were listening, remembering, and watching over those who sat beneath them. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the distant hum of cicadas. The priest knelt by the altar, his hands trembling as he traced the symbols carved into the sacred stone. Each line, each groove, seemed alive, whispering of worlds lost and worlds yet to come. He lifted his gaze to the sky, now tinged with a fiery red as the sun descended. The elders had warned him, when the heavens weep and the earth trembles, it is the God speaking. In the beginning, they said, there was no land, only a vast, endless sea. The gods of the Maya gathered in the darkness, their voices like thunder rolling across the void. Heart of Sky, the mighty creator, looked upon the waters and spoke the first words of creation. Land rose from the depths, mountains pierced the horizon, and rivers coursed like veins through the earth. Yet something was missing, a heartbeat, a soul. The gods fashioned the first humans from clay, their forms fragile and soft. They walked the earth briefly, but when the rains came, their bodies dissolved back into the mud. Displeased but undeterred, the gods tried again, shaping humans from wood. These wooden figures moved, spoke, and worked, but their hearts were hollow, their spirits empty. They could not honor the gods. Then it happened. The flood came, not as a warning but as an ending. Rain poured from the heavens, relentless and cold. Rivers swelled, consuming the land, and the wooden people were swept away. The gods watched in silence, their creation destroyed, their vision undone. But amidst the chaos, they resolved to try one last time. They crafted humans from maize, the sacred plant, the giver of life. This time, the humans were whole. Their hearts beat strong, their voices carried prayers, and their hands built temples that reached for the sky. The priest recited this story aloud, his voice cracking under the weight of the memory. The Maya believed that their very existence was tied to the gods' mercy, and mercy was fleeting. He glanced at the horizon, where storm clouds gathered like an army. A sign, he thought. A warning. Far away, in the land of the Aztec, another story echoed. The people spoke of the great god Tlaloc, lord of rain and fertility. Tlaloc's temper was as unpredictable as the weather he controlled. He could bless the earth with gentle rains, making fields flourish, or he could unleash his fury, drowning the world in an instant. Long ago, they said, the gods created 5 suns, each presiding over an age of the world. The first sun ended in destruction by jaguars, the second by fierce winds. The third was devoured by fire, and the fourth, the age of the flood, drowned in endless waters. The people of that time, ungrateful and sinful, had angered the gods. Rain fell for 52 years, a deluge so powerful that mountains vanished beneath the waves. Only a few survived, transformed into fish to swim through the watery abyss. Others found refuge on a lone mountain, clutching to life as the waters rose higher. The gods, seeing their despair, spared them. When the floodwaters receded, the survivors became the seeds of a new age, living in eternal gratitude, building their temples and pyramids to honor the gods who had both destroyed and spared them. The Aztec believed they were living in the age of the 5th sun, the final age. But every tremor in the earth, every darkened sky, carried a question: how long before the sun too would fall? The priest of the Maya could feel the weight of that same question. He thought of the maize fields, golden under the sun's embrace, and wondered if they would survive the coming rains. Would the gods grow tired of humanity once more? He stood, his prayer unfinished, and turned to the people gathered behind him. They too felt the storm's threat, their eyes reflecting fear and hope. "The gods have shown us mercy before," he said, his voice steady now. "But we must honor them, or we too may be washed away." A woman in the crowd clutched her child closer, her face etched with worry. She thought of the stories her mother had told her, of Chek, the rain god, wielding his axe to split the clouds and send water cascading down. She had always loved those stories as a child, marveling at the power of the gods. But now, under the weight of the storm's approach, they felt less like stories and more like warnings. Nearby, an elder sat on the steps of the temple, his eyes closed. He whispered the name of Cipactli, the great crocodilian monster from Aztec lore, whose body had been torn apart to create the earth and sky. He feared that the gods might reclaim what they had sacrificed, that the rains might awaken Cipactli from her slumber beneath the earth. The first drops of rain began to fall, light but insistent. The priest raised his hands, chanting a prayer to Heart of Sky, to Chek, to the gods who held the fate of the world in their hands. The people joined him, their voices rising together, a chorus of desperation and devotion. As the rain intensified, a young boy stepped forward, holding a bundle of maize wrapped in cloth. He placed it on the altar, his small hands trembling. The priest looked at him and nodded, his heart swelling with both pride and sorrow. The maize was not just an offering, it was their lifeline, their essence. To give it up was an act of ultimate faith. Thunder roared across the sky, and for a moment, the earth seemed to hold its breath. The rain poured harder, soaking the fields, the temple, the people. But the altar remained dry, untouched by the deluge, as though shielded by an unseen force. The priest's voice grew louder, his chant rising above the storm, a plea and a promise. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the rain ceased. The clouds parted, revealing a sky painted with stars, their light sharp and clear. The people stood in silence, their faces turned upward. The priest lowered his hands, his body trembling with relief. The elder on the temple steps opened his eyes, a slow smile spreading across his face. "The gods have heard us," he murmured. The maize fields glistened under the starlight, their stalks unharmed. The people began to murmur, their voices a mix of awe and gratitude. The boy who had brought the offering turned to his mother, her tears falling freely as she embraced him. The priest looked out at the people, at the fields, at the sky. He knew the stories would live on, carried in the hearts of the children, whispered around the fires. But he also knew that the God's mercy was not eternal. It was a gift to be cherished, a reminder to honor the land, the rain, and the sacred balance of life. The mountains stood like silent sentinels, their snow-capped peaks glistening under the faint light of a crescent moon. In the valley below, a small village huddled in the shadows, its homes built from stone and earth, as if the people knew that only the elements could withstand what might come. An elder sat by a flickering fire, his eyes reflecting both the flames and a memory far older than anyone could remember. His voice, soft yet commanding, carried across the gathering as he began to speak. "There was a time when the world cried out," he said. "The skies darkened, the rivers swelled, and the mountains trembled as if they feared what was to come." He spoke of the Great Flood, a story passed down through countless generations of the Inca. Viracocha, the god who created all things, had grown weary of the first race of humans. They were reckless, disrespectful, and blind to the beauty of the world he had given them. So, he decided to start anew. But first, the earth had to be cleansed. The elder's words painted a picture of a world undone by water. Rain fell in torrents, not for days or weeks, but for months, filling the valleys and drowning the peaks. Rivers tore through the land with an unforgiving force, dragging trees, animals, and entire villages into their depths. The sea itself rose, swallowing the shores and chasing the survivors higher and higher. Two brothers, he continued, were warned of the coming flood. They were given a single chance to survive, climb the tallest mountain and take refuge in its caves. These brothers, children of the earth and the sky, gathered what little they could carry, seeds, tools, and memories of a world they would never see again. They climbed through the pouring rain, their hands bloodied and their hearts heavy, until they reached the mountain's summit. But even there, the waters rose, lapping at the entrance to their cave. The brothers huddled together, their prayers mingling with the roar of the storm. And just when it seemed the world would be swallowed whole, the waters began to recede. The rain stopped, and the sun returned, casting its golden light over a land that had been reborn. The elder paused, his eyes scanning the faces around him. "From those brothers," he said, "we are all descended. And the seeds they carried? They became the crops that feed us, the coca that heals us, and the flowers that honor our dead." In another corner of South America, far from the Andes, a different flood story was whispered. The people of the Amazon spoke of a serpent, a being so vast it could coil around the earth itself. This serpent, known as Yakamama, was the mother of waters, the guardian of rivers and lakes. When angered, her wrath was unmatched. They said Yakamama slithered through the depths of the Amazon, her movement stirring the waters into a frenzy. The people had wronged her, polluting the rivers and neglecting their rituals of gratitude. To punish them, she summoned a flood that swept through the rainforest, destroying everything in its path. But one young woman, pure of heart, dared to approach Yakamama. She sang a song, soft and mournful, her voice carrying over the roar of the flood. The serpent paused, her massive head rising above the waters to listen. The young woman promised to honor the rivers, to teach her people to respect the life they gave. Moved by her sincerity, Yakamama withdrew, taking the floodwaters with her. The people rebuilt their lives, and the young woman's song became a prayer, sung at every gathering to remind them of their pact with the serpent. Even now, they say, if you listen closely to the rivers, you can hear Yakamama's hum, a warning and a promise. Back in the Andes, the elder's fire was beginning to die, its embers glowing like distant stars. He told of how the flood had shaped their world, not just physically but spiritually. The mountains, rivers, and valleys were not just landmarks, they were sacred beings, each carrying the memory of the flood. The crops they planted, the stones they laid for their homes, the prayers they offered to the sun and the moon, all were acts of remembrance. A child sitting close to the fire asked, "Will it happen again?" The elder smiled, a weary but hopeful smile. "The gods are watching," he said. "As long as we honor them, as long as we honor the earth, they will give us their mercy." Far away, in another village nestled in the rainforest, a shaman prepared for a ritual. He painted his face with red and black pigments, symbols of life and death, and placed offerings of fruit and flowers by the riverbank. He knew the stories of Yakamama, of the flood that nearly ended his people. But he also knew of the pact, the balance that must be maintained. As the sun set, the shaman began to chant, his voice echoing through the trees. The river seemed to respond, its waters rippling gently as if in acknowledgement. The villagers joined in, their voices rising together, a chorus of gratitude and reverence. The shaman's chant spoke of survival, of resilience, of the lessons taught by the flood. It was not just a story of destruction, but a story of renewal, of life beginning again. The flood had taken much, but it had also given the wisdom to respect the land, the rivers, and the sky. The elder by the fire and the shaman by the river were separated by distance, by culture, by language. But their stories carried the same truth. The flood was not just an event, it was a reminder. A reminder of the power of the earth, of the fragility of life, and of the sacred duty to protect what had been given. And as the night deepened, their voices, one by the fire, the other by the river, became part of the land itself, carried by the wind, whispered by the trees, and remembered by the mountains. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the sky turned an unnatural shade of black. The people of the ancient village, tucked in the lush valleys of what would one day be called Central America, looked to the heavens with wide, terrified eyes. Thunder growled like an angry beast, and the winds roared through the trees, bending even the tallest ones to their will. The scent of rain, heavy and foreboding, filled the air, but this was no ordinary storm. The elders whispered warnings, their voices trembling with both age and fear. "It is the gods," they said. "They are angry." They have spoken through the signs, the shifting stars, the blood-red moon, the quaking earth. We have failed to honor them. In the stories of the Olmec, the flood was not just an act of destruction, it was an act of correction, a reset. The gods had shaped the world from chaos, crafting mountains and rivers, animals and humans. But the people had grown selfish, disconnected from the balance that the gods had demanded. Their fields had prospered, their families had grown, yet they had forgotten to give thanks. They had grown deaf to the sacred whispers of the earth. When the first drop of rain fell, it was cold and sharp, unlike any rain they had known. Then came another, and another, until the heavens opened fully. Water fell in torrents, drowning the land in a matter of hours. Rivers swelled and broke their banks, rushing through the forests with the strength of 1,000 jaguars. Entire villages were swept away, their screams swallowed by the roar of the flood. That balance, it seemed, was a thread running through each story, binding them together like the roots of a mighty tree. Across tribes and regions, the flood was not merely a tale of destruction, it was a warning and a promise. It was a way of remembering the covenant between people and the earth, one that could not be broken without consequence. These stories were more than myths, they were a way of life. They influenced the way people planted their crops, built their homes, and raised their children. They reminded them to honor the waters with ceremonies and offerings, to give thanks for the rivers and lakes that sustained them. Even now, in modern indigenous communities, the echoes of these ancient floods linger in art, and dance, and prayers whispered beneath the full moon. But the stories also held something deeper, something that stirred the heart and sent shivers down the spine. They were filled with moments of profound humanity, the mother who clung to her child as the waters rose around them, whispering words of comfort even as her own voice broke with fear. The hunter who, faced with the choice to save himself or a stranded deer, chose the animal, only to be saved in turn by its uncanny instincts. And then there were the moments of silence, of stillness. The calm after the flood, when the survivors stepped onto the new earth for the first time, their feet sinking into the mud that held both destruction and rebirth. They would look around, at the empty horizon or the lone tree that had weathered the storm, and feel the weight of their ancestors' stories pressing upon them. They were alive because of those who had remembered, who had honored the floods of old by living in balance with the world. The similarities across the stories were like the rivers that fed into a single, mighty ocean. Each one brought its own flavor, its own spirit, yet they all flowed toward the same truth: life was fragile, and it was precious. The flood was not an end, but a beginning, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming loss, there was always a chance to rebuild, to heal, to grow. And so, the stories continued, passed down from elders to children, from one generation to the next. Around the fires, in the quiet of the forest, under the vast expanse of the star-filled sky, they lived on. The waters may have receded, but the lessons they left behind were as enduring as the mountains that watched over the land. The wind carried a chill that rippled across the dry expanse, rustling through the sparse gum trees. In the distance, the horizon shimmered with a heat haze, but the air felt strangely heavy. An elder, seated cross-legged under a towering tree, spoke with a voice that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 years. His words, though soft, held the kind of power that could silence even the loudest storm. There was a time when the earth was different, he began, his eyes scanning the faces of the children gathered around him. When the rivers swelled and broke free, and the waters came like a great snake, swallowing everything in their path. The children leaned in closer, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the fire. In his story, the flood wasn't just water, it was a living force, as ancient as the land itself. It moved with purpose, rising to the skies and pouring into the earth, washing away all that had grown stagnant or wrong. And when it receded, the land was left clean, new, ready to begin again. One boy couldn't contain his curiosity. "Why did it happen, grandfather?" he asked. The elder paused, his face etched with both sorrow and reverence. "Because the people forgot. They forgot the laws of the land. They stopped listening to the stories, the warnings of the ancestors. And the land," she reminded them. In the stories of the Yolngu people, the flood was tied to the rainbow serpent, a being of immense power and wisdom. It was said that the serpent traveled across the land, carving rivers and waterholes with its body. But when the people disrespected the serpent's creations, polluting the waters, hunting without balance, the serpent would rise in anger, bringing the flood to teach them humility. Far to the west, among the Numar people, another story spoke of the waters. They told of an ancient being who guarded the lakes and rivers, ensuring that life flourished. When humans grew greedy, taking more than they needed, the guardian let loose the reins, and the waters rose to reclaim what had been stolen. Only the ones who remembered to honor the earth were spared, carried to safety by the very animals they once protected. The stories varied, each tied deeply to the land from which it came. In the arid heart of the continent, the flood was a rare and miraculous event, a moment when life itself hung in the balance. Among the coastal people, it was a force to be feared, the ocean's power unleashed upon the shore. But in all the tales, there was one thread that remained unbroken. The flood was a teacher, relentless but just. One elder told of a woman who survived a great flood by clinging to a piece of driftwood. She had lost everything, her family, her home, even her name, but she carried with her the knowledge of the sacred stories. When the waters finally receded, she stepped onto the new land and began to sing. Her voice carried the tales of her people, ensuring that the flood's lesson would not be forgotten. Her songs became the foundation of her people's way of life, a guide for living in harmony with the world. There was another tale, whispered around campfires, of a group who ignored the warnings of their elders. They laughed when the birds flew inland, dismissing it as a strange coincidence. They scoffed when the ants moved their colonies to higher ground, calling it foolishness. But when the rains came, there was no laughter, only panic. The waters rose faster than they could run, and their cries were swallowed by the flood. The story ended with a somber note: the land remembers. Even today, the lessons of the flood resonate. The land, vast and enduring, holds memories of both destruction and renewal. The flood stories are not tales of punishment but reminders of balance, of the need to respect the rhythms of the earth and to live with gratitude and care. They speak of a connection that is both fragile and unbreakable, a bond between people and the world that sustains them. But there was one man, a farmer, humble and devout, who had not forgotten the old ways. His name was Kodal, and he lived at the edge of the village, where the forest grew thick and wild. Kodal had seen the signs before the others, and the way the animals moved restlessly and the leaves curled as though in prayer. He had built a raft from the massive ceiba tree, tying it with vines and sealing it with pitch from the sacred sap. When the waters came, Kodal loaded his raft with what he could: baskets of maize, gourds of fresh water, and a handful of clay figures that represented the gods. As the flood consumed his village, he floated above it, his heart heavy with grief for those who had not listened. For days he drifted, alone with the sound of the endless rain and the cries of animals clinging to floating debris. In the dark of one endless night, Kodal heard a voice, not thunder, but something deeper, something that vibrated through his very bones. It was the voice of a god, speaking through the chaos of the storm. "You have honored us," the voice said, "and so you will live. But the world must begin again, purged of its corruption." The rain finally ceased, and the floodwaters began to recede. Kodal found himself stranded on the slopes of a sacred mountain, where he planted the maize he had saved and gave offerings to the gods. From him, the stories say, a new generation was born, one that remembered the flood and the cost of forgetting the gods. But the Olmec were not the only people who carried such memories. In another land, where the earth was carved by rivers and dotted with pyramids, another story was told. The people there spoke of a great woman, Ixchel, the goddess of rain and fertility. She was both life-bringer and destroyer, her moods as shifting as the rivers after the rains. When the people angered Ixchel by taking her gifts for granted, she called upon the waters to cleanse the land. Her tears fell as rain, each drop heavier than the last, until they became a flood that covered the world. The waters rose so high that they swallowed the tallest temples, leaving only their peaks visible above the endless expanse. In this tale, a group of children, a boy and his younger sister, survived by climbing the temple's peak. Their parents were gone, their village vanished, but the siblings held on to each other and to their prayers. Each night, as they shivered in the cold, the boy would tell his sister stories to keep their spirits alive. He spoke of a time when the waters would retreat, when the land would reemerge, and they could start anew. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the waters began to recede. The boy and his sister climbed down the temple, their bare feet sinking into the soft mud of the new earth. They gathered seeds from the floating debris, planting them in the fertile ground left by the flood. They, too, became the ancestors of a new people, their resilience a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Each story carried its own variations, shaped by the land from which it came. In the lowlands, where rivers snaked endlessly, the flood was a river god's wrath. In the highlands, it was the tears of the gods mourning a corrupted creation. But always, there was the water, endless, cleansing, both a destroyer and a giver of life. The flood left its mark not just on the land, but on the hearts of those who remembered. In the patterns of their pottery, in the songs sung by firelight, in the prayers whispered to the rising sun, the memory of the flood lived on. It was a warning, a lesson, and, in its way, a promise that life, no matter how fragile, would find a way. The fire crackled softly, its glow illuminating the faces of the elders gathered in a tight circle. Their voices, withered by time and experience, spoke in unison, weaving stories that had traveled across generations. Each tale carried echoes of survival, loss, and renewal, bound together by one unshakable truth: when the waters rose, life as it was known had been swept away, leaving only the lessons carved into memory. Across the plains, in the shadow of snow-capped mountains, and within the dense embrace of ancient forests, the story was the same yet different. A flood had come, merciless, engulfing, and final. The Lakota spoke of Umpthi, the water serpent, whose wrath consumed the earth until only the purest remained. The Navajo whispered of a cleansing flood, sent to restore harmony to a world thrown into chaos by the discord of men. The Cherokee told of divine waters sent to teach humility, a reminder that balance must always be honored. Each tribe remembered the flood in their own way, yet their words echoed as though carried by the same current. They described the sky splitting open, releasing rain that felt heavier than stone. They remembered rivers rising, overflowing their banks with a fury that seemed almost alive, devouring the land in their path. They spoke of the animals, their cries of terror as they sought refuge. And in the end, there was always the promise of renewal, a land made clean, a people given a second chance. In one story, a young man stood on the edge of his village, watching the waters surge toward him. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with a strange, calm certainty. The elders had told him this day would come. He had prepared the ark they had instructed him to build, not of wood but of stone and prayer. As the waters engulfed his village, he climbed aboard, carrying with him the sacred bundle, a collection of artifacts and seeds that would allow his people to begin again. In another, it was a grandmother who saw the signs. Her dreams had been filled with images of fish swimming through her cornfields and of stars falling from the sky like raindrops. She gathered her grandchildren, telling them the stories of the first flood and teaching them the songs that would guide them through the storm. When the rains came, they sang with voices that seemed to hold the strength of the earth itself. They found shelter in the hollow of a great tree, its branches holding them above the rising tide. What was it about these stories that felt so universal, so interconnected? Perhaps it was the way they spoke of humility, how the earth, so often taken for granted, could reclaim itself in an instant. Or the way they reminded people of their place within the larger web of life, no more or less important than the animals that fled alongside them or the plants that would one day grow from the flood's fertile aftermath. In a small gathering far from the fires of storytelling, a child once asked an elder, "Why do all our stories speak of water? Why not fire or wind?" The elder smiled, her eyes distant. "Because water is life," she replied. "It nourishes, it cleanses, it connects. But when it is wronged, it can take everything away. It reminds us of the balance we must keep." The elder's voice softened as he brought his story to a close. "The waters will come again," he said, his words hanging in the air like smoke. "Not because they wish to harm, but because they wish to heal. Remember the stories, and you will remember how to survive." The children sat in silence, their minds racing with images of serpents and floods, of rain that fell like a curtain across the sky. The fire crackled, and the elders' words seemed to echo in its flames, carrying the weight of a truth that could not be ignored. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the endless ocean, when the old storyteller began. His voice was calm, yet there was an undeniable power in it, as if the very sea listened intently to every word. The waves lapped gently against the shore, but for those gathered around the fire, the air seemed heavier, as though something long forgotten was about to return. Long ago, before the islands were the way they are now, he started, his voice barely above a whisper, the waters rose, and the sky became dark, like the beginning of the world. The flood came not as a curse, but as a reminder of how fragile the balance between man and nature is. The fire crackled, sending small embers into the night sky, and everyone leaned in closer, the silence thick with anticipation. Across these islands, the stories differ, he continued, his eyes scanning the faces of the young ones who had come to hear. In some places, it was the gods themselves who caused the flood. In others, it was the world that was simply tired of the greed of men. He paused for a moment, letting the words sink in. In the islands of Polynesia, he said slowly, the great flood came as a result of humankind forgetting the gods. They grew too proud, too sure of themselves. They built too high, reached too far, and in return, the sea swallowed them whole. One of the young listeners, wide-eyed, asked, "What happened to the people? Did they survive?" The storyteller smiled softly, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Some did," he replied. In one story, the god Tangaroa, ruler of the sea, looked down upon the earth with pity. He had warned the people before, but they did not listen. When the waters rose, Tangaroa saw one man, clinging to the top of a tree. His name was Maui, and he was the last of his people. The storyteller's voice grew deeper as he described the great flood. Maui called out to Tangaroa, begging for mercy. And the god, moved by his sincerity, stopped the waters, allowing the man to rebuild. But he could not undo the damage. The land had been swallowed whole, and only those who had remembered the old ways could return. Maui lived on, a reminder of what happens when we forget. The wind shifted, and the fire flickered, casting eerie shadows on the faces of the group. The storyteller continued. On the islands of Micronesia, the flood came differently. It was not the gods who caused it, but the world itself. The islands were once a lush, vibrant place, full of laughter and life. But as the people grew more selfish, the earth began to grow tired. The trees stopped bearing fruit, and the rivers ran dry. And then, the rain came. It poured like 1,000 storms, filling the land until the very mountains were submerged. The young ones shivered as the elders' words painted vivid pictures of the deluge. But in the midst of the storm, a small boat appeared, carrying a man named Atutang. He had survived the flood by holding on to his faith, and when the waters finally receded, he found a new world, one that had been washed clean. The land was quiet, but it was full of promise. He planted the first tree, and it grew tall, bearing the fruit that would feed his people once again. The flames flickered low for a moment, and the storyteller's voice softened, as if remembering something personal. And then, there are the stories from Melanesia, where the flood was a test of survival. The people had angered the spirits of the water, and in return, the great ocean rose, taking everything in its path. Only the strongest survived, finding shelter on the highest mountain. There, they waited, watching as the world below disappeared. When the waters finally receded, they came down to a land that was raw, untouched by the greed of humankind. He glanced up at the stars above. It is said that the survivors of this flood were the ancestors of the people who still walk the earth today. They are the ones who carry the stories, who know that the balance between humankind and the earth is fragile. They are the ones who remember that the waters come not to destroy, but to cleanse. The group was silent now, each person lost in the weight of the elders' words. The fire crackled once more, and the wind whispered through the trees as if it, too, was reflecting on the story. The night felt somehow different, thicker, more alive. The young ones no longer seemed afraid. Instead, they felt a deep sense of connection to the land, to the sea, and to the people who had come before them. The storyteller leaned forward, his voice barely a murmur as he finished. The floods have always come, and they will come again. But they do not come for vengeance. They come to remind us that we are but a small part of something much bigger. The ocean is our mother. The earth is our father. And when we forget our place, the waters will rise again. With that, the storyteller fell silent. The fire sputtered, and the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, as if acknowledging the ancient truths that had just been spoken. The young ones, once filled with wonder, now carried the weight of that wisdom. The sea, the sky, the land, they were all interconnected, and each had a story to tell. A story that, for as long as the world turned, would never be forgotten. The howling winds whipped across the vast icy plains, where snowflakes danced in the air like restless spirits. Above, the dark sky stretched endlessly, heavy with the weight of an impending storm. It was a world of stark beauty, but also of danger, a place where survival was never guaranteed, and the line between life and death was razor-thin. Here, in the frozen silence of the Arctic, the ancient stories lived on, passed down through the generations by those who had learned the harshest lessons from the land itself. In the quiet of a small village nestled against the shore of a frozen sea, the elders gathered around the fire. The flames flickered and danced, casting long shadows on the faces of the listeners, young and old alike, who huddled together, seeking warmth both from the fire and from the stories they knew would follow. One of the elders, a woman whose face was lined with the wisdom of many winters, looked out across the group. Her eyes gleamed with the knowledge of times long past, and her voice, though soft, carried the weight of the generations that had come before her. She began her tale, her words as steady as the rhythm of the wind outside. Long ago, she said, the world was different. It was a time when the sea and the sky were still young, and the earth was a land of endless ice and snow. But the people who lived here, in the farthest reaches of the north, had learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to the cries of the animals, and to the stories of their ancestors. They knew that the world, though beautiful, was also capricious, and that nothing, no matter how strong, could hold back the forces of nature forever. She paused for a moment, her eyes distant, as if seeing something far beyond the circle of firelight. It was in this time, she continued, when the flood came. The silence was thick, the kind that only a true story could create. Everyone leaned in closer, sensing the power of what was to come. The flood, she said slowly, was not like the ones of other lands, where water rises and drowns everything in its path. No, this flood came from the sky. The heavens wept, and the tears of the sky fell upon the earth. The ice, which had once been a shield, began to melt. The rivers swelled with the tears of the gods, and soon the world was submerged in water. But this was no ordinary flood. It was a flood sent to test the strength of the people, to see if they could survive in the face of such a great sorrow. Her voice grew softer, as if the winds themselves were urging her to continue. The Inuit had always known the power of the sea, of the great ocean that surrounded them. They knew that the sea was both a giver and a taker, offering fish, seal, and walrus, but also capable of swallowing them whole. And when the flood came, it was the sea that claimed the land, as though it were reclaiming what was once its own. As she spoke, the wind outside seemed to grow stronger, howling like a wild animal, its fury mirroring the intensity of the story unfolding in the firelight. The elder paused once more, her face solemn, her gaze fixed on the young listeners around her. In the midst of this flood, she said, there was one who rose above the rest. A young man, strong and brave, who had heard the warning of the spirits. He knew the water would rise, and that his people would be lost to the cold sea unless they took action. So, he built a great canoe, one that could withstand the violent tides of the rising water. The listeners held their breath as the elder spoke, as if they too could see the young man working tirelessly, carving the canoe from the wood of the ancient trees, shaping it to be as strong and enduring as the spirit of the people. He gathered his people, she continued, and together, they sailed away from the rising waters, toward the unknown. They sailed for days, weeks, who knows how long. But they never gave up, because they knew the land was still out there. They knew the spirits were watching over them. The fire crackled and popped, sending a shower of sparks into the night. The elder's voice, now low and mournful, spoke of the people's survival, of the strength they found in the face of such overwhelming odds. "The flood did not last forever," she said. "Eventually, the waters began to recede, and the ice returned. But the people had learned something that would stay with them for all time. They had learned that survival was not about strength alone, but about knowing the land, respecting the forces of nature, and listening to the wisdom of the earth." There was a heavy silence as the words sank in. The wind outside howled once more, a wild, untamed force. But in the circle around the fire, there was peace, a sense of unity with the land, the sky, and the sea. The elder's story had wrapped itself around them like a blanket, a reminder of how fragile life was, and how important it was to live in balance with the world around them. Another elder, a man with a deep, gravelly voice, spoke up, adding to the tale. "The flood stories we carry with us are more than just stories of survival. They are a reminder of the world's power to change, and how we must adapt to it. The Inuit, like many of the Arctic peoples, understand the delicate balance of life here. We survive because we know how to respect the land, how to listen to its warnings." When the flood came, it was not just a test of the people's strength, it was a test of their connection to the earth. The fire flickered as the wind picked up, and for a moment, it felt as though the spirits of the earth itself were listening, watching, waiting for the next chapter in the story to unfold. The people huddled closer together, knowing that the tales they carried were not just for the past, but for the future. They would pass these stories down, as they had always done, to remind those who came after them that survival in the face of disaster was not a matter of chance, it was a matter of understanding the land, respecting the sea, and always remembering the wisdom of those who had come before. The winds howled again, but this time, it felt like a song, one that had been sung for thousands of years, carried across the vast, frozen plains by the people who had survived the Great Flood. The wind howled through the trees, bending the branches as if they were fragile reeds in a river's current. In the distance, the sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in like an army marching across the horizon. The air grew heavier, the scent of the earth damp and expectant. Villagers, huddled in their homes, whispered prayers to the ancient gods, their voices trembling with fear. They knew what was coming, a force of nature so powerful, it had been passed down in stories for generations. Long ago, the rivers that cut through the forest were not just veins of water, they were sacred. The Slavic people believed that everything, from the trees that whispered secrets to the wind that carried stories, had a spirit. And these spirits could be both merciful and vengeful. The gods watched over the land, but they also tested the hearts of those who lived on it. A storm had been gathering, not just in the sky, but in the hearts of the people. The flood that was about to come was not an ordinary disaster. It was a reckoning, a way for the old gods to remind the living of their place in the world. And when the floodwaters rose, they swallowed everything in their path, houses, fields, even memories. One ancient tale told of a time when the world was young, and the gods walked among men. The rivers were calm then, their waters reflecting the beauty of the land. But greed began to spread among the people. They took more than they needed, built their villages too close to the river's edge, and never gave thanks to the spirits for the bounty they received. The gods, displeased by the humans' arrogance, decided it was time for a reckoning. It was said that the god of water, known as Vadianoi, watched quietly from the depths of the rivers. His long, dark hair swirled like the waves, and his eyes glowed with the cold light of the moon. He was not a god of mercy. When the time came, he rose from the depths, his body entwined with waterlogged vines and moss, his breath carrying the stench of decay. The water around him began to churn, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, until the rivers overflowed their banks and the land was drowned. But it was not just Vadianoi who was angry. The great mother goddess, Mokosh, whose hands held the earth and the harvest, saw the destruction the flood caused. She wept for her children, the people who had ignored her blessings. Her tears fell like rain, filling the rivers to overflowing, and the floodwaters became a wall of water that swept away everything in its path. The crops that once flourished now sank beneath the weight of the flood, and the animals that roamed the land were forced to flee, seeking higher ground. In the face of this devastation, a small group of villagers made their way to the highest hill, where the old oak tree stood. The tree was said to be the gateway to the gods, and it was here that the ancestors had made their offerings in times long past. The flood had taken everything, homes, fields, even the very earth beneath their feet. But the tree remained, its roots deep in the ground, its branches reaching toward the heavens. The villagers gathered beneath the tree, their hearts heavy with grief and fear. They knew that the gods were testing them, and they had failed. The flood was their punishment. But as they stood there, the storm swirling around them, a figure appeared in the distance, an old woman, bent with age, her face shrouded in a hooded cloak. She walked slowly, her footsteps measured and deliberate. The villagers watched her with wide eyes, unsure whether she was a spirit of the flood or a messenger from the gods. As she came closer, they saw her face, weathered by time and lined with the stories of the world. She spoke not a word but raised her hand, and the floodwaters began to recede, slowly at first, then with greater speed. The rivers calmed, the sky lightened, and the storm that had threatened to destroy them faded into nothing. The villagers stood in stunned silence, their hearts full of awe and fear. They had been spared, but at what cost? The gods had punished them, but they had also shown mercy. They had taken everything, but in doing so, they had left behind a chance for renewal. The flood had washed away the sins of the people, but it had also left the land open for rebirth. In the days that followed, the villagers rebuilt their homes and their lives. But they did so with humility, knowing that the flood would always be waiting, just as the gods were. They honored the river spirits and the gods of the earth, never again taking more than they needed, always giving thanks for the blessings they had received. And in the generations that followed, the story of the Great Flood became more than just a warning. It became a lesson, passed down through the years. It was a reminder that nature could never be tamed, that the earth and the water were both a gift and a curse. It was a story told around fires on cold winter nights, a story of survival, of humility, and of the ever-present power of the gods. The flood was not just a natural disaster, it was a symbol, a representation of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The Slavic people knew that they were not the masters of the earth, but its caretakers. And as long as they remembered the lesson of the flood, of respect for the earth and the gods, they would be safe. But the flood was always there, lurking just beyond the horizon, a reminder of the ever-present power of the natural world. The villagers never forgot the lesson, for they knew that as long as the rivers flowed and the winds blew, the gods watched, waiting to see if they would honor their promises, or if they would, once again, bring the flood. The rain fell in heavy sheets, drenching the earth beneath. The sky above was a slate gray, as if the very heavens had decided to weep. The river that usually meandered lazily through the forest now raged with furious power. The once gentle stream had become an unstoppable force, rising rapidly, swallowing the land in its path. No one could escape it, not the village on the edge of the river, not the ancient trees that had stood for centuries. The flood had come, and with it, the fear that it brought. In the far north, where the land met the sea and the sky stretched forever in every direction, the stories of such floods had been told for generations. These were stories of great rivers that had swallowed villages, of mighty seas that had risen to claim the land, and of gods who had sent these floods as both punishment and warning. The people of the Baltic and Finno-Ugric lands knew these stories well, passed down from their ancestors as both a reminder of the power of nature and a warning of the consequences of their actions. One of the oldest of these stories came from the people of the Baltic lands, where the river Venta was said to be both a giver and a taker of life. The river, winding its way through the dense forests and fertile plains, was once a calm and nurturing force, providing water for crops, fish for the people, and a pathway for trade. But the old ones, the wise elders, told of a time when the Venta, angered by the greed of men, rose from its banks and swallowed the entire village in a single night. The flood was not just a natural event. It was a sign, a message from the river itself. The people had grown arrogant. They had taken too much from the land and the waters, believing that they could bend the world to their will. The gods, angered by their hubris, sent the flood as a reminder of their place in the world. The village was lost, and the river flowed on, its waters carrying away the sins of men. But the people of the Fenugreek lands had their own stories of floods, and in these tales, the waters were not only a punishment, they were also a means of survival. In one story, the great flood that covered the land was not brought about by God's anger with mankind. Instead, it was caused by the tears of the sky itself. The sky, filled with grief for the suffering of the world, began to cry, and its tears filled the rivers and the lakes. The waters rose, flooding the world, until there was nothing left but water and sky. Yet in this story, there was hope. From the floodwaters, a great boat appeared, carrying a small group of survivors. These survivors, like Noah of the Christian tale, carried with them the seeds of life, the knowledge to rebuild the world that had been destroyed. The flood, though destructive, was also a cleansing. It washed away the old, making way for the new. As the stories of these two cultures, one from the Baltic lands and the other from the Fenugreek peoples, were told side by side, certain themes began to emerge. Both cultures understood that floods were not just natural disasters, they were powerful forces of nature that held meaning. In the Baltic myth, the flood came as punishment, a reminder of the consequences of greed and arrogance. In the Fenugreek myth, the flood was a moment of grief and rebirth, a chance to start again after the world had been washed clean. The similarities between these two cultures were not just in the flood itself, but in the way they viewed the world around them. Both cultures believed in the power of nature and its ability to shape their lives. The rivers were not just bodies of water, they were living things, full of spirit and life. The flood, whether caused by anger or grief, was a reflection of this belief. It was a reminder that nature could never be controlled, only respected. And yet, there were also differences. The Baltic people, with their focus on the rivers and the spirits that dwelled within them, saw the flood as a punishment. It was an event that required repentance, a turning back to the ways of the past, a recognition that mankind was not above the forces of nature. The Fenugreek people, on the other hand, saw the flood as a cleansing, a chance to start anew. The floodwaters were not to be feared but embraced, for they brought the opportunity to rebuild. These differences reflected the contrasting ways in which these cultures viewed the relationship between mankind and the world around them. The Baltic people, living in the shadow of the mighty rivers, believed that nature could be both a friend and a foe. The Fenugreek people, living in the cold northern lands, saw the flood as a force of renewal, a chance to start fresh. In both cultures, however, the flood was a powerful symbol. It represented the fragility of human life and the power of the natural world. It reminded the people that, no matter how much they tried to control the world around them, nature would always have the final say. And in that final say, there was both danger and hope, destruction and rebirth. As the storm clouds gathered over the lands of the Baltic and Fenugreek peoples, the winds howled and the rivers swelled. The flood was coming, as it always did. And in the hearts of the people, there was both fear and understanding. They knew that the flood was not just a force of nature, it was a reminder. A reminder that the world was a fragile place, and that the balance between man and nature was delicate, always on the edge of destruction or renewal. In the darkness of the storm, as the waters rose higher, the people could hear the whispers of the past, whispers of ancient floods and the lessons they carried. The wind howled over the barren plain, carrying with it the ghostly echoes of ancient waters. The ground beneath, cracked and dry now, held secrets hidden for millennia. A faint shimmer of silver gray marked the edge of what had once been a vast, restless sea. To an unsuspecting observer, it was just another stretch of land, but to those who knew where to look, this place was sacred, a graveyard of a world washed away. Beneath the surface, where the soil whispered stories older than humanity, shards of pottery and remnants of homes lay buried, frozen in time. Each piece told of a life interrupted, a family meal abandoned, a shelter dismantled not by human hands, but by an unstoppable tide. The waters had come in an unstoppable surge, swallowing all that stood before them. And yet, these traces, these fragile fragments, had endured, defying time and tide to tell their story. A riverbed carved deep into the earth spoke louder than any words. The path it etched was unnaturally wide, as if the river had once been a ravenous beast, bursting from its banks in a fury. Scientists, historians, and mythologists had stood on these banks, staring at the unmistakable signs left by catastrophic floods. Sediment layers, thicker than the tallest man, marked moments when the land had drowned. Fossilized fish found far from any modern shoreline whispered of a time when the sea had trespassed, leaving behind evidence that no one could deny. And then there was the Black Sea. Long ago, its waters had surged, overwhelming the land, displacing entire civilizations. The flood came suddenly, as if the heavens themselves had burst. Modern instruments pieced together the aftermath, showing shorelines swallowed and settlements drowned. The echoes of this event had traveled across continents, embedding themselves into the oral histories of countless cultures. Stories of a great deluge, so powerful and devastating, had seeped into human consciousness, becoming myths, legends, and cautionary tales. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, clay tablets told of a man named Utnapishtim, chosen by the gods to survive a flood sent to cleanse the earth. The Gilgamesh epic detailed a tale eerily similar to those told in distant lands. But was it merely a story, or had there been a flood that inspired it? The sediment layers of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers revealed evidence of sudden, massive inundations. Homes buried under silt, cities lost beneath layers of mud, these were not merely tales, but truths spoken by the earth itself. Thousands of miles away, in the Indian subcontinent, the Sarasvati River, once mighty, had vanished into legend. Archaeological excavations along its suspected course found cities abandoned, their people driven away not by war or famine, but by water, or the sudden lack of it. The rise and fall of the river had shaped their world, and as it disappeared, so too did their way of life. The flood myths of this region reflected not just destruction, but the fragility of human existence in the face of nature's whims. The Arctic tundra, vast and desolate, held its own secrets. Beneath its frozen surface, scientists unearthed the remains of woolly mammoths, perfectly preserved. They spoke of a world turned upside down, sudden, dramatic shifts in climate causing ice to melt and waters to rise. Indigenous legends from these regions, handed down through generations, spoke of floods that reshaped the very fabric of their world. The stories matched the evidence, like pieces of a puzzle scattered across time and space. The layers of the earth didn't lie. From the valleys of China to the plains of North America, the same story was told in mud, stone, and fossil. Enormous boulders transported miles from their origins by ancient glacial floods stood as silent witnesses. Scars etched into rock by rushing waters defied human comprehension, speaking of forces that could move mountains, literally. And then, there was the startling discovery beneath the Gulf of Cambay in India, where an ancient city lay submerged, its streets and walls preserved beneath the waves. The ocean had swallowed it whole, erasing it from history but not from existence. Carbon dating suggested its age exceeded that of any known civilization. Could this have been the Atlantis of the East, lost to a flood so sudden, so powerful, that its people could do nothing but watch as the sea claimed their home? In South America, the legends of the Inca and their ancestors spoke of great floods sent by the gods to punish humanity's arrogance. High in the Andes, evidence of ancient lakes and sudden catastrophic flooding told a tale of water reshaping the landscape, carving out valleys and changing the course of rivers. Even now, the mountains bore scars from these events, long healed but never forgotten. The rhythm of these floods, some caused by rising seas, others by bursting glacial dams, painted a picture of a world constantly in flux. Each flood left behind not just devastation, but also renewal. Fertile valleys were born from destruction, their soils enriched by silt carried over great distances. Humanity, resilient and resourceful, always found a way to start again, building new lives upon the ruins of the old. It was impossible to stand in these places and not feel the weight of history. The silence of the floodplains, the stillness of the ancient riverbeds, spoke of a time when the earth had roared and water had become a force of unimaginable power. The myths told by human voices matched the evidence etched into the earth. The great flood stories were not mere figments of imagination, they were memories, passed down in the only way they could be, through storytelling. Each fragment of pottery, each sediment layer, each scar on the land, told of moments when the balance between humanity and nature tipped too far. The earth reminded us, over and over again, that it could give and it could take. In those reminders, there was both terror and awe, a humbling recognition that the forces that shaped our world were far greater than any one person, any one civilization. The rain fell in relentless sheets, a curtain of water that seemed to separate the heavens from the earth. It wasn't a gentle cleansing, but a deluge, fierce and unyielding. The rivers overflowed, their currents wild and untamed, while the ocean surged forward, claiming the land without mercy. A shepherd on a distant hill, his flock long scattered, lifted his face to the sky, searching for meaning in the chaos. What had they done to bring this upon themselves? Was this destruction a punishment, or was it something far greater, something beyond human understanding? In the quiet aftermath, as the waters receded and the sun hesitantly returned, survivors gathered on the soggy ground. They whispered prayers to the heavens, each in their own tongue, each with their own understanding of the storm that had almost undone them. Some spoke of a vengeful deity, angered by humanity's arrogance and sin. Others told of gods who wept for the earth, their tears flooding the world in sorrow rather than wrath. Among them, a woman with kind, weathered eyes began a tale, her voice steady and strong despite all she had lost. She spoke of a God who had watched humanity spiral into greed and cruelty, who had seen the balance between life and nature shattered. This God, she said, had no choice but to cleanse the earth, not out of hatred, but to give it a chance to heal. The flood was both destruction and salvation, a paradox that could break the heart and mend it all at once. As she spoke, those listening felt an ache in their chests, a realization that their suffering might hold meaning beyond their comprehension. In another corner of the world, a different story unfolded. Here, the flood was not sent by a god, but by a force older and more mysterious, a balance in the universe tipping too far. A wise elder explained it with a calm, knowing voice. Water, he said, was the source of life, but also its undoing. When humanity forgot its place in the grand design, water would rise to remind them. It was not an act of punishment, but of balance, a reminder that humans were stewards, not rulers, of the earth. His words carried weight, and for days afterward, the people moved with greater care, treating the world as sacred. For some, the flood was a test of faith, a crucible that separated the worthy from the unworthy. Theologians debated endlessly, their voices rising in heated arguments as they sought to interpret divine will. Was the flood a lesson in obedience, a call to humility, or a sign of divine disappointment? In their quest for answers, they turned to ancient texts, poring over verses that described similar events. The righteous were always saved, they argued, while the wicked perished. But what did righteousness mean? Who decided, and why? Philosophers took a different view, their minds restless and questioning. They saw the flood as a mirror, reflecting humanity's flaws and fears. Perhaps the flood was a metaphor, they mused, a story meant to teach rather than recount. It forced people to confront their mortality, their insignificance in the face of nature's vast power. One philosopher, a man with a lined face and eyes that seemed to see too much, described the flood as a cycle, creation, destruction, and rebirth. It's not about who was saved, he said softly, but about what they learned after the waters withdrew. In quiet temples and grand cathedrals, in hidden shrines and open fields, people prayed and pondered. They sought meaning in their own ways, their interpretations shaped by culture and experience. For some, the flood was a call to repentance, a reminder to live with kindness and humility. For others, it was a mystery to be respected, its full meaning known only to the divine. One story, told by a wandering monk, captured the hearts of all who heard it. He described a man who built a small, fragile raft as the floodwaters rose. He had no grand ark, no divine instructions, only his hands and his will. As he floated on the endless sea, he saved not just his family but anyone he could reach, pulling them onto his little vessel until it was too crowded to move. The gods, the monk said with a smile, were watching. And though the man had no great power or wealth, they saw his heart, and the waters calmed. In the end, the flood myths were not just tales of water and destruction, they were stories of survival, transformation, and hope. Each culture, each faith, found its own meaning in the rising waters. Some saw wrath, others redemption. Some found despair, others a chance to begin anew. But all of them, in their own way, whispered the same truth, that in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit could endure. The sound of rushing water filled the man's ears, though no river flowed nearby. It was a dream, but it felt more like an ancient memory, an endless wave surging toward him, sweeping away everything he knew. His childhood home, his mother's voice, even the warmth of the sun, all swallowed by the cold, dark tide. He woke gasping, the image lingering like a shadow over his soul. What did it mean? Was it a warning, a punishment, or something more profound? Across the ages, people have experienced similar dreams. The flood, a force unstoppable, untamed, and consuming, seems to haunt the collective mind. Some say it's fear manifesting, the primal terror of being overwhelmed by forces beyond control. Others believe it's a symbol, a mirror held up to the soul, reflecting the chaos we hide within ourselves. For Carl Jung, the flood was not just a disaster, it was a key, unlocking the deepest chambers of the human psyche. In Jung's view, the flood represented the unconscious, vast and mysterious, rising to challenge the fragile order of consciousness. He likened it to the moment a dam bursts, when the emotions, memories, and desires we suppress surge forward, demanding acknowledgement. These waters don't destroy for the sake of destruction, they cleanse, forcing us to rebuild from the ground up. It's terrifying, yes, but also transformative. To face the flood is to face oneself. Consider a woman standing at the edge of a shore, watching the waves crash. She had spent years building her life, brick by careful brick, constructing a fortress to protect her from pain. But lately, cracks had appeared in the walls, small at first, then widening, until she could no longer ignore them. In her dreams, the sea rose higher and higher, threatening to engulf her. At first, she fought it, scrambling to reinforce her defenses. But one night, as the waters surged, she stopped running. She let them take her. The next morning, she awoke not with fear but with clarity. The flood in her dreams wasn't her enemy. It was her liberation. It had swept away the illusion she clung to, exposing the truths she had buried. The grief she hadn't mourned, the desires she hadn't pursued, the life she hadn't truly lived, all revealed by the tide. She cried that day, but they were tears of relief, not sorrow. In myths, floods often symbolize renewal. The old world is washed away, making room for something new. It's no coincidence that these stories resonate so deeply, they speak to the cycles we all experience. We build, we break, we begin again. The flood is the breaking point, the moment we are forced to confront what we'd rather ignore. It's the loss that forces us to reevaluate, the chaos that pushes us toward clarity. Even children understand this, though they might not put it into words. A young boy once told his grandmother about a dream he'd had. In it, a great wave had swept through his village, leaving nothing behind. Was it a bad dream? She asked gently. He shook his head. No, he said after a pause. It felt like starting over. She smiled, her weathered face soft with understanding. She had felt that wave many times in her own life. The symbolism of the flood doesn't just belong to myths and dreams, it seeps into everyday language. We speak of being drowned in work, overwhelmed by emotions, carried away by passion. These phrases hint at the same truth, that life often feels like a battle against the tide. But what if we stopped fighting? What if we let ourselves be carried, trusting that the waters, though wild, might take us somewhere we need to go? A man once shared his story with a friend over coffee. He had lost everything in a matter of months, his job, his marriage, his sense of purpose. It felt like drowning, he admitted, his voice raw. I thought I'd never breathe again. His friend listened quietly, then asked, "What did you do?" The man looked out the window, watching the rain streak the glass. I let it wash over me, he said simply. And when the waters receded, I realized I was still here. And that was enough. The flood, then, is not just an ending but a beginning. It forces us to surrender, to let go of what no longer serves us, to face the truth of who we are. It's messy and painful and frightening, but it's also necessary. Without the flood, there can be no rebuilding. Without destruction, no creation. In the quiet aftermath, as the waters withdraw, something remarkable happens. The earth is soft, ready to be shaped. Seeds take root. The sun returns. The same is true within us. After the storm, we are raw but alive, stripped of pretenses, ready to grow. A woman once described the moment she realized this. She had been grieving for years, stuck in a cycle of anger and regret. One day, while walking by a river, she saw a piece of driftwood caught in the current. It twisted and turned, struggling against the flow, until finally, it surrendered and was carried away. She watched it disappear into the horizon and felt something shift within her. For the first time, she allowed herself to feel her pain fully, without trying to control it. And like the driftwood, she found herself carried to a place she hadn't expected but desperately needed. Floods, both literal and symbolic, leave scars. They change landscapes, inside and out. But scars tell stories, and those stories shape who we are. They remind us of what we've endured, and more importantly, what we've become. When the waters rise, it's natural to feel fear. But if we can find the courage to let go, to trust the process, we may find that the flood is not an end, but a passage, one that leads us closer to ourselves. The rain fell without pause, a relentless drumbeat against the earth. Villagers huddled in their homes, whispering prayers into the darkness. Rivers swelled and broke their banks, devouring fields and sweeping away homes. For days, the heavens unleashed their fury, turning fertile land into a wasteland of mud and despair. When the storm finally relented, what remained was silence, a heavy, suffocating quiet broken only by the cries of the displaced. An elder stood at the edge of the devastation, his weathered face streaked with tears. He bent to pick up a handful of mud, letting it run through his fingers. "The earth has spoken," he murmured. "It warned us, but we did not listen." Throughout history, stories like this have been told, not just as records of calamity but as lessons etched into memory. The flood is not only a punishment or a test, it is a reminder of the fragile balance between humanity and nature. When people forget their place, when they take without thought, nature reclaims what was always hers. In one ancient tale, a farmer boasted about taming the land, plowing fields deeper than ever before to yield larger crops. His neighbors warned him, but he dismissed their concerns. The harvest that year was bountiful, but the following winter, the rains came. The once rich soil, stripped of its natural protections, turned to sludge and slid into the river. The farmer's fields were gone, swallowed by the water, and he was left to rebuild from nothing. "The land is not yours to conquer," an old woman told him. "It is yours to care for." These stories are not relics of the past. They are warnings that still echo in the present. The flood myths from every corner of the world carry a truth that transcends time. Humanity's actions have consequences. When the balance is upset, when greed and ignorance take precedence, nature responds. Sometimes with a whisper, sometimes with a roar. A modern city, gleaming with skyscrapers and pulsing with life, might feel far removed from the lessons of ancient myths. But the rivers running through it remember. The forests that once stood where concrete now dominates remember. And when the rains come, those rivers rise, just as they have for millennia. In one such city, a father carried his daughter through knee-high floodwaters, his face etched with worry. "Why is this happening?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. He had no answer, but deep down, he knew. The tales remind us that the floodwaters are not only a force of destruction, they are a mirror reflecting humanity's disregard for the natural world. In one story, a god watches as people strip the forests bare and poison the rivers. "They have forgotten the sacredness of the earth," the god says, and so he sends a flood, not to punish, but to cleanse, to force them to start anew. When the waters recede, the survivors vow to live differently, planting trees and cleaning rivers as offerings of gratitude and respect. These myths offer more than warnings, they offer guidance. The flood is both a reckoning and an opportunity. It washes away what is broken, but it also leaves behind fertile ground, a chance to rebuild with wisdom and humility. In this way, the flood is not just an end, but a beginning, a moment to rethink and reshape. A fisherman once shared a story with his grandson about a time when the rivers were so clear you could see fish darting beneath the surface. "We used to give thanks to the river," he said, "before we took anything from it. But over time, people stopped giving thanks. They built factories along the banks, dumping waste into the water. The fish disappeared, and the river turned dark. Then came the rains, a deluge that overflowed the polluted waters, spreading sickness and sorrow." The boy listened, wide-eyed. "Can we fix it?" he asked. The old man nodded. "The river remembers who we were. If we treat it with respect again, it might forgive us." There's a haunting beauty in these stories, a reminder of what's been lost, but also a glimmer of what could be regained. The flood myths teach us that humanity is not separate from nature but part of it, bound by the same rhythms and laws. When we harm the earth, we harm ourselves. And when we heal the earth, we heal ourselves. A woman standing on a beach watched as the tide ebbed and flowed, carrying with it bits of plastic and debris. She thought of the myths her grandmother used to tell her, of a world where water was sacred and every drop held a story. She bent down and picked up a piece of trash, then another and another. Others joined her, until the shore was clear. It was a small act, but in that moment, it felt monumental, a step toward restoring the balance. The flood myths are not just stories of ancient times, they are living reminders of our connection to the earth. They urge us to listen, to act, to remember. For if we forget, the waters will rise again, and their lessons will be taught anew. A single brushstroke of blue stretched across the canvas, dark and foreboding. In the corner, a lone figure clung to a piece of driftwood, their face tilted toward the heavens in desperation. The artist's hand trembled as they painted, as if the flood's haunting power coursed through their very soul. Every detail, every ripple in the water, seemed alive, whispering stories of loss, renewal, and the fragile line between survival and despair. The Great Flood has always been more than just a story. It's a pulse that runs through human creativity, shaping how we see the world and ourselves. Artists, poets, and sculptors have long been captivated by its raw power and emotional depth. When words fail to convey the enormity of the flood, art steps in, speaking in colors, shapes, and symbols. In one ancient manuscript, a poet described the flood as a great weeping. Their verses painted images of roaring waters, the cries of the living blending with the silence of those swept away. Each stanza pulsed with pain, but beneath the sorrow lay a quiet hope, a belief that after the storm, there would be calm. The poet's words rippled through time, finding their way into countless hands and hearts. In a small village centuries later, a sculptor worked tirelessly on a block of marble. Each strike of their chisel revealed a story, a boat caught in the surge, animals huddled together, and a family reaching out to one another in the midst of chaos. The finished sculpture stood as a testament to endurance, its surface worn smooth by generations of hands seeking solace. Some who touched it said they felt the cold stone pulse, as if the flood spirit still lingered within. In literature, the flood's waters have washed over countless pages, leaving behind tales both harrowing and beautiful. A novelist once wrote of a town consumed by rising tides, its people forced to confront their darkest secrets as they fled. The protagonist, a child, clutched a journal, a record of their life before the waters came. In the story's final lines, the journal floated away, a symbol of both loss and the promise of new beginnings. Painters, too, have captured the flood's essence, each interpreting it in their unique way. One depicted it as an abstract whirlwind of color, reds and blacks swirling like a stormy sky. Another chose stark realism, a mother holding her child above the water, her face etched with fear and determination. Standing before such paintings, viewers often found themselves overwhelmed, their emotions mirroring the tumult on the canvas. Music has not been immune to the flood's call. A composer, inspired by ancient flood myths, created a symphony that began with a single, haunting note, low and resonant, like the first rumble of distant thunder. As the piece progressed, the music swelled, mimicking the rising waters. Violins screamed like wind through the trees, drums pounded like crashing waves. And then, as suddenly as it began, the music quieted, leaving only a gentle, steady rhythm, like raindrops on leaves. Those who heard it described feeling as if they had lived through the flood themselves, their hearts both heavy and renewed. Even the smallest forms of art have carried the flood's message. A potter etched scenes of rain and survival onto their clay vessels, each cup and bowl a quiet reminder of resilience. A weaver threaded blue and silver into a tapestry, its patterns telling a story of water and life. These everyday objects became treasures, their beauty deepened by the weight of their meaning. The flood's influence reached beyond individual works to entire movements. During the Romantic era, artists and writers embraced its themes, seeing in the flood a mirror of their own struggles and passions. For them, the flood was not just water but emotion itself, overwhelming, transformative, and uncontainable. In a dimly lit gallery, a woman once stood before a painting of the flood. The waters seemed to surge toward her, threatening to break free of the frame. Her breath caught, and for a moment, she felt as though she were drowning, not in fear, but in awe. "It's as if the artist painted my own soul," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. The flood's power lies in its universality. No matter the medium, words, paint, stone, or sound, it speaks to something primal within us. It reminds us of our vulnerability, our strength, and our place within the vast, unpredictable forces of the world. Through art, the flood becomes more than a story, it becomes an experience, one that we carry with us, shaping how we live and love. And yet, for all its sorrow, the flood also carries a strange beauty. In its wake, it leaves space for creation, for artists to capture its essence and for audiences to feel its truth. It is destruction and rebirth, despair and hope, chaos and calm. It is art in its purest form. Rain hammered against the glass of a dimly lit room as a young boy stared at the flickering screen of an old television. The film playing showed a storm that seemed alive, angry clouds swirling, waves crashing, and a relentless deluge that consumed everything in its path. The boy's hands gripped the armrest of his chair, his breath quickening as the camera zoomed in on the faces of the characters, faces etched with fear, hope, and an overwhelming sense of the unknown. The Great Flood, with its raw emotion and unyielding power, has always found a way to captivate modern media. Directors, writers, and creators have embraced the tale, reshaping it into stories that reflect the fears and dreams of every generation. From the silver screen to best-selling novels, the flood has surged into the hearts of millions, carrying with it a timeless message of survival, sacrifice, and rebirth. One film opens with a serene day, the kind where children play in the sun and laughter fills the air. But the skies darken quickly. A distant rumble grows louder, and soon rain falls in torrents. In a sweeping shot, the camera pans across a town submerged in chaos, streets turn to rivers, families scrambling for safety, and a lone figure standing on a rooftop, clutching a soaked photograph. The protagonist's journey to save their family becomes a metaphor for humanity's eternal struggle against forces beyond its control. In a different retelling, a dystopian television series imagines the flood not as water, but as a technological storm. A global network hack triggers the collapse of every dam and levee in the world, unleashing a flood that drowns entire cities. The show follows survivors as they navigate this new, watery world. Each episode peels back the layers of their lives, revealing secrets that the flood could not wash away. The water becomes a symbol of cleansing and exposure, forcing humanity to confront its sins while searching for redemption. Books, too, have embraced the flood's powerful imagery. In a gripping novel, the flood is reimagined as a freak tsunami that destroys a coastal city overnight. The author describes the wave in hauntingly vivid detail, how it rose like a towering beast, swallowing skyscrapers and leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The story follows 3 survivors, each grappling with guilt, loss, and the fragile hope of rebuilding their lives. With every chapter, the flood's waters seem to recede, but its emotional weight lingers. Even animated films have turned the flood into a tool for storytelling. In one memorable adaptation, a group of animals must band together to survive after their forest is submerged. The film weaves humor and heartache, showing how the flood's trials bring out both the worst and the best in its characters. Children watching it laugh at the antics of a mischievous squirrel, but are also left with a quiet sense of awe at the resilience of the animal kingdom. Modern pop culture has not limited itself to retelling ancient myths. It has also found ways to reinterpret the flood's meaning. In a recent blockbuster, the flood is not just a natural disaster but an act of rebellion. A group of eco-activists sabotages a dam to send a message about humanity's disregard for the environment. The film blurs the line between villain and hero, challenging viewers to think about the cost of their actions. The flood becomes a voice for the voiceless, a force that demands to be heard. In graphic novels, the flood's visual power takes center stage. One series begins with panels of rain falling gently on a quiet village. The raindrops grow heavier, darker, until they form a relentless wall of water. The artwork is so detailed that readers can almost feel the cold spray on their faces. The story follows a reluctant hero who must lead the survivors to higher ground while battling their own inner demons. The flood mirrors the characters' emotional turmoil, its waves rising and falling with their courage. Songs, too, have carried the flood's essence into modern times. A haunting ballad begins with the sound of dripping water, a slow and steady rhythm that builds into a storm of strings and percussion. The lyrics speak of love lost and found, of bridges washed away but rebuilt stronger. The flood in the song becomes a metaphor for life's trials, unforgiving but necessary, breaking us down only to make us whole again. Video games have also embraced the flood, turning it into an interactive experience. In one game, players navigate a flooded world, solving puzzles and uncovering the truth behind the catastrophe. The water is both a friend and a foe, offering paths to hidden treasures while threatening to drag players under. Gamers often speak of feeling a visceral connection to the flood, their triumphs and failures mirroring those of the characters they control. In every medium, the flood serves as more than just a plot device, it is a character in its own right. It speaks without words, its voice echoing in the crashing of waves, the silence after the storm, and the hearts of those who witness its power. It is a reminder of nature's might and humanity's fragility, a story that never truly ends because it lives within us. As the boy in the dimly lit room watched the television screen, he felt a tear slide down his cheek. The film's final scene showed the floodwaters receding, revealing a world forever changed. The characters, battered but unbroken, looked toward the horizon, where the sun pierced through the clouds. The boy didn't know why, but he felt as though he had been there with them, fighting the waves and finding hope in their aftermath. The storyteller's voice trembled with intensity as the firelight flickered across the faces of the gathered crowd. Every eye was fixed on him, every breath held as he began to speak of the great waters that once swallowed the world. He told of mountains disappearing beneath the waves, of men and women clutching each other as the heavens wept, and of a single raft carrying the hopes of a people through endless storms. It wasn't just a story, it was their story. For centuries, the tale had been passed from one generation to the next. Mothers whispered it to their children on sleepless nights, elders recounted it during rituals, and warriors drew strength from it before battle. It wasn't merely about survival, it was about who they were. Their very identity was etched into the memory of that flood. In a small village nestled by a river, a potter shaped wet clay on a spinning wheel, her hands moving with deliberate care. The designs she etched onto the surface were more than decorative. There were symbols of the flood, a spiraling wave pattern that had been used by her ancestors for generations. Every line told a story, a reminder of how their people had once been carried to safety by the water's mercy and cruelty. The pots were used in ceremonies, carried in processions, and cherished in homes as a connection to the past. Elsewhere, in a sprawling metropolis, a young poet sat by a rain-streaked window, pen in hand. The city was a mosaic of cultures, and yet, even there, the flood's echoes lingered. Her poem spoke of rising waters and fragile boats, of lost cities and new beginnings. But it wasn't just an ode to an ancient tale, it was a declaration of belonging. She poured her own struggles and triumphs into the flood story, weaving them together until they were inseparable. The flood was a thread that ran through countless tapestries, each woven by a different culture but sharing the same unyielding force. In the deserts, where rain was rare and precious, the story of a great flood became one of warning. The waters were a sign of divine anger, a call to humility. In lush river valleys, the flood was seen as both a destroyer and a giver of life, its destructive power balanced by the fertile land it left behind. Each retelling reflected the land, the people, and their place within it. A tribal leader stood beneath the open sky, addressing her people. She spoke of a time when their ancestors faced the great waters. She told of how they had lost everything but their spirit, how they had rebuilt their lives with nothing but hope. Her words were not mere history, they were a call to action. The flood had shaped their identity, and it continued to guide them, reminding them that resilience was their birthright. In the crowded streets of a coastal town, children gathered around a street performer who painted vivid scenes on the pavement. His chalk transformed the gray concrete into a swirling ocean, with boats bobbing on its surface and figures reaching out for the sky. As he worked, he told the story of the flood. The children gasped as he described the crashing waves, cheered when he painted a rainbow in the sky, and walked away with their hearts full of wonder. At a university far away, a historian pored over ancient manuscripts, tracing the flood's journey across time and space. The story had traveled with migrating tribes, been adapted by conquering empires, and transformed by modern storytellers. But it never lost its essence. Even in its many forms, it remained a mirror, reflecting the fears, hopes, and dreams of those who told it. The historian marveled at how a single story could hold so much power, how it could unite people across centuries and continents. In a highland village, a festival unfolded, and at its heart was the flood. Villagers dressed as the characters of the tale, heroes, villains, and survivors. They danced in the town square, reenacting the story with laughter and tears. It wasn't just entertainment, it was a ritual, a way of preserving the past while celebrating the present. The flood, though long gone, lived on in their movements, their songs, and their shared joy. A sculptor worked in solitude, carving a block of stone into a figure rising from the waves. Each chisel strike echoed through his studio, each fragment of stone falling away to reveal the story hidden within. The sculpture would stand in the center of his town, a testament to their heritage. It would remind everyone who saw it that the flood was not just about destruction, it was about endurance, about finding strength when all seemed lost. A grandmother sat with her granddaughter by a crackling fire, her voice steady and warm. She told the flood story as her grandmother had told it to her. But she added her own flourishes, her own interpretations. The flood was no longer just water, it was every hardship they had ever faced. It was the storm that had taken her husband, the drought that had tested their resolve, and the love that had carried them through it all. Her granddaughter listened, wide-eyed, and the story became hers, ready to be told again when the time came. The flood was never just a tale of waters rising and falling. It was a reflection of humanity, of our fragility and our strength, our losses and our victories. It was a way for cultures to preserve their essence, to pass on what mattered most. It was a reminder that, no matter how much the waters rose, there was always a way forward. And in every telling, it became a little more than it had been before, shaped by the hands and hearts of those who carried it. The room was silent, except for the faint rustle of papers and the occasional scratch of a pen against a notepad. Scholars from every corner of the world sat around a long wooden table, their expressions a mix of intrigue and skepticism. In the center stood a weathered map, its edges frayed, depicting a world before time seemed to make sense, a world before the flood. The air was heavy with anticipation as the oldest among them, a geologist with eyes that seemed to have seen the centuries themselves, began to speak. "What if," he said, his voice steady but charged with quiet intensity, "the flood wasn't merely a myth, but a memory?" He paused, letting his words settle. A collective memory of something catastrophic, a time when the earth reshaped itself, and humanity stood at the edge of survival. The question hung in the air, tugging at everyone's thoughts. The historian, who had spent decades piecing together fragments of ancient texts, leaned forward. But memory, she said, her tone measured, is not fact. Cultures encode their fears, their hopes, their truths into stories. Could the flood be symbolic, a way to explain the unexplainable? Across the table, an anthropologist tapped a pen against her lips. And yet, she interjected, the flood appears everywhere, in Mesopotamia, in Mesoamerica, in the Pacific Islands. Are we to believe that every culture imagined the same catastrophe without ever encountering it? The archaeologist, whose hands bore the calluses of countless digs, spoke next. But what of the evidence? His voice was calm but firm. We've found layers of silt, remnants of ancient riverbeds, signs of massive flooding events. Not everywhere, of course, but enough to suggest there was something, a series of disasters that could have inspired these stories. The debate rippled through the room, each voice adding to the wave of ideas. Some leaned on science, tracing the paths of ancient rivers and the rise and fall of oceans. Others turned to language, dissecting the metaphors and symbols embedded in sacred texts. The theologian, sitting quietly until now, finally spoke. What if the flood is both? His voice was soft, but it carried weight. What if it is fact wrapped in metaphor, history told in the language of the divine? The room fell silent again, the weight of his words pressing down like the stillness before a storm. Outside, rain began to fall, pattering against the windows. It was a small rain, gentle and unthreatening, but it carried a reminder of something greater. The oceanographer, her hair still damp from a recent field study, glanced out at the darkening sky. We know the seas have risen before, she said, her voice tinged with the urgency of someone who had seen the power of water firsthand. We know they could rise again. Perhaps the flood stories are warnings, echoes from the past meant to guide us in the future. The philosopher, sitting at the far end of the table, smiled faintly. And yet, we are drawn to them not just as warnings, but as truths about ourselves. He gestured toward the map. The flood is more than water, it's a metaphor for transformation. What is washed away, and what remains, tells us who we are. The historian nodded, her earlier skepticism tempered by reflection. It's true, she admitted. The stories always speak of renewal. The ark, the mountain, the rainbow, they aren't just endings, they're beginnings. The debate swirled on, gaining intensity, each argument like a wave crashing against the shore. The linguist spoke of root words that connected cultures long separated by geography. The climatologist explained patterns of glacial melts and ancient weather systems. The psychologist explored the flood's role in the human psyche, a representation of fear and hope colliding. And then, the youngest voice in the room, a graduate student who had listened quietly until now, broke through the din. But does it matter, she asked, if the flood was real or imagined? Isn't the point that it's endured? That we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it? The room grew quiet once more, her words echoing in the minds of everyone present. The rain outside intensified, the drops striking harder now, as if nature itself were listening in. The geologist, who had started it all, stood again. Perhaps that's the true power of the flood, he said, his voice tinged with awe. Not the water itself, but what it carries with it, the questions, the lessons, the unending search for meaning. As the rain continued, the scholars lingered, their arguments blending into something larger than any one of them. It wasn't about winning or losing, about proving or disproving. It was about the flood, its story, its mystery, and its hold on humanity. The room felt alive, almost electric, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. In the dim glow of flickering candles, elders from different lands sat in a wide circle. Each had brought their own symbols of memory, a clay tablet inscribed with ancient words, a faded tapestry, a polished conch shell that whispered secrets of the sea. They had come not to argue, but to weave their stories together, to listen and speak, to search for something greater than themselves. An elder from Mesopotamia spoke first, his voice gravelly, heavy with the weight of generations. In our land, the flood was the wrath of the gods, he said, clutching a worn tablet. It wiped the slate clean. But the gods gave us a gift, a man, Utnapishtim, who built a great ark and preserved life. From him, we learned that survival is not enough. It is how we live after the waters recede that matters. His words hung in the air, and for a moment, the room was silent. Then, a Polynesian woman, her hair streaked with gray like the tides, raised her voice. In our stories, the ocean rises not from anger, but from imbalance. The gods, seeing the land overrun, sent waves to restore harmony. The flood was not a punishment, it was a reminder that we are not separate from the earth, but a part of it. A ripple of agreement passed through the circle. The elder from the Andes, wrapped in a colorful shawl, leaned forward. And in our mountains, the story is much the same, he said, his eyes bright with memory. The waters came to cleanse, to teach humility. It was a warning and a promise. Those who respected the earth survived. Those who did not were swept away. Across the circle, a West African griot began to hum softly, the sound both mournful and uplifting. When she spoke, her voice was rich and melodic. In our tales, the floodwaters came not from the heavens, but from the tears of a grieving spirit. They were tears for the greed of humanity, for the broken promises made to the ancestors. Yet in the end, the waters brought us together, forcing us to rebuild as one people. The stories wove together like threads in a tapestry, each adding depth and color. The Inuit storyteller, wrapped in furs, spoke of melting ice and the relentless waves that followed, a reminder of nature's strength and the fragility of man. The Indian sage described Vishnu as the great fish who guided humanity to safety, teaching the virtues of faith and wisdom. The Hopi elders shared a tale of survival in the face of overwhelming waters, their people saved by the steady guidance of ancient teachings. As the night wore on, the elders began to see the patterns, the shared truths hidden in their stories. Though the details differed, the names of gods, the shapes of the arks, the reasons for the floods, there was something unmistakable that bound them together. The flood was always a beginning and an end. It was chaos and rebirth. It was destruction laced with hope. In every tale, the waters brought a test, not just of strength, but of spirit. They tested humanity's capacity for faith, for resilience, for unity. And in every tale, there was survival, not merely of life, but of lessons, of wisdom, of stories that would carry forward through the ages. The griot began to hum again, and this time, others joined her, a soft, wordless melody that filled the room with a strange and aching beauty. It was as if the stories themselves had found a voice, speaking of loss and renewal, of pain and triumph. The elders closed their eyes, letting the sound wash over them like the waves they had spoken of. When the song faded, the room felt lighter, as though some unspoken understanding had passed between them. The Mesopotamian elder, who had spoken first, stood slowly. His eyes, glistening with tears, swept across the circle. Perhaps, he said, his voice trembling, the flood is not a story of the past, but a story of the soul. Each of us carries it within, a flood of fear, of regret, of longing. And each of us must find our own ark, our own mountain, our own rainbow. No one responded, but they didn't need to. The silence that followed was not empty, it was full of gratitude, of connection, of something unspoken and sacred. Outside, the first rays of dawn began to pierce the darkness. The elders rose, gathering their symbols of memory. They had come with their own pieces of truth, and they left with something greater, a shared understanding that would ripple outward, carried by their words, their songs, their lives. The flood was not just a story. It was a reminder, a reflection, a promise that no matter how high the waters rise, humanity will always find a way to stand again. The storm raged like it had no end, skies bruised with ominous clouds, winds tearing through the fabric of existence. A lone figure stood at the edge of the cliff, staring into the fury of the ocean below. Waves rose like unyielding hands, crashing against the rocks, sending sprays of salt water high into the air. It wasn't the sea they feared, it was the silence that would follow, the questions it would leave behind. For centuries, humanity has looked at floods not merely as natural disasters, but as moments where the earth itself seemed to speak, reminding us of our place. These stories, whispered through time, are more than tales of survival. They are mirrors, reflecting truths about who we are, where we've been, and what we fear most. In the stillness after the storm, the same questions always remain. Why do these myths cling to us so tightly? What is it about the flood that refuses to be forgotten? The fisherman in a small coastal village wakes each morning with the same prayer whispered by his ancestors, a plea for calm waters and safe tides. He may not know the story of Utnapishtim or Noah, but the essence of their fear lives within him. Somewhere, on the opposite side of the world, a writer pens the climax of their novel, a city submerged, characters fighting to rise above the waves. It's not just fiction, it's the same truth, retold in a new language. The flood is the great equalizer. No matter where you stand or what you hold, water cares little for your name or your power. It comes without prejudice, and yet it offers the same to all, a chance to begin again. Perhaps that is why these myths endure. They speak to something universal, something primal. Take a quiet moment in the heart of any bustling city, and you might hear it, a faint echo of the flood myths in the cries for justice, in the movements calling for change. The waters rise metaphorically now, in protests and upheavals, in the yearning for something better. The flood doesn't always destroy, it cleanses. It wipes away what no longer serves and demands that we rebuild. The children sitting in classrooms, reading about ancient civilizations, feel a strange pull when the flood stories appear. It's more than fascination, it's recognition. They don't have to understand the myths to feel their weight, the sense of renewal carried by the waters. And when those same children grow older and face their own storms, grief, loss, failures, they will remember. The flood comes, but it doesn't stay forever. In the art galleries where paintings hang heavy with symbolism, the floodwaters often take center stage. A woman clutching her child on a makeshift raft, her eyes wide with fear but set with determination. A lone figure standing atop a mountain peak, staring down at the world drowned below. These images grip us not because they are tragic, but because they are true. We see ourselves in them. When the filmmakers bring the flood to life on the big screen, they don't just recreate the chaos of the waters. They show us the aftermath, the quiet, heart-wrenching moments where people pick up the pieces. A father looking for his family amidst the wreckage. A community coming together, hands reaching out to rebuild homes, lives, hope. The flood strips everything away but leaves behind what matters most. And then there are the scholars, those who argue over the literal and symbolic nature of these stories. Yet even in their debates, there is a common thread, the recognition that these myths, whether history or metaphor, hold a power that transcends time. They remind us that humanity is both fragile and resilient, capable of great destruction and even greater renewal. Across every continent and every language, the flood stories continue to be told. They evolve, but their essence remains unchanged. They are the voice of the earth and the cry of the human spirit. They remind us that no matter how overwhelming the storm, the waters will recede, and the sun will rise again. The lone figure on the cliff finally steps back, away from the edge. The storm has begun to calm, the waves receding into gentler rhythms. They carry with them something more than water, whispers of every story ever told, every lesson learned, every life rebuilt after the flood.